Hi. Hello everyone. I am slightly to the left. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on. Little more. There we go. Okay. Hi. Hello everybody. It's been a while, hasn't it? I get to say that every time because I haven't been streaming that much this year at all so far. Fourth stream of the year, everybody. Yeah. Anyway. I gotta get back into my streaming rhythm. Hold on. Because it's been so long every single time, it's like, I'm out of practice. Gotta get back into it. I'm rusty. But how's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. So far, other than planning today's stream, I'm also uploading a video right now. And I'm hoping that uploading that video does not ruin the quality of the stream, because they're happening at the same time. And if it does, then I will simply cancel the upload and then wait until after the stream is done. Rusty, I thought you were Corbett. I am Corbett, but when I get rusty, the crown also gets rusty. And the crown is actually like the neurons are stored in the crown, so that's kind of how it works. I don't know what I'm yapping about. Anyway, another thing to note actually is I put up a lot more sound paneling in my new office. I managed to spend quite a couple of hours because it takes so long to put on each panel, just because of how annoying the adhesive pads are, but hopefully it sounds a lot better than it did on the last stream. And especially from 2 streams ago. Whenever I streamed first in February, that was pretty bad. Last stream, it was improved because I put up some of the paneling. And then today, not all of it is technically up right now, but like enough of it that I think it's probably fine. I still have like 12 panels I could put up. So maybe it's like, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Says he wants to do a short stream, does a yapping stream. That's a different stream. I never said today was gonna be a short stream. There might be another one. Why does the thumbnail say 36 degrees is the normal temp? Because it was just convenient clip art. I couldn't be bothered to change the temperature. Excited for more colonial Iceland discourse, let's go. Oh, I'm looking forward to when they release the Tinto flavor dev diaries for Iceland. I am so ready. For Greenland, in fact, because you can play Greenland. I think? Unless it's just owned by Iceland, it might be. Anyway. Hi, Mr. Bit. Playing Molly in EU4 right now and I want to die, send help. Oh yeah, it's a great time. Actually, Molly isn't the worst out there, it just has a really bad start. I love their disaster. I remember when... okay, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but I remember when the Origins DLC first came out, and I think the Molly disaster was far worse. Like way worse. Because you would lose a lot more stability, a lot more reliably, I think. But anyway. Can't wait for random China-India banter due to Hoi 4 spillovers. I don't know what that's really about. I did read that dev diary and it's very funny that they added in the Silk Road Formable. I think it's just funny. It's a little bit dumb, but like, a lot of the Hoi 4 formables are kind of stupid. A lot of them are kind of dumb. And that's what makes them funny. Corbett currently streaming from the inside of his car. He was trapped in the snow as well. True. Yeah, I think we got like a meter of snow this last week. It was great. Very cool. We going past midnight as well? Possibly. I'm gonna try not to. It is midday right now. So, maybe. I think Hoi 4 gave up on its historicity in 2018. I mean, that's the inevitable expansion of all Paradox games. Is at some point they're like, well, history's cool, but what about alternate history? Well, February always gets more snow than December somehow. I feel like it's always been like that. February's always been like the worst month, and then it gets better in March. But not always. Sometimes it stays the same in March, and then it only gets better in April. Anyway. Someone's asking about time travel. Josh Taylor, I don't know what you mean by, are we doing time traveling today? Maybe? Oh, sorry, no. That's not today. You're talking about the thing we were talking about in the Discord, right? Yeah, no, we're gonna do that, I think, sometime this upcoming week. You could kill one of the old gods maybe in CK2 and it was fantastic. CK2 shenanigans need to make a comeback in CK3. Too much focus on history in CK3. We need to bring back the Sunset Invasion. Bring it back. First time it snowed in my uni town since I started. I'm with my family right now. It must not be a very snowy place then, if it's the first time it snowed. The Godslayer perk was cool and fun CK2, now CK3 got rid of all that, only recently re-adding immortality. I think that what we should have in CK3 is a DLC that expands to East Asia, and you can play as like the Emperor of China, and you can just like drink mercury to try and achieve immortality. I think that would be cool. And it would definitely work. I think it should have like a very small chance of working, because it would be funny. Yeah, a 2% chance of it actually working. Alrighty, I think we've spent enough time on the intro to today's stream. Unless I'm forgetting something I wanted to mention, which I might have. Maybe? Started working on the Am I Own video. That's a thing, I guess. I think I'm like halfway through what I need to do for that video. I'm really glad it's not going to be nearly as long as the Kobold video, the second part of the Kobold one, because holy, that was way too much time. I don't think Am I Own's going to be nearly as long. But I also haven't gotten to the disaster, so. But we like long videos. The video is still going to be long, it's just not going to be as long for me to record. That's the difference. Well, it might still be long, probably, I don't know. Director's commentary on the Kobold video. I have considered maybe like changing up the way that I release the Ambanar videos a little bit. Like, I'm thinking for the Castanor playthrough, because I've already dedicated to that full playthrough. I might even split it into 3 parts, but I'm gonna keep those 3 parts, and then when all 3 of them release, I'm gonna like put them together and release it as one longer video as well. So like if you want to, you can watch like the first, second, and third part as they come out, or you can wait until the whole thing has come out and you can like watch the whole thing. Some people do that. I considered doing that for my Byzantium to Rome campaign. That was 5 parts that I made, I think, around this time last year. I can put them all into one giant video, call it like the movie or something. A lot of people do that, I don't know. More content and choice for the viewer? Yeah. Maybe a good idea. May consider posting the whole thing like that in the Clips channel for YouTube algorithm reasons? No, I think the main channel's still the idea. I think it's still, yeah, I think it's still what I want to do. Main channel. Because I've seen people do it and they all do it on main channel. And for some reason, like the longest, like the all the videos put together, does really well. Yeah, put a 2-hour long video on the clip channel. Never forget, Corbett did not do Iroquois Part 4. That's true. True and real. Literally fraud. He said that he wouldn't do it, and then he just followed through and didn't do it. Man, what a guy. Unbelievable, honestly. Would you play fantasy mods for CK3 and Vic3? I think I know the one you're talking about for Vic3. Realms of Exether. I did take a look at it. Like, right as it came out. I think day 1 or day 2 that it came out, I took a look. And then it was not ready to play. I think there was something like on launch that caused it to crash consistently. And I didn't go back to it yet, but I probably will at some point. The CK3 ones, I don't really know, to be honest. I know my friend is really into the vampires and werewolves one. What's that one called? Princes of Darkness, I think. My friend is really into that CK3 mod. Oh, then Ashoni World Conquest in 1338 when? We'll see. We'll see. It's the World of Darkness mod? Okay, what am I thinking of for Princes of Darkness? Maybe that's a different mod. Or maybe you're talking about, like, the theme is called World of Darkness. Like, the setting. And Benar Vic 3 was announced but never released. You can watch the development cycle, by the way. Like, you can go into the Anbenar Discord, and you can see the Victoria 3 development. Like, they made the map. I don't know if the map's done yet, actually. Let me take a look. It looks pretty done. Except for Insia, of course. But it looks like relatively done. Is that a Twitch follow? On my YouTube stream? How much left to raise for the body pillow? $1 billion. 12 quadrillion dollars. Anyway. Oh boy, okay, I think I said like 6 minutes ago we're ready to hop into this, and then I didn't. Don't worry, the people who are watching, they're like, wow, the intro's 16 minutes, but they're gonna watch the rest, they're gonna look at the rest of the VOD, and they're gonna be like, oh, never mind, that's 8 hours, so it's fine. Anyway, hopefully I have this set up correctly. Nice. Alright, chat. EU5. One of the projects of all time that isn't called the EU5 yet, but is definitely EU5. I don't even remember where we actually left off. I did pick up all the next dev diaries, put them all in a row so we can read them, but I don't actually remember what we were doing last time. Like, where did we leave off? Right, we have the new Tinto flavors. Okay. And we also have, what was this last one? Climate, weather, that kind of thing? Okay, nice. Yeah, I haven't made one of these streams in a while. May or may not do them more regularly, I don't know. I'm still in that phase of, you know, after you move to a new place, still in the setting up things, fixing my schedule kind of phase of doing stuff, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure something out. Once every 3 weeks, maybe? Once every 3 weeks, maybe once every 2 weeks. I want them to be more regular so I don't just sit down for like 9 hours each time. I'm also thinking I might do more regular streams. Because like, doing a 9-hour stream every 2 or 3 weeks is cool and all that, but what if I did like a 3-hour stream? And I did them like more regularly. Oh hey, thank you very much, Scotty, for joining the levy. I appreciate that. No more 9-hour streams? I feel like the 9-hour streams put people off a little bit. You know, I can see the average view duration whenever I put out a stream. I can actually look at it. So, I know when people are not exactly watching for very long, you know. I can look at the average view duration on like a 9-hour stream and it's like 20 minutes. I'm thinking like, maybe the 9-hour streams are not the play. I don't know. Anyway, let's actually get into the dev diaries themselves. Okay. Look at these distinguished gentlemen. I wonder if they will be fighting anyone anytime soon. Okay. This is the 15th of January 1. I believe this is the, military objectives. Before we get started, I really hope it's like Imperator Rome, at least in some part, because that was a good idea. So, we'll see. Let me also get a drink real quick before we get started. Corbett, answer my question. My money is yours. How many videos are unreleased for regular YouTube viewers that are available for membership people? Right now, at this moment, 0. But in approximately 30 minutes, it will become 1. But you'll have to remind me to put that out. 9-hour streams have more retention when there's a timer and there's an exchange of money for cringe. So true. Okay, let's get started. Military objectives. As the games grow more complex as the decades go by, we have tried to alleviate some of the concerns about micromanagement of military aspects. Back in the days of Hearts of Iron 3, we could set province objectives for parts of an army hierarchy and enable the AI for them, and the AI would try to fulfill them. In the post-release EU4, we added missions where navies could be assigned to patrol areas or blockade, or an army could be set to siege an area, which was certainly a thing that they made. Can you zoom a bit? Yes. You're right. I forgot to do that. I usually do for these. Is this good, or actually this might be best for me? Does that work for you guys? Or because you put a 28-minute and 30-second timer on screen so we can remind you of the video? Putting a timer on screen is surprisingly obtuse for, like, Streamlabs at least. There isn't, like, a widget that I can make that's just a timer. I think I have to make, like, a web browser source and then find a widget online and then, you know, set it all up. Looks fine to me. Yes. Good. Perfect. Okay. Where were we? Right. Army could be set to siege an area. Let's be honest, chat. No one uses this. I like that they wanted to do it, but because of how... I guess maybe I have a skewed perspective, but because of how easy it is to manually carpet siege, I don't really do this. I don't know. Like, I don't really have a use for this. I don't think I've ever pressed the button. What is really nice is the rebel suppression. That was a good addition. I use that very consistently. Hearts of Iron 4 introduced the system of painting on the map how you wanted the armies to fight, and when we made Imperator, we ended up with the system that I personally feel is best for our games. That's actually correct. It is very based. The objectives-based system, where you can give units objectives that they try to do. Yep, this is good. Especially when you have more tiles, you're gonna need more granularity on your objectives, which means more places that an army could be, and more importantly, like more minute orders. And the micromanaging becomes unmanageable, really. So that was a really good idea that they implemented for Imperator Rome because they increased the density so much for each of the tiles. Yeah, good stuff. So for Project Caesar, this is the path we're taking. And as we have been developing a new core architecture for the game, our AI has also been written from scratch for this game, of course, based on decades of experience making AI for grand strategy games. This means that the military AI is using the same building blocks as the player can, or as the player can use with the UI. Okay, so we're gonna get down to their objectives, I guess, and the AI can use the same objectives that you can, I see. Which means if you automate your armies, it's basically AI on AI violence. But the AI is working for you in that case. And for the enemy AI. In the military view for your country, there is a tab for your recruiting and overview of your units, and one for handling your objectives. You can also assign objectives directly to a unit you have selected, of course. That will also be shown in the objectives view. Objectives can be assigned by selecting the target area, province, location, or sea zone in the UI, or by clicking directly on the map. Huge, I like that. Any objective can easily be edited while active, and units can be added or removed from them at any time. Okay, so we have some examples here. Blockade ports, nothing's assigned to that. Carpet siege. Lithuania and Samogitia, I'm assuming it is an area, or it's like 2 areas. Maybe they, you know, put them all in like a little bracket when you add a whole bunch. We have 4 armies assigned to that. Okay, very cool. We have defend home territory, okay. Hunt armies in Prussia and Mazovia. First army, okay. Patrol the seas, perform army logistics. Oh. Oh. Automating your army logistics might be important. Perform navy logistics. Okay. Blockade ports, any navy can be assigned to it, and you select which sea zones they should be present in. It will then split ships up to attempt to blockade as many enemy ports as possible. Interesting. I still feel like this is going to require a lot of manual control. Because I can very easily imagine a situation where you press blockade ports, it splits up your ships to blockade, but your enemy has a whole navy sitting in one port. Now you've divided your navy. Your enemy can sortie from the port and crush your divided segments, the segments of your navy. So I feel like there's still going to be a lot of manual control even when you want to do something like that. Like, will the blockade ports prioritize putting a lot of ships in, you know, whatever, or blockading whatever port has an enemy fleet? Or is it just going to split them up evenly, which is something you probably wouldn't want to have? I don't know, we'll see. Maybe you can give them like a tweaked objective. You can be like, oh, but make sure that you're not going to leave yourself vulnerable, you know, and maybe it'll deal with that, who knows. Here you can select which provinces should be sieged down, and the AI will split the armies you have assigned into smaller units and move them around to siege or occupy as much as quickly as possible. It will attempt to flee with the armies if any hostile armies appear. This is a huge improvement over the EU4 system. In the EU4 system, you select an army, you say, please siege down this area. It just goes place to place to place, one at a time. The whole army moves from province to province to province. This is good. At the very least, it will save you a little bit of, you know, you can easily carpet siege manually in EU4. I guess it'll save you a couple of clicks. And with the number of tiles, I'm sure it's going to be a huge game changer. In EU4, it's not too bad, even though there are significantly more provinces than there were at the start when the game released. It's still not that many, especially when you compare it to Project Caesar. So that's good. Paradox AI, well known for their good logistics. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If you have multiple, they pile on top of each other too. True. Yeah, I noticed that also with suppressing rebels. Sometimes 2 armies will go ahead and do that. I realize I'm going to disappear from my computer for maybe 20 minutes, so take your time on this Tinto Talk. The time taken on these responses should be quite short. Okay, I see. Thank you very much for giving me those replies to check out. I'm just gonna go ahead and snip that. There we go. It's very good for less experienced players that don't have splitting army hotkeys and muscle memory, yes. Like, I think it's a useful skill to learn in EU4. People probably should, if they, you know, care enough. But having it like an easy button that people can just press when they're new to the game and they're not like, especially people that are new to grand strategy games. Having army orders kind of helps with the accessibility of the game. Because even if you aren't, the greatest military strategist, at least the AI can help you out a little bit. Alright, defend home territory. This will attempt to protect the areas near the capital with your armies, or with the armies you assign, to make sure no hostile armies siege them down. I'm assuming they mean protect the areas near the capital. Okay. I'm assuming you can assign them to different areas? I should hope. And maybe you can, they protect the areas near, the provincial capitals, or the area capitals? I don't remember if there's, an area capital system in EU5. I don't know if they mentioned that. Because there is one in Imperator Rome. And so you want to, defend the provincial capitals? I assume there's something similar. Remember in a recent Stellaris forum thing, they were bragging about how adaptable they made the Stellaris AI and how great that is when they rewrite the entire game every 6 months as if it was good. The Stellaris AI has been worthless at everything for 3 years now. I mean, it's good that they made it adaptable so they don't have to rewrite that much every time they rework the game. But it still kind of sets back a little bit of the progress on the AI, right? I don't play Stellaris, I don't know why I'm commenting on that. They have province capitals, yes? Okay, perfect. That makes sense, actually, when you have that many tiles. Okay, hunt armies. This objective will use the armies you have assigned to attempt to find enemy armies and engage them if it feels like it can win. Okay, that's good. Hunt armies, hunting enemy armies over 80 locations. Locations under fog of war, 27. And then we have, okay, it can detect where enemies are. It's also interesting we're seeing very precise troop counts and very low numbers of troops. Interesting. I don't know how large an army is supposed to be in EU5. At the start of the game, I mean. Patrol the seas. This is an objective that can be useful at peacetime as well, as it will use the assigned navies to attempt to build up the maritime presence as quickly as possible in the assigned sea zones. Right, we have a maritime presence, that is a thing. I don't remember what it does. Assuming, maybe it wards off piracy. I don't know. Will it just chase the enemy armies, or will it actually try to cut them off? I think we can safely assume that any of these army orders are going to be relatively simple. I think that the best outcome, if you want the best outcome, you're probably still going to want to manually control your armies. I think that these orders are going to be specifically for a little bit later in the game when you're already relatively strong. If you're fighting an easy enemy, or I don't know, let's say, because this happens a lot in EU4 and it's annoying, but let's say, you're fighting Russia. You've beaten their armies and now you have to occupy Russia. It's enormous. That's where the army orders come into play. That's where you get the carpet siege and all that stuff. So when you're fighting an enemy, I imagine you're probably still going to want to manually control the armies until you're fighting somebody who is super weak and it just doesn't even matter at that point. Of course, you can always just control them manually for min-maxing, but yeah. You cannot create a script that acts with as much agency as the player. Look at the Hoi for Spanish Civil War. It has a script that turns states against you, not an AI making choices on the other side. Yeah, and I mean, On one hand, there's the complexity of coding it. On the other hand, there's the runtime complexity. The more competent you make the AI, the more your CPU has to chug. The closer an AI is to making decisions the way that a player would, the more it has to actually think about the game state. Also, will hunt enemy armies ignore terrain visibility? That's a good question. I figure that Fog of War is going to be less of a visual thing and more of an actual information thing, hopefully. Well, I mean, the AI, of course, is always going to technically know where everything is. But they have to act like they don't. And I don't know if that's going to be the same for you, or I don't know, we'll see. Let's see, army logistics. Something you may want to assign to support an army with auxiliaries. On big campaigns, they will gather food where it's possible nearby, and move it forward to deposit in any supply depots you have set in the target area. It will gather food where it's possible nearby and move it to the... okay. So like if you're occupying an area and you want to assign a support army, they will, I guess, spread out across the entire area, fill all of their logistics, then converge back to the supply depot. Interesting. Navy logistics will assign a navy to gather food at a nearby source and then go to the target sea zones and act as a logistic support for armies that may require it. I imagine it's going to be very important. I think actually it's, I mean, not to get too deep into the weeds on this, but I think that having logistics, having the food is going to be such a game changer. I mean, obviously, from the very beginning, being a game changer compared to EU4, just like, you know, we don't really have logistics in EU4. You have a province that you stand on, and either that one province has enough supply, or it doesn't. And that's just kind of it. But, for example, if you want to do a coordinated invasion across the Atlantic, you're gonna need supply for that. Unless you're bringing a small army might be able to forage, might be able to scavenge around in the area for food. But like an actual, like a big invasion, a big war, you're gonna need real logistics for that. You can't just play as the Aztecs and send 300,000 people over to Europe in the year 1550 anymore. It's gonna be a little tougher than that. Alright, supporting objectives. There are a lot of sub-objectives and supporting objectives that are primarily used by the AI, like join units, maintain troop levels, etc. However, there are a few important support objectives that the player can use directly. Chase target can be done when you see an enemy unit and wish to follow it and engage it. The unit will attempt to follow, but if it runs out of morale from movement... That's a thing I didn't remember. Or the enemy manages to escape into the fog of war, it may be lost. I think it's gonna be interesting. If the AI follows this, if it has like a chase target objective, you might be able to use that for a little bit of trolling. Like drawing the enemy deeper into your territory, and then on the flanks you bring your other armies. You cut them off and then you surround and rout them. So it depends on how aggressive the AI is going to be with that. Automatic fleet transport. This objective is automatically used and is very similar to mechanics in EU4 and Imperator. When you have an army and you give it an order to go somewhere, they need naval transport. If there are navies assigned to support fleet transports and you give an army the order, it will automatically create the objective and perform it for you. Nice. Repatriate units. This is a quick action when you just want your armies or navies that are exiled after a war to get home as soon as possible. Okay. Hopefully this is actually done like when you finish a war and your armies and navies. Also interesting, exiled navies. They thought they could just slip that in there. Exiled navies. Interesting. Anyway. Hopefully this is done automatically when you end a war, so your armies will just like move back to your country without you having to move all of them. I sometimes forget to move exiled armies after a war. So hunt armies and chase targets are different. Doesn't that imply that hunt armies ignores fog of war? I don't think so. So I think, so the chase army objective is when you see an enemy. Where is that? Here. When you see an enemy unit and you want to engage it. Whereas hunting armies is, okay, you're in an area, find the enemy. Go around, look through the fog of war, search for the enemy to destroy them. In fact, you might even be able to combine hunt armies with a chase sub-objective. Or support objective. So like, I don't know if it's possible to chain objectives together, but maybe something where it's like, hunt armies in an area, and when you see one, chase them. Maybe that's something you can do. Me to those 30,000 Qing troops I left in central Russia after the Tributary War? Exactly. Alright, what do we have in terms of the dev responses? Hold on, where's my, there we go. A little snippet. Okay, we have number 33 to begin. With the introduction of these mechanics, will we still be able to directly control units? Yes, of course, manual controls what makes a GSG fun. Ooh, slight pot shot. A slight dig, a little riff, if you will, at Vic 3. Just a little one, just a light little jab, if you will. Just a little one. Alright, 38. When we choose repatriate units, do they all go back to the capital, or can we assign bases to armies where they default to? Oh, that would be nice. This, I suppose, only applies to standing armies, but would be great for levies also. Forgot about those. Closest good place. Okay, sure. Maybe in the future we can have, like, bases for armies. That would be neat. To be fair, Vic 3 is more focused on the economy. That's true. So excited for 3 years from now when a Vic 3 DLC lets you actually control your army. I don't think they're gonna do that. I think that they are very much stuck to, like, they are firmly in their current iteration of how they want the army to work in Vic 3. I don't think they're gonna radically change the entire system. Although I'm interested to see what they're going to do with navies. Navies, they're going to turn into, like, actual ships, right, in Vic 3? Where you build entire ships and they exist as their own units. So, in that regard, it's a little bit different at least. Where you can manually move a navy to a location. I mean, in fact, the way that Vic 3 does navies is the closest you're going to get, maybe. Where you do move them to a location and tell them to engage. But anyway. What do we have next? 42. Army automation was one of the best quality of life features Imperator introduced, in my opinion. Nice. So many of the options listed here are ones I constantly wished I had in IR, and the UI looks like a flat upgrade for the system. We looked heavily to Imperator when designing this. Yeah, you can see the clear Imperator inspiration. one of the really good parts of Imperator, in my opinion. What do we have next? 43. Great for tactical movement of armies. Have there been any improvements with regard to strategic movements? Loads, but as a player, you don't use that for your armies. Hold on. Okay, so there have been loads of improvements to the strategic movements. Oh, right, yeah, okay. So it's saying that the AI has improved its strategizing, not just its tactics, as in, you know, putting your army at the right place at the right time to enforce control or in preparation for a war, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think he means how the AI has improved handling armies, not just in terms of, like, moving them around to fight, but also in strategic locations. Like, keeping them in a certain spot to ward off a particular enemy. It's like, let me think of a good example. Okay, maybe I can't come up with a good one off the top of my head. No more drilling on the border, yeah. It's like, okay, I think when the AI declares a war... Well, no, that's not true either. When the AI declares a war, it does move its units to the border and it stops drilling them. It does prepare ahead of time. Maybe it didn't used to do that. I don't even remember. I'm forgetting all of my years of EU4 experiences. But I think it's saying like, oh, here's a good one actually. Have you ever played a campaign where you're fighting like Britain or something and it's a little bit later in the game and all of the British units are like in the New World, so you can just steamroll the Isles? I think that's an example. Where Britain keeps its units way too far away from the British Isles. And they're just out doing stuff. Because their objective, their priority is on, you know, fighting the enemy somewhere else. Like they have a different war somewhere else, so they're like, oh, let's just send a whole bunch of people to fight that war, disregarding the fact that a war could be declared against them. That's a pretty classic move, yeah. To be fair, they do that in Hoi 4 as well. I think they do that less in Hoi 4 now. I think with the most recent DLC they improved it. Anything about Vinland yet? Not yet, sorry Rosset. We'll see with the flavor diaries. We'll see if that changes. Anyway, yeah, we spent way too much time on this one point here. 43, then we have 53. How small are units created by Carpet Siege objectives? Are they the smallest possible size, or do they have some bulk to not die instantly? Enough to take it down. I don't know what that means. I think he means enough to siege a location. And then I'm assuming if there are excess number of units for an area, then it divides it evenly? Or as best it can? I don't know. Like if you have only 3 tiles to siege, and you have like 30,000 troops, it probably won't put like, you know, 2 in 2 of the tiles and the rest everywhere else. Enough to siege with a little buffer, I guess? Yeah, we'll see. I worry that it will leave important colonies undefended. Historically accurate, let's go. I mean, we'll see. That's gonna be the tagline for the entire Dev Diary stream. We'll see. Money's not even real, actually. Thank you very much, Armand, for the 10 US dollars. This is all fun, but what about Harvey's? Don't worry, in 5 years we'll have N-Banar for EU5. Also, I don't have my my text-to-speech. Oh right, because I turned it off and it doesn't exist for what I was doing. Hold on. Yeah, that's actually because it doesn't work. I remember now. Wait, where even is my pop-up stuff? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think for Super Chats, text-to-speech doesn't even work. Does it only work for donos? It does. That's stupid. Okay, whatever. I'll see if I can fix that for a different stream. Anyway, where was I? 53? 54. Will the carpet siege take attrition into account? Attrition is not a major problem in a fair few cases with our new logistics system. Yeah, it's a different system. It doesn't work like EU4. Attrition is an EU4 thing to simulate not having enough supplies. But we have like an actual logistics system now, so... It's more like Imperator, where if you have enough supplies, nobody should die of attrition. Because you have enough supplies. Send the Streamlabs link for the donations. Isn't it in the description of the stream? I think so, at least. 64. How will automatic fleet transport select which navy gets the transport? Oh, right, yeah. You set which are allowed? Perfect. Oh, that's perfect, actually. I brushed by that and then I thought about it for a second. That is significantly better. But is it region-based? We'll see. Doesn't EU4 already do that? It does? But I think they mean also it's region-based. Maybe. Selects closest, probably. Hopefully. I don't think attrition shouldn't exist. Sieging cities / castles wasn't just waiting, it did result in losses. Well... kinda. Yes. Yes. It depends a lot on the siege tactics. Some sieges really were just like, wait for them to starve. But some of them they would attempt to like breach. So I guess it depends on how, I don't know, if we have like sieging tactics where it's like, oh, attempt breaches or don't attempt breaches. Yeah, disease, that's a big one, that's true. Disease outbreak in the encampments outside the city, that's true. Well, we have the disease dev diary coming up too. Maybe it'll have an impact. Anyway, so you said which ones are allowed, nice. We have 88. Can you use the defend home territory order for areas not as near to the capital? If not, I feel like a generic defend X order would also be useful, be it a singular location or province. A region or... Yeah, I mean, I would say it would be nice to have the defend home territory, you know, allow you to... Kind of like how in EU4 you have the garrison or suppress rebels, right? You select areas and then they suppress rebels in that area. Defend home territory, select the areas you want them to defend, so they will kind of patrol those areas. And in particular, because I I think there are regional capitals. You want to defend the regional capitals. So, yeah, I feel like that would be a good idea. Because having defend home territory and they just defend the capital, well, like, the later you get into the game, the larger your country is, the less that's really gonna mean much. You know, you're playing the Mongol Empire, you want to sweep west. You set an army to defend the territory and it goes all the way back to Mongolia. Meanwhile, you're fighting like Poland. Like, I don't know, maybe we should have some choice in that. 89. You still micromanage armies? Yes. 92. What do you mean exiled navies? In theory, they were exiled when at port in the province got occupied, but they got auto-moved out. In Project Caesar, the sea zone may be frozen, so that may be delayed. Oh, okay. So if you have a navy in port, but it's like, you know, you've ended the war, but your navy is still in their port, but like the sea zone is frozen, you can't like move them out to sea. You have to wait until all the ice thaws and then you can move your navy out. Okay, that makes sense. So they can stay in ports while exiled. Gotcha. And we have the second page, 106. Wait, was that 95? No, I missed that one. Okay, what about the automatic rebel suppression? It is not working 100% yet, so it's not mentioned. We only say things that are implemented. Oh, that's a good idea. Good policy. It is so much better to undersell than to oversell. (106) If multiple armies are assigned to hunt armies, will they coordinate common attacks on the same enemy to maximize chances of victory? They will look at each other, yes. Okay, good. We have some communication between armies. 160. What's the point of carpet sieging when, if we flip the area capital, we flip the location in said area? It feels like there will be fewer sieges in Project Caesar, so having this option seems strange to me. Big countries have a lot of province capitals. Yeah. Take, for example, for Russia. You route the army and then you say, okay, please siege down the Eastern European part of Russia. That's gotta be like 20 provincial capitals. So you just set your armies to that objective and they'll get to work. It still has its use cases. And I'm sure the armies will probably prioritize sieging the provincial capitals. At least I kinda hope so. And even if they don't, there might still be a point. Because I don't know how the supply system works. But maybe you want to carpet siege an area before taking the provincial capital, because maybe that'll give you food. Maybe that'll give you supplies for your siege. I don't know. Anyway, that concludes the first Tinto Talk. Chat, it's been an hour and we have like 10 of these to go, so oh boy. Alright, we might as well get started, right? To be fair, I did yap for the first 15 minutes. Gotta slow down, so true. If I don't spend 10 hours per dev diary, then I'm not doing sufficient analysis. 10-hour stream. Yeah, just a shorter one. Okay, we're getting into the first actual Tinto flavor. I guess technically the first one was like a few weeks before this one. And I think they outlined some things. That was the Norway one, wasn't it? Maybe. Anyway, we're looking at Florence. Yippee. Today we will be taking a look at Florence. I hope you get visually stunned by what you see, but not a rapid heartbeat, fainting, confusion, or hallucinations, as it happened to Stendhal when he visited the city in 1817. So let's start. Okay. Do we get a larger image here? There we go. Way too zoomed in for that. There you go. It's so weird zooming in and you see Siena and it's more than one province. Ooh, I wonder if the island... This is, Elba, isn't it? I wonder if this is its own province. Hey, thank you very much, Goat Papa, for joining the King's Guard. I think it's the highest tier. I keep forgetting my own tiers because I set them up like 3 years ago. Thank you very much for joining the highest tier membership. I really appreciate that. Happy birthday, Corbin. My money is yours. Hey, save that energy for another 3 months. Squats. Okay, anyway. $90 to $78 isn't 3, it's 13. Yeah, it's just a couple. Just a few. Okay, Florence. One of the cities of all time. Is Pisa in Florence or am I crazy? Oh wait, that's Pisa right there. Okay, I'm literally crazy. The Florentine domain stands strong at the cusp of a new age. Our republic has stood the test of time and is located in a prime position to take advantage of our region's prosperity and affluence. Around us, rivaling states and potential allies all make their moves in a bid to influence and expand their territory in Italy. However, few are as well known for their aptitude in arts and cultural influence as our forums of thought in Florence. Under the guidance of a capable administration and an educated people, the coming century will elevate our people and have us shine brightly as pioneering innovators during a time of great enlightening. We are so back, Renaissance bros. As usual, please consider the UI, 2D, and 3D artwork as work in progress. I actually really like the background they have here. There is something about the flag that is a little bit off-putting. I can't quite put my finger on it. It might be the really, really thick border on that. Maybe. The background art is really nice. The outline makes it look like cheap MS Paint clip art. A little bit. The flag is well designed. I like the little... I guess, would it be the fleur-de-lis? Even if it's Italian, it kind of looks like a fleur-de-lis. So I like the flag design itself. I think it's really just the border. The borders may be putting me off a little bit, but anyway. It is work in progress. We have 2 elements here that appear in the country selection screen, also known as the lobby. The first is the flavor immersion text that countries with unique content have. They have dynamic localization keys, which are the 2 words in bold that appear in the text. This isn't the thing itself, is it? 2 elements that appear in the country selection screen. Is this the country selection screen? Maybe? Flavor immersion text that countries with unique content have. They have dynamic localization keys, which are the 2 words in bold that appear in the text, and which, while hovered, allow to check a game concept. The second is a screenshot of the country name. Oh, hold on. No. Never mind, okay. Second is a screenshot of the country name, flag, ruler, and 3 main elements that define the country. Government type, and country rank. The courtroom illustration is the generic one for European countries, but it can potentially be unique. I don't think they've shown the selection screen yet. Okay, yeah, I didn't quite know what they were referring to up here. So I'm looking at this. We have 2 elements here that appear, and I'm like, wait, appear where? Like, I'm not seeing them. Let's jump into the actual country itself. Man, Italy looks so different. I guess it's not just like, you know, more provinces, more granularity, but also it is 100 years before EU4's time. The Republic of Florence is a signoria, which is a unique major government reform for Italian countries. Elective potestate succession law, okay. Monthly progress to decentralization, so the signoria is more about decentralization, reduced crown power, easier to replace cabinet members, and easier to improve relations. Specific Italian form of city republican government, power is concentrated in the form of the signore. These individuals are elected for a specific period of time, usually from the most influential members of the city, but in many cases they are also foreign rulers who are invited to rule the signoria. We are so back, de Medici bros. This reform unlocks a succession law, the elective potestate. For republic succession law, okay, decided by election, rules for life, allow male, allow female, allow estates, nobility, and burghers. Eligible characters are ranked as follows. Score per years of age, score per military ability. Okay, so there are people who run to be elected, I'm assuming. Because there are eligible characters, and they're ranked, so they actually do compete to win the election and become the ruler. Whereas in EU4, you just kind of decide. And let's be honest, you don't decide, you just pick whatever has the best stats. Or whatever points you need right now, and then, you know, Republican tradition for whether you re-elect or not. It's very much up to the player in that regard. But, well, I don't know, I haven't played Florence in so long. I don't remember how their electoral system works in EU4. I don't remember if they rule for life in the EU4 seigneurios. Does this score coincide with legitimacy? I don't know. Florence also has a unique estate privilege for its Senate, the flavor name of nobility for republics, the Signoria Council. The real fun part is electing another nation's ruler. Elective personal union, let's go. We are so back, Bolivar bros. we should just all elect the same guy to rule our countries. Such a wacky idea, but theoretically, like, could be done maybe. If you just have the same guy elected to multiple different countries, and like, yeah, it kind of forms a personal union in a sense, except it depends on how much power the elected official gets to have. Okay, what do we get for this? 50% increased power, 5% happiness, maximum tax for noble estate, reduction, stability decay, increase. Every 2 months, there's a lottery to renovate the council. Every 2 months? That is really fast, okay. So the constant shuffling ensures that the interests of the Republic prevail over the personal ones. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess. The fact all its members come from the guilds, though, makes it so that the same families are always the ones in charge. And a unique estate privilege for the burghers, the Florence guilds. Progress towards plutocracy. Monthly inflation reduction, bank interest reduction. Nice. Tradition of being associated into different guilds ensures not only a standard of quality for the products, but also avoids unfair competition, okay? Hey, thank you very much. I sell salt for the 9 months in the Kingsguard. Life got to me, so I'll sadly only get the VOD from now on. Farewell. Hopefully I can stream at some time where you're a little bit less busy. Maybe I'll have like a couple morning streams, maybe a couple evening streams sometimes. But thank you very much. Speed 5 is going to hurt. I don't even know, like, what are you supposed to play this game on? Like, what speed? I guess we'll find out. Like, EU5, or rather, EU4 is not a Speed 5 game. EU4 is like a Speed 3, Speed 4 kind of game. CK3 I consider to be like a kind of a Speed 5 game, to be honest. Vic 3 is a Speed 5 game. Vic 3 is like the most Speed 5 game you could possibly have. And Hawaii 4 is also a Speed 5 game until you get to the war. Vic 3 should add a Speed 6, true. Okay, so when we have this, which is a privilege, we also unlock a law. The primacy of Florentine guilds, in which you can pick one of 3 different policies to embrace, promoting one of the 3 different types of guilds. Okay. Oh, interesting. Active policy, okay. Burger estate satisfaction, equilibrium increase, burger's power increase, production efficiency increase. And we get a few policies. Arti Maggiori? Is it Maggiori? I don't speak Italian. Increases the power, and this... Okay, so this is the one currently. That's the active policy, I see. The 2 other policies we have, possible burgers in towns and cities, okay. Burger estate satisfaction, equilibrium decrease, building cost decrease. Okay, so this is good when you want to empower the burgers. Remember that estates build their own, they build their own things, their own buildings. So maybe if you have more burgers, then they'll build more buildings. And it seems to coincide with the building's cost. Arti Minori. Monthly progress to free subjects. The burghers really don't like this one, but the peasants do. So this is more on rural production, I think. The second one you said? Okay. We had a whole thread on the forum about this. Florence wasn't a signoria yet in 1337. It was a free commune still. I hope they changed this. Maybe. We have another unique policy for the legal code. Consiglio Maggiore. Nobles and burghers get more power. Peasant estates don't like this very much. But you get more cabinet seats. Cabinet seat, okay. Policy of the legal code law takes... Oh, right, you have to wait for laws to be implemented. Right. Body of aristocrats and various classes of citizens, including merchants, artisans, as well as bankers. The Consiglio Maggiore is in charge of the autocratic apparatus within our republic. Interesting. Florence also has unique advances, 13 in total, spread among the different ages, of which I'm going to show a few selected ones. Arte della lana. I love butchering languages I don't know. Fine cloth output, that's oddly specific, but cool. Fiorino d'oro. Tax efficiency, expected cost of court, reduction. Florentine citizen militia. Monthly army tradition unlocks the Florentine citizen militia army levies. Ooh, that could be useful. The Uffizi gives you a new building. Okay, cool. Speaking of the Florentine citizen militia, it unlocks a unique type of army levy unit. Your Italian's actually pretty good, man. That's really good, considering I don't speak any Italian. I'm really glad that my guessing instincts are up to snuff. Might notice that 3 of them have unique icons/illustrations, while the one for the Florentine citizen maliciously is a generic one. I actually didn't notice that, but very cool. Unique unit, 2% of valid pops will be raised as Florentine citizen militias. Okay, cool. And what's unique about them? That's the thing I want to look at. Because I don't know how to compare them to regular units. I would assume that they are made up of a particular class of pops. But is that true, actually? What does the -4 monthly mean? Who knows? Is there a citizenship system in EU5? Did they mention that? I don't know. Comparing units is so hard without more examples. Yeah, I'd have to bring up, like, the regular examples. For regular units, regular militia. Let's see, we do have some comparative things. So, strength damage taken -5%. That's good, I guess. The rest of these, who knows? -4 manpower per month, okay. Because when I think like citizen militia, I think like, oh, remember when the way that the Roman army system worked is that like the citizens like had to go to war, but citizens were like a particular class within the Republic. And like they were expected to supply their own gear and stuff. And it was like a big part of that. So when they say citizen militias, I don't know, do they mean like all peasants are allowed to join as well? I have no idea. I'm just spitballing. In EU4, your soldiers are immortal if they don't take attrition. As they should be, of course. I'm assuming it's similar to Imperator. I should play more Imperator. Maybe. The Uffizi unlock a unique building. Increases crown power, increases cultural influence. Rather expensive, I think. Requires lumber, tools, glass, fine cloth, gold. Meant to consolidate the administration of several guilds and agencies, the Uffizi is a valuable source of centralized power whilst preserving and displaying various works of art as a sign of cultural superiority and an exhibition of affluence. I see. So it's almost like an art museum, kind of, but not really a museum. It's more about being aristocratic and being like, look how cool I am, look how much art I have sponsored. Look how much money I have to throw away on art. Look how prestigious we are. All that I've shown you so far is what we internally consider structural content, that is, the type of content that would show up and could be mostly checked when starting a new game and digging and hovering over the different panels in the game. Now let's start with the narrative content, the one that appears dynamically as you play the game. In one comment, although we usually have a minimum amount of structural content and narrative content for each country with unique flavor, it's widely diverse, so some countries have more structural ones than others, that have more narrative content, and vice versa, with others having a balanced amount of each type. So narrative is dynamic, structural is starting situation, kind of. Okay. So it's kind of like how, in past updates of EU4, previously, you didn't have the decline of the Majapahit Empire modeled in EU4. Like, meanwhile, you had the Castilian Civil War, but you didn't have, like, the fall of Majapahit. And then, you know, later on they added the disaster from Majapahit and that kind of thing. So I think that's what they mean when they say, like, the structural content is, like, there are some situations for some countries, but they're not, like, fully implemented yet. And then some of the stuff that unfolds is kind of similar. Florence can suffer 2 disasters during the game, an outlier. You may see that they have some associated effects as long as they are active, and that they also have associated events that may also trigger. 8 for the... Ooh, how do I pronounce that? Ciompi? Maybe? 13 for Savonarola. Here you have the first one, the Ciompi Revolt. Republic of Florence gains estate satisfaction equilibrium minus 5.2%. Just Ciompi? Okay. Burger estate satisfaction equilibrium minus 10%, same with the peasants. Wool and silk output production. The Ciompi, which are comprised of citizens, peasants, and members of the low-tier guilds, are threatening with an open revolt. Heavy taxation and very little representation are some of the factors that have given way to the rise of such a widespread revolt. Okay, we have a whole disaster screen. End requirements, okay. Tells you who's being affected by it. Each month there's a possible outcome for events, okay. Here's the second one, the rise of Savonarola. Republic of Florence gains progress towards traditionalist. The estates are very upset and stability goes down. At least one of these must happen. Savonarola is dead, or Savonarola is dead. Or we are a theocracy. An upstart preacher has started to spread his apocalyptic message advocating for repentance and reform. His message is causing quite a stir among the population, and is for sure a sign of changing times. Okay. We can invite this preacher, arguing that we could gain much from his presence in the city. Or we can kick him out, I guess. If you invite him, then the clergy are happier, you gain prestige, you become more traditionalist. Rise of Savonarola. Interesting, okay. Can you tell I haven't played EU4 Florence in a really long time? Because I'm pretty sure this is also modeled in EU4. By at least an event or something. Inviting Savonarola to Florence may not be a wise decision. I can't imagine why. It's an event chain? Does it allow you to become a theocracy? Because that would be very funny. Yes, perfect. Wonder if they'll add the Pazzi conspiracy if you keep the Medici family as signore for too much time. Well, it seems we're about to touch on the Medicis, so... let's take a look. Besides disasters, there are a bunch of interesting flavor DHEs, dynamic historical events, that can happen to Florence, of which I'm going to show you a selection. The first is the creation of the Medici Bank, in the form of a building-based country ruled by a member of the Medici family, of course. That's a familiar-looking crest. I wonder if that plays a role in the future of Florence. I wonder. Formal establishment of the International De Medici Bank. Has it always been De Medici? I thought it was like D-E Medici, like De Medici. Maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, participate in banking to a lesser scale. Okay. We love banking. Oh, wait, you can pick... The second makes you continue playing as the Bank of Medici. Based? Haven't played Vinland yet either? True. The event creates a building in the location of Florence, a bank, and also an independent BBC, the Bank of Medici. Okay. Bank in Florence has some needs, has employment, trade advantage, tax base to owner. Oh, okay, so when you build a bank, it like actually siphons some of the tax to the bank, I guess? Bank of Medici. Ruler has a chairman. Succession law, oligarchy get elective. It even has a religion. Interesting. Population 0, tax base 0. Plus 60 opinion of the Republic of Florence. Okay, cool, cool. 2 more banking countries are starting in Florence in 1337, the banks of Peruzzi and Bardi. Also showcases the Medici after triggering the event. Saw it on a Red Hawk Florence gameplay yesterday. Okay. Hi, Mono. Building-based nations continue to be my favorite EU5 feature. It's gonna be interesting. I'm looking forward to playing one of the least conventional forms of country in EU5. Who else do we have? John Hawkwood. Very Italian name. Let's see. An infamous condottiere. John Hawkwood is a skilled soldier of fortune from Britain, having acquired extensive experience while fighting for his suzerain. He now seeks employment among the rich republics of Italy. This condottiero is now offering his services to us. Okay, so he gives you a mercenary company, the White Company led by Hawkwood as a general. Rather small mercenary company. My favorite Italian historical figure, John Italy. First modern historian, Leonardo. Nice, you can invite him, he creates, My apologies. He creates artwork, I guess. I remember great works being a thing. We have Donato di Niccolo di Betto Bardi. Yes. Donato. Donatello. Oh yeah, I know that name. Besides the characters, you have events that may be related to buildings, such as the construction of the Duomo of Florence. I learned about the Florence Cathedral back when I was taking, I think it was like a 12th grade European history course. So is the building itself a unique work of art, or I guess it just produces one? I don't know. Yeah, the Grand Cathedral in Florence, I remember, like, they built up the entire tower, and then they just didn't build a dome on it for a really long time, because they didn't know how. And for some reason they were like, yeah, we're gonna build the tower. What are we gonna do about the roof? We'll figure it out. And then they just didn't build a roof on it for a long time. But then some guy came in and he's like, hold up. I gotcha. And he like figured out a system of like pulleys to help bring a bunch of stuff to the top. Or something like that. I don't quite remember. But eventually they managed to finish the dome, like, I think over 100 years after they started building the tower. What else do we have here? Duomo di Firenze. Oh, the dome itself is actually the work of art, I see. Much more Florence-related content. Cool. Next week for flavor we have Novgorod. Gotcha. Okay, what are we looking at for the replies here? Unless I missed... Did I miss the thing this time? Oh, there we go. Alright, let's rapid fire these because it's been like an hour and a half. Okay, let's... There we go. Okay. When can we build the Uffizi? Needs to be discovered or researched in the Age of Discovery. Is it tied to the Medicis being in control of the city? It is not related to the Medicis and can be built even if they're not ruling. Okay. 21. Does Florence start with the estate privileges or do they need to be given out? They start. Nice. 23. Does the result of one situation affect how another situation goes in the game? If the Emperor party wins the Guelph situation, does it affect in any way the Italian Wars or the League War? There are effects which we will show and explain in the future. Ooh. Will there be TFs? Oh, Tinto flavors for regional and religious flavor. Or will the Tinto Talks cover that? Might share some regional content in country TFs. We will talk about religious flavor when showing how each religion works in the respective Tinto Talks. 32. What does presence in the region of its capital mean, though? If France occupies Florence, Florence elects a French ruler? Or can they just randomly elect any character from any Italian minor around them as their ruler? The second, presence in counts for either owning a location, having non-territorial buildings, etc. Okay. Interesting. So I guess that's how they're going to make the Medicis so successful each time. Is the Medicis are going to have their banks, and their banks are going to have a presence in locations around Italy. And I assume that gives them more influence in being elected. Probably. Number 40, shouldn't it be improve relations with an S? Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. For the unique advances, could other Italian tags get them if they control Florence, or are they fully unique to Florence? Fully unique to Florence at the moment. Are there any unique events related to the special advisors, like for Da Vinci's paintings or inventions? If you employ him, yes, there will be some more events related to his work. Alrighty. Why does the Signoria say it allows female rulers? Membership in the Signoria was exclusively male. Interesting. Sorry, I had to sneeze real quick. Women were not permitted membership. While there were some instances where women exerted influence, it was in the absence of their husband or male relative who was the, quote, actual ruler. Okay. True changing. Alright, 55. Does the Florentine citizens' militia only represent melee infantry, or are missile troops included as well? It's a funny term, but I guess he's referring to, like, archers. Melee infantry. Okay. Can we allow Savonarola to take over Florence and play as him? Yes, that would make Florence a theocracy instead. 65. Florence in 1337 wasn't exactly a signoria in the same way as Milan. TLDR, signoria was a commune ruled by a lord in the shadow, as the lords usually didn't have an official presence in the government and used corruption and threats to govern the republics. So it should be an Italian/medieval commune. Let's see, that's not necessarily our approach. Italian late medieval signorias evolved from high medieval commune indeed, with a city usually becoming the lord over its hinterland. In that regard, if it was ruled by a communal govern, by a podesta or a lord would greatly vary. We also have a different type of succession law for inherited potestates. Potestates? Whole lot of words. Basically, I don't think they're changing it. I think that's the gist we're getting at here. More characters equals higher chance of a high stat 1, which equals a higher chance to get elected? I suppose so. $71. What do you know? Should it be the De Medici family and not the Di Medici? It's taking the generic Italian dynastic route. We potentially might need to hook some exceptions to it. Okay, I wasn't crazy. It is De Medici. 75. So they can elect the Pope as their ruler or the Duke of Milan, so on and so forth. Are there any chances you can rig your way as another Italian country into becoming elected as the head of Florence as well? That's the fun of playing in Italy, isn't it? We really are getting like the Republic personal unions. We should all just vote for the same guy as president. Then we can form the Super Republic. Okay, second page. How expensive is it to hire one of the artists? Some money sink to your budget. How much is it exactly? Still a subject of balance. It will be comparatively more expensive in the early game than in the late game. That makes sense. Will there be an event for Machiavelli? Of course. Nice. Can you rename the Tier 1 Italian republics to commune? Okay, I think it's the commune thing again. I reviewed the rank of Florence, and I think that shouldn't be considered a duchy, as it was not until the Medici Restoration in the 16th century that its rulers were entitled as Duke by the Pope. It's kind of weird to see these three being called republics. Should maybe make Florence a Tier 2 country. Okay, so this is about the Tier 2. Are there variants of the flag of Florence? What are the formables? Florence gets this smart red flag if they join the Ghibellines. The regional formable is predictable, yeah. $130. Okay, so artists don't have families and descendants. That would be too performance heavy, and Project Caesar is not a game based around characters as CK3 may be. So we prefer to put the performance cost in other fields such as markets and trading. Okay, good. Can artists have descendants? We talked about that. If they end up as rulers of a country, though, okay. They can't be rulers in general terms. So you can't get, like, Da Vinci to rule the Republic of Florence. Okay. What happens if you do not invite Savonarola to Florence? Does he just not do anything? He's quite persistent. He might come back. It seems that all events during his rise have an equal chance of appearing at a given time, but judging by their names, at least some suggest a logical order of gradual escalation. Shouldn't it be more weighted, as in you have a higher chance of Savonarola preaches as the first event, and then Savonarola takes control, has no chance until the others happen. There are already some internal checks for that in the triggers of the events, so that it creates an escalation. Okay, perfect. If I were to start as Florence, will I be able to directly affect the Medici Bank starting position? And is the event a chain of decisions, a single average time to happen event, or a static event? An event that triggers after 1390 while playing as Florence. If you want to outright start with a bank, I'd recommend the Peruzzi or Bardi then. Okay. So it might not be that easy to actually play as the Medici. Hi, Mr. Overheat. It's like when you're playing as a country in Anbanar and you have one of those New World, those Elantir adventurers, and you can choose to play as them, but you've already sank like 60 years of gameplay into your current country. So do you actually want to swap at that point? For some people, maybe. For me, I kind of prefer not to. Okay, then we have the third page, only one left on the third page. Which is 331. Oof, that's a whole lot of reading. Okay. Okay, I think I'm understanding what they're saying. So they don't like how at the beginning of EU4, when you start up a country and it has some kind of like bad thing that happens, it's kind of automatically assigned. It gives the impression that the previous rulers were stupid. They want to change the way that privileges might work when you have starting privileges. So you know how like Byzantium at the start of EU4 has like 73 negative privileges assigned? Or like same thing with Riga, I think? No. Who am I thinking of? Livonians. Might be the Livonians. So the idea is like, oh, maybe instead of having everything start off a specific way with like purely bad estate privileges, maybe there should be more of a continuous struggle where the player might be forced or, well, yeah, either forced or highly incentivized to give privileges at the start of the game, maybe. Where you can either have the evil privileges being enforced during the game in exchange for support during a hard time, or have some positive aspect of the privilege, even if very situational. Less strictly evil privileges and more trade-offs with hard and lasting effects. Double check this with the CDs in charge of the Florentine content, and it's a bug, as it should give a positive stability decay, not a negative one. Just fixed it so it's now more of a trade-off as it was originally conceived. Gives more power to your nobles and you can tax them less, but they are happier and the entire political system is more stable. Okay. Livonians? Yeah, I was thinking of something up there where they have like the church privileges you have to get rid of. Okay, that concludes the second dev diary chat. We're making slightly better time each time. It took us, what are we at, like an average of 45 minutes per dev diary? That's not too bad. Let's go. Alright, 22nd of January, we have our dev diary, the Tinto Talk on markets. Okay. As mentioned, we have a change of schedule for this week. Oh. Today we'll go through the market screen and show how it's used in the game. Here I will be playing as Sweden, and this is the 6th iteration of the UI we have done for the economy system, as we kept iterating upon it to make more player-friendly. Our goal has been to give you important information at a glance, and reduce the amount of clicks you need to do anything to a minimum. Good. The Yap efficiency is increasing. I think it actually decreased from when I started covering these. I think I've been taking longer and longer with each dev diary over time. Because I really rapid-fired those on the first dev diary stream. But anyway. We have markets. We can create markets. Interesting. Trade advantage. Is this in a specific market, or is it just... I think it's general. Trade efficiency reduction, production efficiency reduction, market attraction, market protection, trade maintenance, trade advantage, trade capacity, trade range, a whole bunch of things. Trade capacity is an interesting one. So you can create a market if you want to. At the top of the screen, you can see the balance tab for all your funds sliders, and the trade tab where all your trades are shown. Okay. Trade efficiency modifies how much gold you get from trades by directly impacting the price you sell goods in the target market. A negative will decrease the profit and could even make a trade unprofitable if the margins are low enough. Production efficiency impacts the output of buildings. A positive production efficiency increases the profit, while a negative may make it not worth keeping open. It really is Vic 3, isn't it? Welcome back, Victoria 3. Where you have some buildings that are too unprofitable, and so the capitalists shut them down. Trade advantage of countries in a market determines who will be able to get their exports fulfilled first. If there is a limited amount of supply of goods in a market, they get distributed by the trade advantage that each country has in that market. I feel like this is going to be hugely important. That's why I'm here to make sure you read the responses, and not like the first one where you only read a few responses on the first page and then went to the next one. I guess I did do that, didn't I? Now I actually get the important stuff. But anyway, yeah, I think this is going to be really, really important. But we'll see. Market attraction impacts how much pull a market center has over a location to make it part of its market. As we play Sweden here and currently don't have a market, that's not very important to us. This is also going to be important, I think. Trade maintenance. Trading is not free, as the ships, wagons, and caravans need to be maintained and the merchants themselves need to be paid. Market protection is a desire to keep trade within one's own country. This is represented by a location modifier and one country modifier, which reduce location's likelihood of belonging to foreign markets. Okay. Trade capacity. This is if we have any bonus to how much capacity each merchant has in all of our markets. This represents how much a country can export and or import from a market. Each trade created from this market uses merchant capacity depending on the distance to the other market and the volume of goods that trade is doing. Okay, so that's about trade capacity as in intermarket trade. It acts as kind of like a bottleneck, I guess, on how much you can actually do. Did they confirm Project Caesar as EU5? They did not confirm it, but we all know what it is. It's like having a nondescript World War II political simulator map game and calling it, I don't know, Project, I was gonna say Project Livy, but that was an Imperator Rome thing, I think. Project Aristotle or something, and everyone pretending that it's not Hoi 4. Or Hoi 5, I guess. Like, come on. We know what this is. Trade range, simply how far our merchants can reach and determines how distant the markets we can trade with can be. This is calculated from any market we have merchants in, okay. Below we have the search bar and filter list. Is something you have in pretty much every screen. With a list of objects in Project Caesar, the search bar allows you to just type what you're looking for and it will check on names or any other relevant information that is connected to the elements in the list. Cool. Let's focus on the market entry of Riga then. This is a UI widget, which we refer to as the market card. You will see in several screens as it gives you information about the market while allowing you to quickly do actions. In the top right, we have an automation button, which allows you to toggle trade automation for that market. Below it, you will see 5 blue buttons, all with important information. You know, at a glance, I wouldn't have realized that these are buttons. First shows you the amount of trade capacity available. That doesn't seem like very much. If you click on it, it would open the buildings interview tab. With this market filtered, and with all buildings you have and could build, that increase your trade capacity in that market, okay. Second shows your position in the market. When it comes to trade advantage, okay. You can quickly change your trades. Third button shows how many types of goods you have. Third button shows how many types of goods you have some sort of lack for. Oh, right. I just didn't parse that as English. The types of goods you have some sort of lack for when it comes to your constructions or the requirements of your buildings in this market. Me when reading. The banner is only shown if there are any goods lacking, yellow if the buildings are inefficient due to lacking some of the goods, and red if there is a blocker. If you click on it, you get to the goods screen with the needs and market filters selected, okay. The fourth button is similar to the third, but is about the needs of your pops in this market. The banner goes red if you have pops in the market that are actively part of a rebel faction. If you click on it, you get to the goods screen with the needs and market filters selected. Interesting. You have pop needs. Oops. Yeah, me when I rise up in revolt because we don't have enough gold. I'd also be upset if I lacked wine. Real, true. The fifth button shows the current food balance in the market, and if you click it, you go to the food screen. With any locations in the market that you can get food from in the filter. If any province is starving or likely to starve in the next 6 months, you will see alerts there as well. We can take a quick look at what the goods panel shows when we click the fourth button. Okay, so this one. So we have pop needs, that's the filter, I guess. We have the ability to sort here. So these are the things we're missing. This is the price of them, I'm guessing. Normal search bar, filters. First is the icon of the goods. Second is the small vertical progress bar, which shows how many goods are in the stockpiles in the filtered market, obviously empty. Oh, that's the progress bar, okay. Third is the monthly balance in the market, which is very red and negative, so we need to do something about it. Fourth is the price in the market, with gold or silver icons indicating relative price, with wine being more expensive than the default price, indicating that imports can be profitable here. Indicating that imports can be profitable here. Profitable for the country? Hold on, let me read a little bit more. Then we have two buttons for importing and exporting. The export button is grayed out as there is no surplus. We have some capacity, so we can attempt to import about 2 goods of one type. That is not a lot. For whoever makes the trade, the nation or anyone else. Yeah, because I'm thinking like, so how does this work exactly in terms of both the player interaction and the simulation? Like if the player imports wine, for example, does the player make the profit? And in that case, is it the state importing these goods? Does the state pay for the goods that they import at a normal price and then sell them to its own market at the higher price? Is that what they mean by profit, maybe? Yes, pops already auto-trade to fill needs to their best ability. Okay. After that is the expand RGO button. Cloth cannot be expanded as it is not a raw material, but the others are also grayed out, as there is no wine production in Sweden and no gold or silver mines. With your help, we can change that. The famous Swedish vineyards. The Sala silver mine was not present in 1337, but there is a niche, dynamic historical event for it. If any of the RGOs were available, clicking on that button would open the expand RGO screen with all the locations that you own with that raw material in the filter. Okay. Makes it easier to expand stuff. The final button is the build a building that produces the goods button. If you click on it, it would open the buildings overview tab, kind of like this, okay? And yeah, you're thinking wine, but that's because there's a production method for breweries that turn fruit into wine. Thank you, Pelias, for the dev responses I have to look at. Okay, let's take a look. 47. I completely skipped past that. That's because it's Tinto Talk's 47. Never mind. Hold on, let me open that up real quick. Okay, we have 14 to start with. Is trade advantage an absolute thing? Do countries get ranked by trade advantage, then they then each get to fulfill their trades in order, or is it a weighted proportion of the trades depending on the trade advantage? It is the first one, which makes it so much more important. So much more important. Like, if you have 35 trade advantage, second place is 34, third place is 33, and you need, and let's say everyone needs 10 iron or something, and there are only 10 iron in this market. All of it goes to the first place. None of it goes to anyone else. Even if you're just missing one trade advantage, too bad. And that makes it so much more important. That's so good. In EU4, all little nations steal your trade power. It's certainly a shift. Definitely a change. On the other hand, it can make playing as a small country, or a country that isn't very influential with trade, it can make it an absolute pain. Because you might need certain things to build better trade advantage. To build trade buildings, but you don't get that because someone else got there first, and they have trade advantage, and they're taking up all those resources. You get any benefit from market protection if your country's main market is foreign. For example, does Sweden get any effect from market protection given that Riga is a foreign market? Not really. That makes sense. Can you explain a bit about the difference between trade efficiency and trade maintenance? Trade efficiency is a modifier to the sell price on a trade. Maintenance is a cost for each capacity used in a trade. So, trades that are further away or use bulkier goods cost more to maintain. Shipping iron across the Atlantic is much harder than shipping grain across the Atlantic. The iron is bulkier, it's heavier. You can't trade as much of it. Might also require special equipment to load on and off ships, that kind of thing, because of how heavy it is. So if I have a TA, trade advantage? Hold on. Yeah, it's the trade advantage, I think. If I have a trade advantage of 10% and the next guy has a TA of 10.1%, I might completely lose out. Seems like maybe some sort of weighted access might make sense. If you go for the same goods, yes, and he has the capacity to take all the surplus. Yeah, that's the thing, like, there is a chance for you to actually just dominate markets. Just absorb all the most important stuff, which, I mean, it's certainly interesting. I don't know if I hate it yet. I feel like I'm about as conflicted as these reactions. If in practice it never ends up working out that way, then like, okay, sure. On the other hand, this kind of competition and dominating markets, it kind of makes a little bit of sense in some way. But then it feels a little bit weird when you decouple trade advantage. I don't know why I'm scrolling up here. When you decouple trade advantage from like the amount of money that'll actually be made from a trade. Hold on. Here. So making endless trades isn't necessarily profitable, even if every trade individually is profitable. Just want to make sure that small nations aren't literally unplayable due to trade advantage problems. I think trade capacity was kind of meant to be that limiting factor. But trade advantage isn't just trade capacity. Wait a second. Because trade capacity is importing stuff from other markets into a market, right? Markets always fill local need before exports. I think I need a better understanding of trade advantage. Hold on. Determines who will be able to get their exports fulfilled first. If there is a limited amount of supply of goods in a market, they get distributed by the trade advantage that each country has in that market. So trade capacity doesn't actually seem Yeah, trade capacity actually doesn't limit that. Trade capacity is intermarket trade, right? How much a country can export and or import from a market. Meaning that trade capacity really has no bearing on the trade advantage. Which means, furthermore, you can import something to a market and never get it. If I'm understanding this correctly, if you need wine, you import wine, someone has a better trade advantage, and they also need wine, you're importing it, but you don't actually get your wine fulfilled. If I'm understanding this correctly. Which is interesting. Okay. Well, we can move on for now, I guess. Do the gold coins instead of silver represent that the good is expensive, similar to Victoria? Yes. 59. Can you give an example of what would modify the price negatively that isn't production costs or maintenance costs? Trying to understand what trade efficiency actually represents. Okay. One example, your friendly Swedish merchant buys 10 units of coal from London, for, in London, 50 euros, as the price for coal there is 5 euros. I don't know why we're using euros. when we're talking about like ducats or whatever they're going to use. He then sells the 10 units of coal in Riga for 60 euros, for a profit of 10 euros, as the price of coal there is 6 euros. With a trade efficiency of 5%, he would gain an additional 3 euros in profit, giving him a total profit of 13 euros. But where does that money come from? Where does the money come from, though? We conjure additional money. Trade advantage is only for exports? Inside a market, goods get divided on market access. A provincial modifier. Trade advantage is who is allowed to export first. That's different. Okay, that might actually be fine then. Okay, so maybe I wasn't understanding it correctly. Like if you have a trade advantage more than the next guy and you're both trying to export silk or something, then your silk is the one that's exported, so you make the money. I guess. Inflation moment. So we say that he sells the units of coal in Riga for a profit. Is there a chance that like people are simply too poor to be able to afford the stuff that the merchants are selling? Or does the peasantry always have enough money to purchase what it needs so long as those things exist? Or maybe the demand doesn't exist if they simply don't have the money to generate demand. Demand kind of requires that people would actually pay for that thing. So maybe the demand just doesn't exist if people are too poor. So maybe that's just how it works. Shipping 10 units of coal between London and Riga would require 20 capacity, and the maintenance cost per capacity is 0.10 euros, adding a cost of 2 euros to the trade. If we got a trade maintenance reduction of 10%, it would cost 1.8. Total profit is 11.2. If we instead ship the coal to Lübeck, where the price of coal is 5.5 and requires 10 capacity to ship, it would be like this. Base profit of 5 euros. Trade efficiency adds 2.75. Okay. Trade maintenance is minus 0.9. Total profit is 6.85. Now you might think trading from London to Riga is a higher profit, so it's clearly better. But we have 10 more trade capacity in London that could be used on another trades that could perhaps be similar in profit and give us a bigger total profit. Oh, this is like complicated to figure out. But I think what they're saying is like there is a comparative advantage to selling one good in one place for a higher price compared to another. But if you had something more profitable to sell in that original market, like it's not just about one good, it's within the context of everything you could be exporting. So to maximize profit, maybe you would still ship coal to Lübeck so that you can ship something that'll give you even more profit to Riga. Maybe. Maybe. I think I'm kind of getting it, possibly. So in this scenario, you're playing as Sweden, and your merchants can move stuff from one market to another, even if you don't really have any influence in those markets? Like, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Okay, interesting. If I want to import something as Sweden from the Lübeck market to the Riga market, and I do it from the Riga market, is the trade advantage Sweden has in the Lübeck market that decides the order in which Sweden goes? The trade advantage in the Riga market or none, and Sweden goes last no matter what. It's always the trade advantage you have in the market you export the good from. Oh, I see. So there are two interactions. You export from a market and then you import to a different market. It's two separate things. It's not like... It's not considered one action, I guess. It's two sides of the same action. There's the export, which trade advantage influences. And then there's the import, which just kind of enters the market, and then it's allocated to different locations based on the market access or something. Like we would kind of typically consider an import to be one action, like you just import from a market. But technically that's exporting it from that market and importing it to a different market. It's two different things. Well, it's two of the same thing, but two different parts. The trade advantage is the market you're exporting the good from. So when you're importing something, you're exporting it from that market, and that's where trade advantage comes into play. Okay, so it's like, you want to export wine from, I don't know, Bordeaux? Then it's really all just like, whoever has the most advantage actually gets the wine export from Bordeaux. I think that's what it means. So US, Sweden, if you're competing with England to export wine from Bordeaux, then it's more likely that England is going to get that export and you don't. The trade is really confusing. I feel like I'm going to understand it better when I actually play the game. Alright, let's go to 64. Will it account for diacritics and other funny characters? Diacritics. That's a word in English. Oh, okay. A glyph added to a character. Alright. If search for Bork, will it return Borksville? It should support weird diacritics. I mean, EU4 supported weird diacritics, so it's fine. Like, they can just copy that system, it's fine. 70. Does the burger estate of every country also have both trade capacity and trade advantage for all the markets in which a country is present? Burger trades are done after all national trades are done, and all burgers in the market adds all their burger capacity to the market to try and solve important needs in that market. Okay. So the burgers are independent. They don't worry about trade capacity and trade advantage. I think that means actually the freer your markets, as in the more trade is done by independent actors, the burgers, the more stuff you're going to get done, the more imports you'll be able to fulfill, I think. I'm so confused. I will wait for your trade guide after the game releases to figure out how this works. I'll wait for my own trade guide to try and figure out how this all works. Alright, 81. Trade capacity. Does it count for imports, exports, or both? Two sides of the same coin. Say I'm Sweden and I have 2 trade capacity. Does that trade capacity count towards importing 2 cloth from England? Or do I need to have trade capacity in the English market in order to import from it? Or I guess technically in this case, export from the English market. You can use your capacity in a market to export from it and or import to it, splitting your capacity how you want. And it doesn't have to be your market, it can be anywhere that you have merchants. So you can, you're playing Sweden, you want to export from England towards, I don't know, Valencia? You can do that. I'm assuming. So your burger's trade capacity is the same as the country's, like a duplication? No, it is completely separate. Good. Your burgers will probably take care of most of the actual trade in the game. So if I, as Poland, 10%, trade advantage, share a market with the Teutonic Order, and this market lacks cloth, I expand buildings that they produce. No, the cloth goes split out on market access. Yeah, okay, so this is something we've established over the course of this. The trade advantage is only for intermarket trade. It is not within a market. That is based on your market access, which is a location-based modifier. We're getting this a little bit hammered out. I think I'm starting to understand this a bit. Trade access, or trade advantage, I guess, is for who exports it from the market to another market. Yeah. So the inner market allocation of goods is still dependent on a location-based market access. So that thing that we were worried about earlier, about, you know, you need to build something, but someone's hogging all of the cloth or whatever, due to trade advantage, that's not happening. That doesn't happen. So England, if you're in the English market or whatever, or like the London market, and England needs to build something, and they're taking all the resources, they can't actually take all of the resources. It's dependent on the market access, even if they have more trade advantage. We have 98. So if I don't have any trade advantage in the Lübeck market, I can only export goods from other markets that you have trade advantage into it. Yes, if you want to control the trade, you need to invest in some infrastructure for it. That makes sense. Like, trade outposts. That kind of thing, I guess. I hope you can make this game accessible for colorblind people. We got support for the following colorblind types. Let's go. I think that's a first, actually. Have they ever done that in a Paradox game? Added colorblind accessibility? I don't think so. Alright, then we have 115. It is not clear to me how much I need to interact with this. Trade automation is severely lacking in Victoria 3. Okay, this is true, but also I think I understand the trade system automation. You are not going to be automating that much, or rather, other way around. I like how I thought something and then said the opposite thing. A lot of the things are going to be automated. The burgers or the merchants are going to move things between place to place, dependent on the markets and stuff, right? They will move stuff between the markets for you. You, as a country, as a nation, can also decide manually to import and export things. It will probably not be the bulk of your trade. That's the impression that I'm getting from this. We have several on the team who have trade fully automated when they play. Yeah, I think that's going to be the main crux here. When you have such a complicated trade system, automation is the key. Nobody really wants to have to automate their trade imports and exports every, I don't know, month or two when playing EU5. I mean, some people probably will, depending on, like, you know, you want to build something, you have no cloth in your market, but you need cloth for it. Okay, maybe you will manually import that if you don't have enough burgers or merchants doing the things that you need. Alright, that concludes the second Tinto Talk, the third dev diary of today. We haven't even reached the 3rd hour mark, so we're doing pretty well. They didn't explain it clearly in a single post, it's all spread out over the dev diary and response posts. Well, that's why we're reading these. Because if we weren't, then I wouldn't walk away from this with much of an understanding, to be honest. Alright, Novgorod. I think before I go over this one, I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom real quick. So, yeah, my apologies. I don't have any Subway Surfer gameplay for you to put on, but I'll be back in a second, chat. Okay, we're back. Is EU5 delayed? That would require an actual, like, release date, so... So no? I don't know. Okay. It's not even announced yet. Yeah, it literally isn't even announced yet. It isn't even actually EU5 yet. Not technically. Alright, Republic of Veliki Novgorod. Oh, my bad. The Sovereign Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod. Of course. Originally founded by Slav and Norse people as Holmgard, the new city of Novgorod became the main political and economic center in the north of the lands inhabited by the Russian people. Fiercely independent, the Novgorodian Council elects its prince among neighboring rulers. Although, wait, that's kind of weird, what? Although the true power is held by its people, who thrive thanks to the commercial routes linking the rich inland resource gathering outposts with the Baltic and White Seas. However, in recent decades, the war with Sweden has been almost a constant, nowadays halted after the creation of the buffer state of Oreshek. Meanwhile, to the south, Muscovy has become a dominant power with the backing of the Golden Horde. The proud inhabitants of Novgorod may have to face difficult decisions at these crossroads. Love the new flag. It does look quite nice. We have Grand Prince Ivan Rurikovich I, Kalita of Muscovy, is the prince elected by the Council of Novgorod. That's interesting. I guess back before Muscovy was like the dominant power in the region. Here's the starting situation. We have... Oh right, because there's an international organization here, isn't there? Maybe? Wait. Pskov and Oreshek, the two first shown in the subject list, are vassals. The other subjects are pop-based tributaries. Okay. Muscovy and the other countries with a similar color share a PU with Novgorod through their ruler, Ivan the First. Ah, I see. Interesting. Now, let's take a look at Novgorod itself. The first thing is the country's government type, which is a republic. As per that, and Novgorod's main culture belonging to the Russian culture group, two different things get unlocked. The first is the major government reform, the Veche Republic. So the peasants, burghers, and nobles get more power over the crown, but they're more satisfied. And the cabinet is more efficient. Second is the age of traditions advance. The Veche, okay. Allows Veche succession law. This in turn unlocks the Veche selection, a succession law that allows your country to select the ruler among neighboring countries. Interesting. Do they have to be neighboring countries, or just like any country within the vicinity? We'll see. Well, I guess it would be any country within the vicinity, because we can look up here and see that, like... Well, no, I guess you do technically border Muscovy. I was gonna say, they don't actually border them, but they do share, a monarch, I guess. They actually do border, so... Anyway. You might have noticed that estates are important and powerful in the governance of Novgorod. This is also reflected in the unique privileges it starts with. with 3 unique privileges for the nobility. So you get increased centralization, they also gain more power, reduced maximum tax for the nobility estate. We have the Riad, increases happiness, increases efficiency of the cabinet for a lot more power. The Tiziatsky office, increases army tradition, okay. One for the burghers, Ivan's 100, reduces crown power, reduces trade maintenance, and increases republican tradition. Don't actually remember what this does in EU5. Or maybe just not having a lot of it is bad. We have some unique policies. The first is for the legal code. Ruskaya Pravda, monthly progress to serfdom increase. Estate satisfaction equilibrium. Noble estate satisfaction equilibrium, okay. The second is for the administrative system. Katina division, monthly prosperity, monthly development. Ooh. Yeah, we haven't really touched on development yet, have we? At least I don't think so. Or maybe we did, like, I don't know, 6 months ago and I forgot. That could be. Novgorod has some unique works of art. The House of Holy Wisdom. Cool. Will reappear later. And the type of work of art that is unique to Orthodox and Miaphysite countries, the icon. Okay. Plays a key role in the Christianization of the Novgorod region. Served as a symbol of Orthodoxy's growth in the northern Rus. Speaking of Orthodoxy, there's some Orthodox-related stuff that I'm just going to tease. We'll talk about it in detail in a future Tinto Talks, like this law available to all Orthodox countries. Role of the Patriarchate, okay. Unique advances, birch bark manuscripts. Increases maximum literacy, that's good, we love literacy. Novgorod First Chronicle, increases cultural tradition, I don't even remember what that does. I don't remember exactly, it's a thing, just not the same as EU4. Yeah, you can't just like conjure up 200,000 people into a city at once, tragically. Funding the Ushkuiniks. Privateer maintenance reduction can hire privateers. Northern Center of Arts. Artist monthly starting chance, possible number of artists. Okay. Reforms of the... Oh boy. Posadny Chestvo. Unlocks expanded... Yes, offices, okay. Administrative building, I guess. The last one unlocks another unique government reform after it has been researched during the Age of Renaissance. Oh, so it's not a building, it's a government reform, okay. Increases decentralization. Set cabinet member cost, replace cabinet member cost. Helps avoid monopolies of power, okay. Look at some of the events that Novgorod may get. The first appears early in the campaign after an event that triggers to Sweden. The Swedish want to hold a theological debate between Magnus Algotsson and one of our theologians to determine which of our confessions is right. The loser country having to convert to the other. What? Two guys have a discussion and now an entire population in a different country must convert. This demand is creating a heated debate among our patriarchs with a diversity of opinions on how to respond to them. Forward them to debate with Byzantium, let's go. Let's kick the burden onto someone else. Another one that may trigger the Karelian Rebellion of 1338. That's pretty early. I love how this event implies we can convert Sweden to Orthodox, or convert Novgorod to Catholicism. Over a debate. All of a sudden, everyone in the country agrees and is like, oh, wow, that was a pretty spirited debate. They must be right. Everyone just converts. Got some random peasant living out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, oh, did you hear the news? Catholicism is correct. Like, okay. Alright, the lands of Karelia became a battlefield between Sweden and Veliki Novgorod after the former got a foothold in Viborg, fortified it, and started to project their influence in the region, which collided with the Novgorodian outposts over the river Neva. This led to war, which was concluded by the Treaty of Göteborg in 1323. However, in recent times, the Karelians have apparently been encouraged by King Magnus IV to rise against us and weaken our country. Here's an event you will get to expand the Cathedral of St. Sophia with an option to start constructing a building on top of the... Yes. Work of art, I think. Okay, you can support renovations, you gain a grand cathedral, the patriarchs are happier, you lose money, okay. Another event after 1400, the Soviet Gospod. Lords of the city of Novgorod are increasingly becoming the decision-making body of the Republic, creating an institution where the political debates take place. Council of Lords, okay. Okay, so there's more power to the boyars if you remove the Vichy Republic and unlock the Soviet Gospod. That's interesting, because Gospod was also a term used in the Kobold video, the second half. The Gospod was the speaker for the dragon Varlingalt. And I'm wondering if that's where the term comes from. If the modders used that as their inspiration. The Gospod. Soviets at this date? More likely than you think. I'm guessing Soviet just means council then, doesn't it? Which kinda makes sense. Like, that's probably where the term Soviet comes from, just like the council. But yeah, that kinda makes sense. What does it give you? Noble estate satisfaction, equilibrium, noble's power. Oh, so it really entrenches the nobility. Stability decay reduction, efficiency of the cabinet increase. Interesting. The inn is Rus-inspired, is it? I haven't played in the inn in a very long time. It's an old word for Soviets, if I remember correctly. I can definitely see the etymological roots there. Okay, first page number 12, let's get started. I'm hoping to finish this stream in fewer than, I don't know, 7 hours, that'd be nice. Alright, number 12. Can we change the camera angle ourselves as well in-game? You can, yes, let's go. I mean, that's how it is with most modern Paradox games, right? You can just spin the map around. Number 15. Sovereign Lord Novgorod Veliki would be right, no? Technically, yes, but we need to add the Republic to the country name to make it working fully correctly as we want. Okay, it is what it is. Sovereign Lord Novgorod Veliki. So Veliki is just like a word for republic, I guess? It's like the Sovereign Lord Novgorod Republic? Anyway, let's see. I think it means great. Okay, I have no idea what that post is referring to then. How rare are icons? You need to hire a specific type of artist, the iconographer. Okay, they will produce icons as works of art. Depends on how much money you want to spend. Turns out, making art requires money. Who could have guessed? When the Karelians become free from that rebellion, is there any chance to play as them? Not now, but potentially. Maybe. Okay. Besides being a neighbor, is there a limit to the ruler you can select? For example, that they belong to an East Slavic culture, or can you, for example, invite the Swedish king or a Tatar Khan to be your grand prince? There are no hard blocks to the selection, although we'd love to read any feedback regarding it if you guys think it can be improved. I think that there should be somewhat, like, it depends on how much the player gets to choose this, right? If the player gets to choose anybody to be the Grand Prince, then there should be limits. If not, there should be a ranking system. Kind of like how they kind of already have that for elections, don't they? We looked at Florence and they already kind of had that. Different likelihoods of being elected, or different positions for being the front runner, depending on different stats. Veliki means great, and Nizhny means small. Okay, so that's why there are so many Novgorods. When you're playing EU4 and you're like, oh, we have Nizhny Novgorod. But anyway, if there are no hard blocks to the selection, I think it should be weighted based on like how much would the nobility accept them. Like how likely is it that the nobility or whoever has influence in the election? Because if it's an election, that means people have to vote. And if people have to vote, that means they're more likely to vote for somebody over somebody else. So, would the nobility accept a Tatar Khan as a Grand Prince? Probably not. And so that should be reflected, I think. I looked it up, it means lower. Lower Novgorod could also make sense. Is there a river called the Novgorod River? Because then that would make a lot of sense. Well, depending on where it is. What else do we have? 27. Is there a way to forcefully or otherwise make Novgorod pick a certain ruler? Not really. Could be an interesting peace option, though. It would be. 36. Should there be unique Russian clothing by the time of release, or will they be grouped together with the other Europeans? The same by release, but we'd like to have more clothing graphical cultures added later on. Yes, I think this is just like a time dedication thing. We can add granularity after the game releases, you know, DLC cycle and all that. Number 41, should there be unique Russian clothing by the time I just read that? Okay, number 54. Are all the advances of a nation always available, or can they be locked behind a choice of administration at the start of an age? Does Novgorod have late game content / content for forming Russia, or is it all early game since they tend to get killed by Muscovy? There's a mix, depends on each nation and each advance. Okay. There isn't any historical content after it gets annexed by Muscovy, logically, but it can get additional content by forming Russia. That makes sense. What do you think of the difficulty of disasters in Anbanar? They're not too bad if you're experienced. If you're not experienced, they kind of suck. But it depends on which one it is, like which country, and how difficult it can be, and what you want the outcome to be. But I think if you're like an experienced EU4 player, they're like a moderate challenge, which is good, because you don't want them to be super easy. And ultimately, I'll let you know after I go through that on my own disaster. Because I haven't done that yet. And if you know that they're coming, true. If you're prepared for them, then they're really not that bad usually. What do we have next? 69. Nice. Is the VHLA screenshot cut out? It's weird to have negative only for the ranking of the candidates. I'll show more of this with the other succession laws in the future Tinto flavor. Okay. 78. Could we get a start date screenshot of the estate's influence? Because the nobles seem to start with a lot of power with these various reforms. The boyars are quite powerful in Veliki Novgorod at the start. Yes, that makes sense. Next page. What does the book icon mean in the event option button? The historical option. Oh, that's nice. What does pop-based subject mean? Pop-based country tributary subject. Oh, right, so the country is pop-based. Some countries are building-based. That's the difference. $95. Ooh, a map. I love maps. In the building-based maps, it looked like there is some red in Novgorod. Is there building-based country in Novgorod? The Hanseatic League has some outposts there. What do you know? We have 101. Can you tell us the names of the SOPs that are tributaries of Novgorod? Here's the Manage Subjects panel. We have quite a few tributaries. County of Oreshek, vassals, a mix of tributaries and vassals. Okay, so the SOPs themselves are the tributaries. That's interesting. I think this is maybe the first time we've seen an actual interaction between a SOP and an actual pop-based country. Wait, no, these are SOPs are pop-based countries. Wait, what am I thinking of then? The location-based countries. Just hold on, let me go up a little bit. So the pop-based countries are the SOPs, and they're the tributaries, which I think means that they don't technically own land. But let me go back to the first page. Let me scroll up to the screenshot, because I feel like I might have missed something here. Okay, so we see these are the vassals, and these are the tributaries. But then why, in this case, why are they called SOPs when they're not SOPs? Isn't every country a pop-based country? No. Like banks are countries, but they're building-based countries. Army-based? Building-based, location-based, pop-based. I think those are the four. And pop-based are the SOPs. And so they're talking about like the SOPs being tributaries, but I thought these were the tributaries. Wait, no, I think these are subjects of not Novgorod, Muscovy. And you're just in a personal union with Muscovy. I think that's actually what they mentioned, hold on. Muscovy and the other countries with a similar color share a PU with Novgorod throughout their ruler. Okay, so these are not the Sops. I got confused, don't worry about it. So the tributaries are not those countries that we saw on the map. These are the tributaries. We don't actually see them on that map. The tributaries themselves are the Sops. Why not make estates countries while you're at it? The estates do have their own agency. They don't act quite like countries, but they do have some similarities. Like, they can build their own buildings. They don't own the buildings necessarily, but they build buildings that tend to give the estate itself more power. So like nobility estates will want to build more castles, because castles increase blanket nobility power, generally speaking. So we're not too far off from making estates their own countries. They do have their own interactions. Okay, what's next? 105. And some privileges makes them build specific things. I guess so. They're like capitalists in Vic. That's a good analog, yeah. Not just capitalists, but anybody who is able to do private investment. For example, aristocrats in Victoria 3, the ones that occupy the manor houses, they tend to want to build agriculture, right? That's their thing. They like to do that because it increases, like, I don't know. It's just it's the kind of thing that they just tend to build. They're not like huge on industrializing. They're more on like, oh, let's expand the cotton plantations or whatever, right? So they have a particular kind of building that they prefer to build, which tends to be staffed by more of them. So the aristocrats build more plantations, which gives you more aristocrats, which increases their power and their influence in the country, and so on and so forth. The capitalists have their own thing. So like, you can think of like the capitalists are kind of like the burghers, maybe. Maybe they want to build more trade, or I guess in Vic 3 it's more industrial stuff. The nobility are kind of like the aristocrats. They want to build more, I don't know, farms, develop land to give themselves more agriculture, for more power and that kind of thing. So they are kind of similar in some ways. I'm more thinking of Vic 2, but you know. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know, because I didn't play Vic 2, like, at all. Vic 3 is the only analog that I have. It's the only frame of reference. Okay, we have 105. Is the title of Grand Prince given to Kalita due to the fact that he's the Grand Prince of Vladimir, or because Novgorod is a Tier 3 tag? Both. Okay. That's a whole lot of reading. Okay, so the question is, why would I really care about playing Florence or Novgorod from reading these, I think. So what they're missing is, this is how you form Novgorod, Russia, and this is how it's different to play from Muscovy, Russia. Okay, so I think the complaint is that they're talking more about the starting situation and some of the things that could happen rather than the differences in playstyles, which is something that is more of a selling point. We can talk about like, oh, you get a unique building, oh, you have an event that happens, but how about like, this is how you play this specific country, and it feels different from playing a different country that's similar to it because of this or that. And the response is that they're trying to show us a country-flavored setup, and they don't really want to nudge us into playing a specific country or a specific play style, because these are the things that the players need to explore and discover when we release the game and they start playing it. Paradox doesn't want to influence people's playstyles for whatever reasons. I think also when you introduce a particular playstyle, or you encourage it, that it also sets up a particular expectation for that playstyle, or that it's how you're supposed to play. And I think they want to avoid that because they want to encourage player exploration when the game releases. Okay, we have two more to go through. 112 and 114. How impactful will the unique advances be? Matter of balance. Fair. We'll get there when we get there. Will it be a strictly bad choice to play as a tank without special advances? No, there are lovely countries to play without so much unique content. We've used them a fair bit, as they are really good to playtest base mechanics, as they are better on that than the flavorful countries. Good point. Wouldn't it make more sense to lock them behind culture and or location instead of tag to make historically less important tags more viable for the player? As in, if another Russian tag conquers the city of Novgorod and thereby gains access to the Northern Center of Art advance. There are also religion and culture locked advances. I guess it just depends on which ones they decide to make culture locked. And I think, in my opinion, that should be quite a few of them, probably. Alright, 114. Is Novgorodian colonization present in some way in the game? Colonizing the northern provinces is one of the most interesting things to do with Novgorod, yes. I don't know if that's supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing. If colonizing the north is one of the more interesting things to do. It's all comparative, I guess. We'll have to see where that bar lies. But anyway, gonna make a mod when the game releases that lets you make a national bank as a bank-based country with the option to play as them. That'd be cool. Culture-locked reforms and advances will be better for the game the more of them there are. Yeah, well, especially over nation-based ones. I hope the number 114 excludes the Russia experience. Yeah. Hopefully. Well, after that, it's going to be colonizing Siberia. It's going to be one of the most interesting things to do with Novgorod as Russia. Well, hey, at the very least, if they do actually make colonizing into an interesting mechanic, that itself is already a massive boost compared to EU4. Where colonizing mechanics are the least interactable, possibly most boring thing you can do. It's literally just like, okay, I need to micromanage a colonist to move from one place to another place, and I just need to like continue doing micromanaging. Like the colonizing in EU4 is literally just micromanaging. You click a province, you send the colonist. Oh, you have extra money? Okay, let's just take that colonist and put it somewhere else. And then we just kind of wait, and we put units on it, and we wait, and then it's done, and then we repeat the process about 100 times. Yeah. Sorry, when I hit my desk, it like shakes the microphone and it sounds weird. Alright, we are done with Tinto flavor number 3. Chat, it's only been 3 hours, to be honest. It's not that bad. 4 dev diaries in 3 hours. At this rate, we'll be done in 6 more. Maybe I should be faster. Tinto Talks number 48. Let's go through this one. Unions and regencies. We love those. A union is a type of treaty that happens when 2 or more countries happen to have the same ruler or when the rulers have a royal marriage. Functions like a defensive alliance. It will come to each other's help automatically if they are attacked, but laws can be added to them to change how the union functions. In previous GSGs, a union was a type of subject, but here they start as a common pact in the form of an international organization, where both partners or more all start at the same level. In this way, actually, we might get a historical version of the French Navarrese Union, where technically through succession law, Navarra was the senior partner to the Union, but in practice, it was obviously going to be France that held more power over Navarra. So that's an interesting way to be able to represent that. Is that you start off equal, and then through influence, who actually becomes the leader of the union? My bad, just slapped my desk again. A newly generated union only has the assured defense policy set up. And if you wish to keep the union stable and long-lasting, you need to increase the integration level by getting more and more centralizing policies. The union integration level describes how centralized the union is through laws and policies. Every member who is present when centralizing a policy, or when a centralizing policy is implemented, gets its level increased. With the final centralization policy, all junior partners that have the same level as the union get unified by the senior partner. Members who join the union later need to catch up on their progress to be integrated through the parliament. Okay, so we have the Muscovite Union. The Muscovite Union is led by Grand Prince Ivan Rurikovich. Members leave the union when they no longer have the same ruler. In order to unify the union, every member must have the same integration level as the senior partner. Members with a lower level must have their integration enforced through the parliament. Interesting. So we have the different members and we have the different factions. The different estates. Which I guess kind of have influence on the integration. The Muscovite Union at the start of the game with the opinions, estates, stability, legitimacy, and integration level of each member on display. I guess this is the integration level. At the top you can see the union-wide integration level, which is basically a counter for all of the centralizing policies combined. Oh no, this is the integration level. Yeah, never mind. If every member needs to have the same integration level as the senior partner, does that mean that you can just integrate immediately? Because the integration level is 0 for everybody. Let's see. In order to implement the laws for newcomers, you will have to use the Union Parliament, which represents an assembly of the Union, that calls in the ruling class estates of all members who have the already established laws not implemented yet. Calling the Parliament in the Union works similar to how you call it at the country level. However, the Parliament issue is fixed for it differently to a regular country Parliament. To pass the Parliament issue, you need to reach a minimum of 50% Parliament support, and to get support for it, you have to bribe one of the 3 ruling estates of any of the countries in the Union. How much support they give depends on their great power score compared to the total of all the member states that are called in the Parliament. In other words, in a union that has both France and Normandy in it, Bribing France's estates has a significantly higher impact on the result of the parliament than bribing Normandy's estates. That makes sense. Here we have the quadruple union for, I suppose, France, maybe? But here's Serbia. Members, agenda, parliament, okay. We love bribery, my favorite. They seem to be putting a lot of emphasis on the parliament. I think it's because they want to put a greater emphasis on internal politics, generally speaking. It's not like you're just pressing the, integrate personal union button after 50 years. Now you need to worry about the parliament because you have to worry about what the nobility in each country thinks. You need them to support the union and so on. Okay, here we have the parliament of the Hungarian Union with Croatia, which already has 2 centralizing policies implemented, and now has Serbia and Bosnia as newcomers in the union, with an integration level for each of them of 0. The members are sorted by the potential parliament support. Okay, because I was looking at this and I'm like, wait, what? Why is this? I thought this was France for a second. So I'm like, oh, King d'Anjou, Carolie, and I'm like, well, the A with the accent, I don't know if that's a French thing, but like that looks like the Carolingian. Wait, that's not even the Carolingian coat of arms. Never mind, that is the d'Anjou coat of arms. But I'm like, wait, Carolie. But then, yeah, the Hungarian flag. I should have known. Three potential bribes available for each member, 1 per estate. Once selected, you have the choice of one of several parliament agendas for that estate. You can bribe the estate. You can increase the opinion. Or you can lessen the levy obligations. Okay, so each time you do a bribe, it still reduces your legitimacy, it still costs you money, and it still gives that money to the country, but you can have like different effects. The bribe effect is set to reduce the legitimacy of your country and transfer gold to the target estate, and the cost scales with the integration levels the member state is behind, compared to the whole IO, and their great power score compared to the senior partner. Okay, so it's basically bringing them up to speed, I think. There are plans to diversify the bribes though. Okay, cool, more bribes. Once a member's estate is bribed, the country vanishes from the list for that parliament. Okay. Let's dive into the different laws that a union can have. We have centralizing policies, generic policies. To start with, every personal union has the assured defense policy. It is possible to replace it with 2 alternatives if you wish to have your partners not be involved in your defensive wars. I guess that would make sense if, like, it's if you use the France and Navarra thing again, you might not really need Navarra to join your defensive wars. It's fine. It's just like not a huge union anyway. Vote for possible offense. Members can be called to join offensive wars always. Bohemian Union, possible offense is enacted. Nobility, clergy, and burghers of all opponents of the resolution loses state satisfaction. Okay. So it just allows you to call union partners in. Okay. For some reason, when it said like vote for possible offense, I thought what it meant was like you establish a vote. Like each parliament would have to vote to actually join the offensive war. But I guess you can just kind of like call them in. Final generic policy is the one about the union contribution. The union needs a certain amount of gold. With the union contribution policy, a treasury in the union will be established where each member has to pay in. Okay. The gold in the union treasury is right now used to enact policies in the union or to call in the parliament. We have centralization policies. Establishes a de facto senior partner. The senior partner calls the parliament. Okay, it's also the member that can propose centralizing policies. The AI member with the highest great power score will try to enact that policy. Okay. Remaining policies revolve around standardizing the succession law, the government reforms and laws, the estate privileges, the cultures, and languages of the members of the after the senior partner ones. Finally, you have unification of crowns policy, which finalizes the centralization and lets the senior partner annex every junior partner who has the same integration level as the union itself. I'm assuming at that point it just ends the union. You integrate the other countries and the union as an international organization just disappears. Unless you have other junior partners of the union that do not have the same integration level, I guess. Regencies are when you have no legitimate ruler. Instead, you have a regent, usually caused when the heir selection produces no valid heir or when the heir is a child. In a monarchy, the consort may become the regent, but otherwise it is a character associated with the most powerful estate or even the overlord. Regency persists until a proper ruler is restored. Different kinds of regencies, okay. Nobles, if they have more than 33% of the power, I think that's for each of them. Interesting to have a peasant's regency. So they all make the one estate happier and the other estates less happy. That makes sense. So nobles, clergy, burghers, peasants, and then we have the overlord. When a country is a subject and has no ruler, the overlord's ruler may instead rule it as a regent. The subject gets a loyalty boost so long as the overlord's ruler is controlling it. Consort, very common one. Subject regency, when a country is an overlord and has no ruler, a powerful subject's ruler may instead rule it as a regent. Interesting. All of the other subjects are slightly less loyal, that makes sense. Interregnum happens when a country has no ruler. A temporary provisional administration will lead it until an official ruler gets appointed, which can be quick or take a long time. Okay, so what's the difference between an interregnum and a regency of one of the estates? I guess if no estate has more than 33% of the power. Because you do have 4 estates, and you have the crown. So that can happen. Election administration, when a republic has no ruler, a temporary one is assigned to rule it as regent until the official election can be held. Unique regencies like judicial conclave, Mamluk succession, papal conclave, Fratricide succession. Okay. The interregnums don't generate a character, I think. It'd be odd to have no character leading the country, but I guess it could happen. You just have like a council, maybe? Provisional administration. Extend the regency if you feel that your heir is just too incompetent and your current regent is really great. You can extend it by 5 more years for a mere cost of 20 legitimacy. I actually forgot that this was a mechanic that exists in EU4 as well. I haven't used it in so long. Because typically what I do, if I have a really bad heir, most of the time I just kick him out. So there's very rarely a time when I have a consort, and, you know, it needs to line up perfectly. You need to have a bad heir that you didn't kick out, and they need to be too young so that the regency happens, and then you need to try and extend the regency. There's always a chance, though, that a regent has had enough and attempts to seize power. I'm assuming they mean not the regent, but that the heir has had enough and attempts to seize power. Consort regency. Stability investment increases, counter-espionage decreases. Okay. Okay, what do we have for the responses? You can just throw the bad air out of the balcony, so it's rarely used. Exactly. Teach him to swim. Oh my god, that is a lot. Oh boy. Alright, let's try not to get too lost in the weeds here. I'll try not to spend too much time on each one, but we know how that actually goes. Number 7. Could Iberian crowns then be a union type? Mostly a side topic, not something we want to go into today as we plan to cover it in the future, but yes, it will be possible to have unique personal unions with unique features, and the Iberian Union is one of the plans. 19. Plans to represent theocratic personal unions, like with the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order and the Prince Bishoprics in the HRE. Not yet, they're focusing on a dynastical level, but eventually could be possible. Cool. 24. Will forming Spain require you to integrate Aragon through normal union mechanics? There would be the conquest and diplomatic paths to form it, and not necessarily being Castile plus Aragon. It could be Castile and Portugal, or a really powerful Navarra, who knows? In any case, with the new mechanics for senior partners, this also means that it is easy to portray an Aragonese or Portuguese-ruled Iberian Union. Okay. They will touch on that later, though. Alright, 30. Can you name your unions? Not currently, they are preset. With it being an international organization, does it mean you could technically be in a different one? And even to go as far where a union is in its own union under another union and so on. All personal union IOs get merged into one. You can't be in different PU IOs at the same time, however the levels of integration into the union will be different. Okay. So the union IO is always led by the same country? The senior partner might change. And that is also the country that calls the parliament. What happens if a subject's regent seizes power? Do they form a union, or is the subject integrated? If the regent seizes power and becomes the new ruler of a country, then the country leaves the union. Hopefully we'll have some kind of interactions that allow for reprisal. Like if you have a subject, or if you have someone who's in the union and their regent takes power. Wait, it's hard to imagine how would you have a union with a regent? No, I guess it's possible, but... If you have a union and a regency, that means everybody has a regency, but the regency could be different from country to country. Like you could have a noble regency in one country that's in a union with a different country that instead has like an interregnum. But they don't have the same ruler at that point. Maybe they... I don't know how that would work. But yeah, I guess it's just if you have a new ruler of a country, then they leave the union. That's just how it is. However that happens, that's how it works. There's a vote to determine the senior partner. Currently, the IA usually votes for the highest GP score candidate, although it can be bribed. Nice. It's why you have the option to centralize the same election laws. Oh yeah, that's particularly important for elections. Right. Like, you have a union, the ruler dies. Let's say it's between Novgorod and Muscovy. The Grand Prince dies, Novgorod elects someone else, and they leave. As for, like, specifically the regency, I wouldn't understand, but... yeah, like, that can happen. Because Novgorod, like, okay, the Grand Prince dies, we just pick someone else who might not necessarily be the line of succession in Muscovy. Which, if I had to guess, probably led to a lot of tensions between Muscovy and Novgorod. I feel like that actually did happen. '59. In the case of an overlord/subject regency, does that also create a personal union? No. Yeah, because they're not like the actual ruler, they're just a regent. Who gets to call the parliament while there is no senior partner determined? The parliament is disabled without a senior partner. Currently designed as the means to integrate the countries of a personal union, so you have to hold the vote first. I see. 79. How often can you call the parliament? How long does it take to get through the centralization process? Probably depends on the countries involved. Whenever there's enough money to... okay, it's just whenever there's enough money on the personal union international organization to call the parliament, that's when you can call it. There's no cooldown. That's a subject of balance, and it's a bit early to tell you the exact timing. Okay, hold on. Can you set the rate of how much you can contribute? Can you offer lump sums to speed things up if you're particularly rich? So it's a subject of balance. We don't know yet. Okay, 96. We already have scripted predefined ones. Not possible to have dynamic commonwealths, although it might technically be possible to create new flavor names and flags if done in a certain way. We'll think about it, okay. What happens when a Republican ruler of a tag inside a union dies? The Republic gets an event to select the ruler or heir of the personal union as its ruler to keep the personal union running. If it chooses a different ruler, then it leaves the union. That makes sense. Is the quadruple union a historical or dynamic name? Dynamic, we used it as an example of how it would look if an existing union at the start of the game gets into a union with 2 more countries. Okay. And religion, or is the same religion required to form a union in the first place? Good suggestion, forwarding it to the team. So is that a yes? Same religion maybe? Or same group maybe? Anyway, wanna wait? Can we get our personal unions to ally another nation that we don't? Oh, okay, yeah. So if a personal union decides to ally another nation, okay, so they have their own independent diplomacy. That's something that I didn't even consider, because in EU4, that's not a thing. They don't have their own independent diplomacy. I mean, subjects can ally other subjects. But yeah, I didn't really consider that. That would be a new dynamic. Your lesser partner Croatia decides to ally with Serbia, which was your rival, and you wanted to attack them. That is also a really good strategy. If you can manage to ally a junior partner to prevent a country from attacking you, that's interesting. It's almost like threatening to start a civil war if you're attacked. I don't know how that would actually play out in terms of like, okay, what if you do declare the war then? Does Croatia side with Serbia and leave the Union? Or do they stay with you? I guess we'll find out. That's a whole lot of reading. Would it be possible to have a type of union where a junior partner has their own ruler, something like a governor appointed by the overall ruler of the union? And it would make sense. There will be a follow-up response? Okay. Can religions other than Christianity be in a personal union? Yes, based. What happens to union contribution if a union gets split up? It gets distributed among the members, although if the only member leaves and the union remains with more countries, the treasury stays in the union? Oh, I see. If the union becomes centralized and only one country integrates the rest, it gets the entire remaining treasury, so based. Welcome back, Betseg. Skipped some yapping. You might as well miss just miss the entire stream then, at that point. The whole thing is yapping. Do you enter a regency when your ruler is physically far away, like in CK3, like if they're leading a distant war or even imprisoned? Not when in a distant war, no. It's an oddly specific response. Johan response. It really is. That's a classic right there. Okay. Is it possible for adult rulers to have regions as well? Well, yes, if you extend them. Some cases, yes. Okay. With the case of the republics, could one theoretically get their duke or whatever elected into one of the Italian republics and through these reform systems turn them into monarchies and eventually integrate them? This is something that is not really working now, but we would want to make it work. Cool. If, say, Austria is the senior partner in a union with Bohemia, will all future unions that Austria enters fall under the same organization and thus be subject to the same centralization, or will each union from then onwards be a completely different IO? I think they said they consolidate them, right? So let's see. They would be in the same union, but they would be in different levels of centralization. So you need to put additional effort for the newcomers into the union to get them to the same level of centralization. So it's all about the centralization. Didn't most unions IRL have a unified diplomacy? Like Great Britain or Austria-Hungary or... What even is the SN? Hold on. Okay, I don't remember that one. Sweden, Norway, oh right. Forgot they had a union. Yes, but I don't think they necessarily started that way. I mean, most unions would have a unified diplomacy simply because of the power of the monarch. And I guess it depends. Yeah, I don't know. Some of those were more nations than unions. Yeah. Like if you had two countries where the monarch had a lot of say, like there wasn't much of a constitution limiting the monarch's power, then if a monarch decided, okay, we're going to war, then the domains of that monarch follow them into war. Which would be a factor unifying the diplomacy. But if the nobles in a particular country have more power, then they might be like, actually, no, we're not going to war over this. You can go to war, and you can still be the king. But if we, the nobility, have the power to say, we're not going to war, then that's too bad. England and Scotland had very strong parliaments, and they had a unified diplomacy. Yeah, I mean, it can certainly work out in the end. I'm not saying, like, the nobles are always going to say, no. Or you can have, like, the unified parliament or something, right? If they both have very strong parliaments, there still has to be, like, a national parliament, right? You can have your local parliaments, but you still kind of need, like, a national parliament. Otherwise, there isn't really much of a unifying nation. You just have separate parliaments. Anyway, we're getting really hung up on this. Hold on. So I was gonna say, like, oh, we don't want to spend too much time on this one, and then here I am talking about, like, the power of independent parliaments within a personal union. Yeah, we're literally on Dev Diary 5, chat. We have 7 left to go. We can side table this, okay? We can just put this on the shelf for a bit. That would be a personal union with high centralization in this system. This is, after all, trying to show that progression. Yeah. Anyway, we have so many more of these things to go through. Let's keep going. What was that one? 130? Will there be some union formations that default to a level 1 centralization, or is it always something that must be hashed out? If you get integrated as the junior partner, yes, it's game over. Okay, so that was a separate question. I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. How much did I miss in those brief 2 and something hours? Well, about 3 hours, really. 2 Tinto flavors and 2 Tinto Talks. Next is 143. Can a union form between 2 or more republics that have the same ruler? Yes, it's a possibility. Based. We are so back, Bolivar bros. Alright, 148. Will certain historic unions have flavorful names? Of course. Nice. Is there an IO map mode? There's a button per IO that the player's country belongs to, and you can also check the different IOs you get to know through a sub-panel in the diplomatic panel. Map mode is not helpful in this case, as there can be many IOs overlapping at the same time, so it's better to look at them separately. Okay. No, that makes sense. What if you had a map mode that showed the coolest ones on the map? So you can show, like, your faction, kind of. Is supporting independence from the Union still a thing? There will be a way to support independence, although we're exploring 2 different options right now. Okay. The Union is dissolved when there aren't at least 2 different countries in it. That makes sense. Oh boy, that's a whole lot of reading. Okay. So you're playing Hungary, you have Croatia, integration level 2. You get Serbia. Well, you need 50% of support from the Serbian states to catch up, or just 50% of the states from the entire Union. 50% of all members which need to catch up. As in that particular case, it is only Serbia who needs catching up. Bribing their estates would give you 100% support. Good. If you have Serbia and Bosnia in the personal union and both needing catching up, Serbia is 63% while Bosnia is 37%, meaning you only need to bribe Serbia's estates. Suppose this union falls into a union under Austria. What will happen to the integration progress and policies? Will they stay the same? I assume you mean the Austrian ruler becomes my ruler, which, in that case, your union gets absorbed into a new one under Austria. Progress and laws will be lost. Though, as it is a completely new union altogether. So you can kind of just like chain unions together, I guess. You can get really big ones. Eventually we converge on the universal monarchy once again. It all returns to the universal monarchy at one point or another. Is there a dynamic system for naming personal unions? What if we fully integrate a union partner? Can we get Denmark-Norway or Austria-Hungary? There is an event for some pre-scripted name changes with flags. That being said, I could see adding something like that relatively easily. Nice. How is it determined which country is the junior partner? It's the proposing the law for seniority, I guess. Wait, whoever proposes it becomes senior partner? Interesting. Is it like a first come, first serve? I don't think so. That doesn't seem right. Would you centralize everything? Dissolves completely? Okay, cool. Unless you have... Well, yeah, if you centralize the union for all members and you absorb them, then the thing disappears. But if you get like... If you have like one member in the union that isn't fully centralized, then they stay in the union, the others get absorbed, I think. You propose it and then vote. Okay, so you still need to win the vote even after you propose the law. $179. Does this system solely affect countries that are ruled by the same individual or a royal marriage, or can it also apply to nations where a certain title is given to the heir apparent? Oh, I see. Wait, do I see? Maybe I'm blind. 1 second. So like if you have an heir that is the heir to both countries, but like let's say it's a situation where you have a king of a country and a queen of a different country, and they're married, and so their heir would become the heir to both countries. I think that's what they're asking. Maybe? I don't know, I'm confused by that question. Okay. Historically, have any non-Christian states ever been in a personal union? I can only think of the Ottoman Caliphate. We've done enough research of the year 1337 to get the knowledge that there's life happening outside of Europe, and we have 5 scripted non-European PUs as a result. This just in, the world existed outside of Europe 700 years ago? No way. This can't be. Do we have to deposit the money in the personal union IO always without exception? Can you refuse due to disloyalty? Or stop for a time? There's a slider on the contribution and there's a minimum payment to be done, but still a matter of balance. How is the senior partner decided? First, union vote available to select the senior partner, and when one country is selected as such, then the parliament is activated. Okay. Maybe you could use the union treasury to fund constructions and other things in union members? Based. At least let the senior member embezzle those funds. Bookmarking, so hopefully we get that. Okay, 4 more left. So is a partial unification not possible? Partial integration is possible. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, you can integrate the other countries that are more centralized and the rest are still in the Union. You need to pass all the laws up to the final centralizing one to unify. It takes some time. You need to have enough money. And you need to convince or bribe the members to pass them. Okay. What happens in this situation if you declare war on Serbia? Croatia breaks free and fights against you? No, it fights against you as a third party. Oh, that's a new one. There's a peace option to break the personal union with you. But if it's not enforced, then the personal union continues after the war. That is a bruh moment. A third party? Finally we get the Thunderdome of wars? Everyone versus everyone, let's go. Well, I think what happens is that they fight on the side of Serbia. I don't think it's a 3-way war. I think they fight against you, but they're still technically a subject, which will continue after the war, as they mentioned. But they can independently negotiate with you to break the personal union. Okay, that's great. That's great. Very cool. Thank you, Paradox. Alright, one more. 265. Any IOs that don't involve monarchies? Swiss Confederacy. What do you know? We want to make it a bit more standardized so you can have proper federations this way. Huge, based, enormous, massive W, etc. I like this. I like this idea of, let's make a federation. Let's all work together. We make the federation, we're going to be cool with each other. We're going to make unified diplomacy, etc., etc. And I like this a lot because Holy Roman Empire. You know how you can be part of multiple international organizations at the same time? Like when you're in the Holy Roman Empire, you're simultaneously part of the Catholic Church while also being part of the Holy Roman Empire. Well, let's add a new layer to that. What if you... Well, also, I guess there's the Hanseatic League, that counts, and the Swiss Confederacy, but it's like, what if we want to make the Confederacy of the Rhine? Let's do that. Let's unify our foreign policies, and let's be chill like that. A good federation-based integration and expansion. We love that. And that's actually the last one that we have to look at for this one. Didn't the Netherlands also kind of work that way? I have no idea. Also Hansa? Hansa makes sense, yeah. The Hanseatic League is like another... Wait... Or is the Hanseatic... Is it an international organization? Because they get to own buildings. Are they a building-based country, the Hanseatic League? I don't even know. It's a building-based nation that has subjects which own land? That's crazy. That's actually insane. You saw some of it in the Novgorod dev diary? Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh wait, they own buildings. So like... I guess countries can own buildings in other countries. Can IOs own buildings? I meant Hansa as in an IO, not as in a Swiss-like IO. Banks can only own buildings in other countries. Can they have subjects which are countries? Aren't banks and holy orders IOs? Banks are building-based countries. Holy orders are, I believe, army-based countries. I don't think IOs count as countries, so I don't think they can have buildings. Any playable country can have subjects. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I don't know. I don't remember enough of the previous dev diaries, so... Okay, let's move on to the next one, shall we? Mali, everyone's favorite start in EU4. Absolutely nothing goes wrong in EU4. This is actually 100 years prior, when Mali is kind of vibing. Alrighty, the Empire of Mali, ruled by the infamous Mansa Musa. Wait, infamous? Why is he infamous? I thought he was just really rich. What did he do? Inflation? Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense, actually. They hated him for being too rich. The man simply had too much money. Every rich guy is infamous. That's fair. But he wasn't just infamous for, like, having a lot of money. He's infamous for crashing the economy. Yeah. He's a little more than just that. He was simply too generous and caused massive inflation. The mighty Mansa Musa Keita of Mali astonished the world 1 decade ago when he performed his Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. Such an event was recorded by chroniclers and chanted by minstrels, and it served to establish his fame as the richest man as he spread his prodigality, gifting zakah, almsgiving, gold, wherever his long and luxurious courtly caravan passed by. This display of splendor may have reflected the richnesses of the Malian lands, after its empire expanded and consolidated under the Keita dynasty. However, one day Mansa Musa will pass away, and his successors may not find it so easy to rule over his very diverse holdings. He'd be a hero if he was around during the bullion crisis. True. Maybe he partially helped cause the bullion crisis. Because if you have massive inflation like what he did, then that kind of increases the demand for gold. And when you increase the demand for gold, you kind of, run the mines dry faster. But it's also like 100 years apart, so. He decreased the demand for gold everywhere? Wouldn't everything become more expensive and thus they'd have to mint more coins? Because of the inflation? But no, you're right, if he gives out so much gold, then materially speaking, there's an influx of gold. So then it would, decrease the demand for that. I don't know, that's a tough one. Because imagine, you're some dude in, I don't know, Andalusia. And you're like, man, the price of, I don't know, chainmail armor has suddenly gone up. I'm gonna need more money, more gold to purchase this. I require more gold coins now. I don't know, maybe I have no idea how this works, to be honest. Here are the lands of Mali. Oh, let me screenshot that real quick. Thank you, Pelias. Okay. Here's Mali, with one vassal, Jolof. Jolof starts over here, I think. So I'm assuming this is a SOP. A SOP vassal? I think? Pretty sure. By adding tons of gold to the economy, then the value of gold drops. When your currency is linked to the value of precious metals, its value also drops, causing demand for the coin to go down. Or something like that. Okay, so basically he just ruined the economy. I don't know if it had anything to do with the bullion famine whatsoever, but I'm gonna blame him for it anyway. Okay, government-related features of Mali. The crown, the Umara, the Ulama, the Wangara, the commoners. When starting government reform for Mali, the Manden Kurufa increases decentralization, increases cultural tradition, I forget what that does, and reduces stability decay. You might also notice that all the states start with a privilege with the same icon, as it is a similar one made to portray the religious diversity of Mali, a country ruled largely by Mande-speaking Sunni people, but with a fragmented but tolerant society. He basically did the equivalent of like Bill Gates dropping $100 billion on New York City. It would be awesome in my opinion, but also people would just start charging $1,000 for a coffee. I feel like the smartest thing to do in that situation would be to leave New York City with a bunch of money and go spend it all somewhere else. Going to nowhere for the Hajj, gives away metric tons of gold for free, destroys economy, refuses to elaborate, leaves, then dies. Anyway, we're getting really hung up on the currency thing. We still have like 6 of these to go through, chat. Alright, let's see. Tolerant society, protected faith of the Umara, conversion of nobles blocked. Okay. So the Umara has religious protections. I'm assuming the Umara are the, non-Muslim population, I think? Or they're the nobility that might be predominantly non-Muslim. Hold on, let me check this. A country ruled largely by Mande-speaking Sunni people, but with a fragmented but tolerant society. Okay. Oh, okay, wait. Because wait, the ulema in EU4 are the religious estates, so... Dhimmi equivalent, probably? Maybe. Okay, the second screenshot comes from a tooltip on the religious panel and shows the religious distribution of the country. We've already done the pagan split, but haven't yet incorporated feedback from the West African Tinto maps, nor reviewed the starting population. Okay. There are a couple of unique privileges for the Umara, the nobility of the country, that may be available later on after an event triggers. Office of the Farima Sora increases aristocracy. Oh, cheaper to build roads. Nice. Trade efficiency. I love building roads in any game at all. I love improving logistics by creating efficient pathways that people can take to transport goods and information and services. I love building roads. Road building just feels good. It does. Oh, this is the office of the Sankar Zoma. I was gonna say, like, wait, is this the same thing? But I just can't read, so it's fine. Okay, more progress towards aristocracy. That's a lot of aristocracy. Market attraction increased. Monthly rebel growth decrease. So giving authority to the nobility, I guess. Also starts with a couple of unique policies enacted. The first for the distribution of power, estate law, and the other for the levy law, military law. So we have the Gibra. Decentralizes the country, the nobles are happy and have more power, easier to add accepted cultures, and we have an additional culture capacity, okay. I'm not even gonna try this. Monthly progress to quality. Nobles are a little bit happier and have a larger levy size while also gaining more power. This seems like it would be pretty helpful early game. Mali also starts with 3 works of art. Oh really, the Great Mosque of Jenny was already created? I thought that was much later. Play City Skylines. Yeah, I'll boot up City Skylines 2, everyone's favorite. Isn't GB a single sound in some African languages? Like the tongue doing G and lips doing B at the same time? I could not tell you. I have genuinely no idea. There were expansions later onto the Great Mosque of Jenny. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up real quick. Oh, I also forgot to give patrons early access to the video that I said that I would give early access to like a while ago. Oops. Let me just quickly give that early access out real quick. Let me just make sure it's actually like the correct everything. It appears to be correct. Okay, nice. Me when I forget to give everyone early access to the thing that I need to give early access to. Okay, anyway, Great Mosque of Jenny. Construction. Originally built during the 13th century, it was rebuilt in 1906. Oh, what do you know? Wait, what happened to it? Wait a second. No other written information on the Great Mosque until the French explorer René Calais visited Jenny in 1828. Okay, what? Oh, it just wasn't maintained, I guess. A big flood happened. Oh, that would probably do it. That would probably do it. Yeah, because you can take a look at the photo when it is like, oof. Yeah, the photo they took of it in like 1893 is rough. It really did need to be reconstructed. I think the problem with Mali is they have the same problem that a lot of EU4 nations have, which is that it starts extremely powerful, so it might not be very fun to play. Well, let's keep looking. Let's see if they have like a starting situation or whatever happens. A unique advance, Korokan Foga, unlocks the Manden Kurufa, which is, wait, wasn't that one of these? Nope, never mind. Oh, wait, it's the government form from, here. Gold of Bure. Monthly inflation reduction, gold output. Let's go, we love gold. Mandakalu levies. Unique units. Which I have no idea how these compare. Not really worth looking at too much, I guess. Oh, wait a second. Can gain experience in order to be promoted to Ferrari infantry after Ferrari Corps. What do you know? Experience is shared by all Mandakalu units. Terrain impact, man. Okay, what do you know? You might know that the description of those 2 levy units refers to the Ferrari Corps, which is the following advance. cavalry power increase and allows for the regular regiments. So you transition away from the levies to the regular regiments, and you get these. Still don't know how they actually compare to regular units, but I assume they're better in some ways. They are the elite core of the military, okay. The Kelekon gives infantry power and allows these auxiliary regular regiments. This is actually so much stuff for Mali. These are auxiliaries though. So I'm assuming they have higher food storage. They are slaves who accompany the Kelekon, and they're soldiers as carriers of their military equipment, okay. The Sofa levies grant yet another unit and 2 more buildings. What are these, like 7 units that Mali gets? Get the Mande Kalu levies. That's those 2 units. Then the Ferrari Corps, which gives you 2 more units. And then the Kelekon, which gives the Jono auxiliaries, that's a 5th unit. And then you get the Sofa infantrymen for 6th unit. Ah, okay. So these buildings are specific. These barracks can use slave soldiers. That's what's unique about them, I guess. And the Sofa infantrymen are actually the slave soldiers. Okay. Oh, here we go. Someone was concerned about Mali being too easy to play? Tune in, because here we have the narrative content. This event will trigger while Mansa Musa is still alive as an announcement of the potentially harsh time to come. The zenith of the Mali Empire. Okay, during the reign of Mansa Musa Keita, the Mali Empire has reached the pinnacle of power in West Africa. Truly blessed by Allah, the great Mansa has ruled Mali with strength and wisdom, and even has shown the great wealth of the empire to the rest of the world during his Hajj. However, the wheel of fortune cannot turn forever in our favor. Crown Prince Magan Keita has never been of great significance, and the empire is facing social issues with so many diverse cultures present in the state. Only time will tell what might happen to the Mali Empire. Corbett tried to read a unit description challenge impossible? Reading me? So, you only have one event option. You start off by gaining legitimacy, prestige, and money. But you might become subject to the decline of Mali disaster if the legitimacy or stability is too low while a weak ruler is in power. Oof, that looks hefty. You get the decline of Mali, minus 50% estate satisfaction. Plus 0.5 stability decay, minus 0.2 monthly legitimacy. Brutal. How do you end that, actually? So you make sure you have no rebels. Ah, so either you completely collapse, or you have to do all of these. So basically having no rebels, being at peace, having a ruler, 90 legitimacy, more than 15 stability, and a population greater than 700,000. You get a bunch of nasty events. Fragmented Realm, okay. This event allows you to start playing with Songhai instead of Mali if you select the third option. Okay. If you overcome the disaster, you get a reward in terms of prestige, stability, etc. Nonetheless, besides the disaster, you can also get nicer events while playing as Mali, such as some about the development of Timbuktu. Very cool. And that's it for this one. Okay, I think I have the responses open real quick. Let me get a drink real quick. Okay. How many states break away during the decline? Besides the breakaway countries coming from regular rebel mechanics, there are unique events for Tuareg, Fulo, Kaba, and Songhai splinter countries. Okay, so there's a problem with the inflation due to gold reliance factor. There have been some recent changes to how inflation works in the game. Okay. We'll get to that at some point then. They haven't reviewed the setup feedback suggestions from the Western African Tinto maps, so there might be more vassals. Are all the unique units of Mali unlockable in the Age of Renaissance? Yes, as this period is the zenith of Mali's military power and also a gameplay tool to fight the decline of Mali and its consequences. Wait, what? The Age of Renaissance is like quite a bit after the start date. Oh, the zenith, not the height. Wait, that is what zenith means. So I think what they're trying to say is like, during the decline, they want to use the unlockable units as a gameplay tool to fight the decline. Maybe that's why they don't unlock to start with, I don't know. Will more special units have access to this promotion system? Will generic units have access to something like this as well? Currently not, it's something unique in the game, but it is scriptable, which means it could be expanded, and that is also modding material. Cool. Could the Gbara Council perhaps fit as a parliament for Mali? Yes, and because it was created before they created the parliament types. Okay. Can you give us the starting screen of Mali like you did with Jolof? Oh, here we go. Nice. The idea is that they are a reward for making it to the Renaissance and are strong enough to possibly help you reverse it. That makes sense. What was the reasoning behind giving Mali a specific disaster for a period of internal political decline? Which parts did you find that Project Caesar wasn't able to capture just by giving Mali a weak ruler and letting the regular systems play out? The country evolved from being the mightiest sub-Saharan empire in 1337 to becoming a marginal country 2 centuries later. This is such a strong historical narrative that fits very well with our nudged historical flavor content, also creating an interesting and different game loop for some years. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think it's fine the same way that they have the Red Turban Rebellion is going to be like a disaster for them. For, Yuan. Like, you could just use the regular rebel mechanics for the Red Turban Rebellion, I guess. But I think it's fine to have, like, at the start, these unique ones. Sorry, I had something caught in my throat at the end there. For the unique ones, I think it's fine to have these at the start, at least. This feels a bit like there's a disaster just because there was a downfall in real life. What was the actual reasoning? The dynamic triggering conditions are: if your stability is really low and your legitimacy is less than 95. And your ruler needs to be an adult, or their admin needs to be less than 50 in each category. Okay. So, like, the disaster doesn't even automatically trigger. It could trigger if you let stability go down too much. After the disaster is triggered and functioning, you can get several events about court intrigues, pretenders rising, social changes, and breakaway peoples. So I think the disaster is more to create flavor for the decline outside of just the regular rebel mechanics, maybe. Strong nations starting with problems is fun in my opinion, makes them far more interesting. I mean, yeah, so either way they would have problems. The question is more about how you model them. Do you want to use the in-game systems, or do you want to create something like a disaster that is unique for the country? Like, could you accomplish everything that you wanted to do with a difficult starting situation, but without a disaster? And, like, maybe, but it wouldn't be as interesting, I think. I say it's also possibly because big nations inherently cannot collapse in player hands. Well, that's an EU4 metric. I see what you're saying though, players are going to be more competent than the AI, so like maybe the decline just wouldn't really happen. And so adding a disaster is something that will kind of force a player into the decline. But then you look at it and you're like, well, the player isn't even forced into the decline. You just need to like have enough stability and you're kind of okay. I've yet to see a Paradox game where it's not true. I mean, yeah. But as Paradox games become more complex. Well, actually, a lot of them don't become more complex. But this is a huge step in complexity, I think, so. Project Caesar is, I think, a level of additional complexity that we have not seen in a new Paradox game title in a long time. From what I hear, Hoi 4 was simpler than Hoi 3. EU4, well, I don't know. I don't know enough about EU3. Victoria 3 and CK3 are the ones people talk about the most. I think Victoria 3 especially being one of those. I don't know. EU4 is on par with EU3, just different. I think this is a great answer to my problem. I wouldn't play Mali if it was just strong and easy. This gives you something to do and feels like a reward for success. And there's also a path, theoretically, to navigate around the disaster and never having to interact with it at all. Just keep your stability high enough. So I don't know if that's exactly what we want. I don't know. Once again, we return to, we'll find out. Okay, move on to 69. Nice. What's the tribal succession law that Jolov starts with? Something for tribal countries, we'll talk about it in the future. Okay. 81. Will Mali's struggle to assert full control over the extraction of gold be represented somehow? There's a gold field in Niani, but after that the control of your locations that produces gold decreases from 58% in Siguir, 2 locations away from the capital, to 10% in Diawara, 2 locations away from the border of Jolov. These numbers may change as they are subject to constant review, but my point is that it will require effort and resources to assert full control and to get the gold fields to produce at maximum capacity. That's another thing, you know, you start off playing a country, it's not even necessarily going to be super powerful, like you still need to invest a lot into the infrastructure and developing the country. Like you don't start with the level of control that you do in like EU4, for example. So even if you're a really big country, you have to fight your factions. You may not have all that much actual control over the country. You might have rebel groups and all that stuff. I'm thinking it might actually make like starting as a larger country more interesting, even if you don't have disaster content. So why would I want to play as Mali? Sell it to me. Being the mightiest empire of sub-Saharan Africa. Why say Africa like that? Of sub-Saharan Africa, developing and colonizing the surrounding lands, earning huge trading profits while also ruling a very culturally and religiously diverse population and facing a challenging disaster on the go would be good enough selling reasons for you. Works for me. And then, of course, when you play Mali, you have to colonize Brazil. I don't make the rules, that's just how it is. Well, it is nice to have so much unique content from Mali, and in particular the unique disaster. I hope this game also has a generic disaster. I think they mentioned those, yeah. During the scope of this game, there were many empires that went into decline and ultimately collapsed. Not just ones that declined, but ones that, you know, they rose and then fell. Which is something that doesn't really happen in, like, EU4. Especially not to the player. But that's because I think... I don't know if you can get a lot of people behind the idea of putting like 20 hours into a campaign and then you have a huge disaster that turns you into a rump state and then you have to like decide the future of your country from there. CK3 players are built different, man. Like they can handle that in a way that I cannot handle. Anyway, yeah, natural decline, that would be cool. Okay, right. There were multiple, okay, it's kind of interesting that they're like, oh, it's all very interesting and informative, but doesn't ask why it happened to Mali. Well, As they decide to link, Wikipedia is free. But I guess what they're trying to get at is that, like, you can just have all the things that happened historically happen through the game mechanics outside of a forced disaster. Saying hi real quick, then starting the stream from the beginning. Hope you all have / had a wonderful day. Thank you, Solafar. And good luck. Watch on ×2 speed. Alright, 90. I haven't finished reading this Tinto flavor yet, but I have a question. Why does the fact that the nobility has religious freedom increase their power and not just their satisfaction? Because you can't directly convert them to another religion if you want, and for that you need to revoke the privilege first. So I'd say that it translates well in game terms to an increase in their power. I guess so. Okay, our economy though is used to a constant influx of gold and is more difficult to inflate. What is the source for this claim? If you increase the money supply without a corresponding increase in available goods and services, you're going to have inflation. Did Mali have a magic economic system? Yeah, I guess it would be more about like the fact that gold was exported. Like, it's not just currency, it's like... Yeah, they're not just like mining the gold and turning it all into coins. Like, the gold is also a good in itself, right? You export the gold. Wasn't salt their most valuable commodity anyway, at least in their own eyes? Well, I mean, yeah, because when you compare... I don't know specifically about salt, but it would make sense... when you consider that, like, salt is actually useful, it has a use for stuff. They're doing the thing you said, going other places to buy stuff. Yeah. And it's not just like... Yeah, no, that's basically it. Their economy is used to, like, okay, we're gonna, like, buy a bunch of gold. Or not... We're gonna make a bunch of gold stuff. Or we're just gonna, like, mine a bunch of gold and then export it and trade for other things. Within its own economy, if they just minted coins and that was it with the gold, yeah, that would add like a ton of inflation. Because that's just like making currency. But gold, because it's a physical good that has other uses, unlike stuff like bills, it can actually be used for other things like jewelry and stuff like that, and it's like a prestigious item. It has export value as well. Yeah, treating gold as a product, not just a currency. Also, about the salt thing, yeah, that would make sense because salt's, like, actually useful. I think you kind of see that in a lot of places where gold is, like, very abundant. Where they don't really use gold as much as, like, a currency, or it's, like, not as valuable as it is in places where gold was more scarce. Like, gold was still important to the Aztecs. It was still really important, like, religiously and for other things. Like, they had a giant treasury with a bunch of gold in it, right? Much to the pleasure of the conquistadors. But they didn't really use gold as, like, a currency as much. They used other things. Just like anything, it loses its novelty when it's everywhere. Yeah, I guess so. Although, we still like shiny things. It doesn't really lose the value of being a shiny thing. Okay, where are we at? 120. Info on the University of Timbuktu. Okay, so someone's saying that there's evidence that he already died by 1337. There is a debate about 1332 or 1337. We decided upon the most commonly accepted date of 1337. So people love bald men who polish their head? Yes. Okay. How much diversity should we expect for Africa? Will most African kings be decked out just like early Mansa Musa, with the Muslims getting Musa's new fit? I guess they're talking about like the clothing choices on the models. Good example of how we can adjust clothing through the script of the game, as in the first screenshot, Mansa Musa was using the sub-Saharan African character and clothing models, while in the second we're mixing the sub-Saharan African character model with the Middle Eastern clothing model. Okay, to differentiate culture and religion at a glance in the Sahel or India. The crown of the ruler might also be different from being an emperor or a king, etc. Okay, nice. Yeah, just look at Northern Lion, exactly. Shiny head objectively better than not shiny head? Yeah, if you're bald and you're not polishing your bald crown, then what are you doing really? If someone can't see their reflection off of your head, then you're not doing it right. Okay, chat, we have what is that? Six more of these to go? Yippee. We're halfway done? God. I need to go through these faster. Halfway through. Oh my god, it's been 4.5 hours. Okay, let me go do that. 9-hour stream confirmed. I'm gonna try to like make it not a 9-hour stream, maybe. Maybe. Okay, we have diseases, my favorite. Severe smallpox outbreak. I love smallpox. Okay, that's a lot of dead people. Like a considerable number. 2 types of diseases: environmental, which does not spread through movement of trade nor movement of people, and those that do spread. A disease does not just infect the pops in a location, it can also infect armies. Interesting. Each disease has many different attributes, all of which can be complex calculations, and it's a very flexible system entirely modeled through script. 10 if we're lucky? Okay. A chance for it to spawn each month, how often the disease processes, or how fast it ticks, how quickly it spreads to other pops, how it spreads between locations and pops, how quickly it stagnates in a location, how many pops and or soldiers die or become resistant to each tick, how many pops and or soldiers die each tick of the above. What? Okay. The mortality for characters, how quickly resistances decay, how much presence is needed before it spreads to adjacent locations. If you want specific pop types affected, like if it affects like the commoners more than the nobility, that kind of thing. When diseases are present in a location, the resistance to it builds up, making further outbreaks less effective. Pops, locations, and subunits can have resistances, so if pops move around, they bring diseases they have with them that they themselves might be immune to. Likewise, a unit carrying disease may spread it to any locations it travels through. Oh boy, it is going to be an interesting situation in the New World. Okay, we have some diseases in Saint-Marcellin. I assume that's French, maybe. Presence 50%, resistance 35%. So they have resistances to different diseases, okay. So we have specific preset diseases. This isn't CK3. They are their own specific set diseases. The bubonic plague. With the default options, this will happen in 1346. Oh right, I forgot about that. That minor thing that happens. Spreads relatively quickly, and the mortality rate for pops is between 30 and 60%. Dear God. Alright. Cool. Very neat. Of course, it spreads like wildfire. Very neat, very cool. Great Pestilence. This will spawn in the New World whenever someone from the Old World colonizes a location and spreads from there. It represents the collection of diseases that the European colonizers brought to the Americas. It can and will spawn at multiple places. It doesn't impact pops from the Old World, as they are immune to most of these. It has a gigantic mortality effect, killing between 75% and 90% of all pops. Apocalyptic levels of disease. It is going to be tough playing in the New World. This is going to be devastating. We don't get to have our fun Aztec playthroughs anymore. You're playing the Aztecs and all of a sudden 80% of your population just dies. Oh boy. Malaria. An environmental disease that is pretty much permanent in most sub-Saharan Africa. I think it should be more than just Africa. Malaria is also, where am I thinking of? Some parts of Southeast Asia, maybe? Or maybe... Well, I think malaria is, like, technically everywhere, but we're talking about, like... Specifically, they want it in sub-Saharan Africa the most. Yeah, I think malaria kind of spreads like everywhere to different concentrations. There will be regular outbreaks that can kill 10 to 20% of the populations that do not have resistance in a location. Which means if you're playing as a country in like sub-Saharan Africa, you're gonna have a lot more resistance to it, right? Probably the strat might be to spread it in your country ASAP to build immunity and start rebuilding population before the Europeans arrive. Could be. Could be. Like maybe when you're playing in the New World, one of the best things you could do is like try to invest a lot into any kind of medical infrastructure. Literally anything possible at all. Anything you can do to reduce the mortality rate, anything you can do to like boost resistance growth, literally anything. Okay, then we have typhus. Fun. Outbreaks will appear in the areas of the Old World where one of the 3 types of typhus are endemic. It will spawn in forest, woods, or jungle locations, spreading from there. You know, one question I kind of have that I never really understood is that, like, during the Columbian Exchange, were there not any diseases that came back from the New World? Not really? That's what's always seemed kind of weird to me. It's like you'd think there would be a couple of diseases. Like it also goes the other way, right? The New World didn't have a lot of diseases because they didn't have as many domesticated animals. Oh, a lot of them came from animals, I see. Syphilis is from the New World, okay. CGP Grey has an excellent video about this. I should watch that. Okay, so it was about, like, animal domestication, I guess. Maybe if you play in the New World, you should be allowed to make new and inventive diseases. Maybe if you manage to domesticate some animal species, you should be allowed to invent new diseases and spread them back to Europe. Okay, anyway. Low spread rate for typhus, but the mortality is between 4 and 40%. Influenza will not appear in the Americas until the Great Pestilence has ravaged the continent fully. I imagine that's because influenza is one of the diseases in the Great Pestilence. Disease-based country when? Yeah, you've all been fooled. We're not playing EU5. Hop on... oh my god, what's that game even called? Plague Inc. Haven't thought about that game in years. Okay, so influenza kills, on average, about 1 in 1,000 people, so not incredibly lethal when you consider, like, you know, the up to 90% of the other ones. Measles, fun. Bit more deadly than influenza, at twice the rate, but not significantly. Smallpox. Just a little one. Will not appear in the Americas until the Great Pestilence has ravaged the continent fully. Between 5 and 30% mortality. Okay, very cool. Okay, there are ways to reduce the impact of disease in your country. First of all, there are medical advances in most ages, and there are also buildings you can build. First, we have the hospital you can build in any town or city with at least 20 development. Plague resistance plus 10%, that's... Hey, it's something, I guess. Character life expectancy, increased plague resistance, okay. Medical schools after the scientific revolution. %33% plague resistance. Oh, that one was actually kind of short. Okay, what do we have? Number 49. No, that's the Dev Diary number. 51. Institutions do spread through trade and pomps. Okay, cool. Is there anything stopping me from exiling my undesirable rulers and heirs to the malarial jungles of West Africa? Why would you want to have a regency and possible civil war? Fair point. But what about, like, the really undesirable ones, you know? What if you have, like, 3 sons, and the oldest son just happens to pass away? That wouldn't cause too much of a regency or possible civil war. That wouldn't be too bad. The book Gray used for the video Guns, Germs, and Steel is very controversial in anthropology. Oh, I'm familiar with that one. I'm familiar with that book. It is, it's a book of all time. It has some good parts to it. Some not good parts. But yeah, anyway, if I get started on Guns, Germs, and Steel, we'll be here for another, like, 4 hours. Something Rosenkreutz. That was a good Rosenkreutz video, yeah. I watched that one. Okay, next we have 70. Guns, Germs, and Steel live reading when? I would do a live reaction to the documentary. Because I have like a few bones to pick with the documentary. A couple that I won't get into today because then I would go on my whole rant. But I would be more inclined to tackle the documentary first, because I remember when I was in middle school, I had to watch that documentary. And so on the grounds of it being used as an educational tool in geography classes, or at least mine when I was in the 8th grade, I feel like it is even more important to hold it up to scrutiny, because it is the method with which most people actually interact with that. Like, more people are going to be introduced to guns, germs, and steel through that documentary than they are through reading the book. Example A, through the classroom. Anyway, we don't have to get into that. Number 70. In the most affected countries breakdown, could we get a relative percentage of the total population column? You always see your current population at the top of the screen, so... Wait, what? I don't know, what does this reply mean? You always see your current population at the top of the screen. So you can just see that it decreases. He's saying you don't need the exact number as you will see it. Is that what he's saying? Because this guy's asking for, like, a relative percentage. I don't think this has to do with your population. I think it has to do with, like, other people's populations. You're like, oh, I want to know that it killed 20% of this population. More than wanting to know that it killed a certain number of people. So you can calculate the percentage. You could calculate it, or it could just be, like, given to you? I don't know. Dropping here, have a good day. Thanks for being here. The Stalin DLRP. Thanks for joining us today. I'm not a Johann scholar, sadly. We need our best academics on this. Okay, how does the game check whether pop is old world or new world habitant, thus affect the disease accordingly? It knows where the culture is from. I suppose. I would be interested to know how they decide to do cultural assimilation then. Can you start biological warfare and infect the whole world with it, including Greenland? I guess we'll never know. 93. So the malaria death rate for colonizers who have no resistance will be 10 to 20%. After all, this is a major deterring factor in the colonization. I put the numbers between 10 to 20% at every outbreak. So the frequency of outbreaks will have a huge impact on it. Let's say you have like 10% die at one outbreak. Another year passes, another 10%. Another year passes, another 10%. You know what I mean? I think that's what he's getting at. Wait, you can make diseases? Hold on, I need to read this. That looks awful to endure as a country, but great to play around as a player. You mentioned it's really flexible and uses scripts, so I assume new diseases can be modded in. Is it possible to have diseases with only positive modifiers and or mechanics? That would be so funny. Not that it would make a lot of sense in a realistic setting, but something like increased productivity for pops if they're infected. You can make diseases that are insanely unique, yes. Based. Does this mean Africa will be off limits for Europeans? I don't think it would be necessarily off limits. It'll just be very difficult and you'll be wasting a lot of money and it won't be worth it. Does the bubonic plague need additional mechanics to resolve itself? All diseases, unless otherwise scripted, eventually disappear. That makes sense. So they've set the parameters in such a way that eventually resistance will overcome the prevalence of disease. And the disease will not necessarily eradicate itself, but probably just kind of like diminish to manageable levels. So in theory, I can use my armies to wage biological warfare? Yeah, but rather inefficiently in most cases. Okay, guys, I have a new idea. We're gonna get this guy who died of the plague, and we're gonna strap him to a catapult. And then we're gonna send him over the castle walls. We'll take the city within 2 weeks. Honey or beeswax represents all apiary goods. Okay. 121. Say goodbye to all your Aztec, Mayan/Incan empires. It's like an apocalypse. Apocalypse? They could have made a movie off of that. Maybe with the title in Spanish or something. Maybe they would have called it Apocalyptico or something. Or Apocalypto, rather. Wouldn't that be crazy if they made a movie like that? Wouldn't that be crazy? Okay. Although it's funny because that movie actually has like nothing to do with the actual disease. Like I actually did watch that movie. It has like nothing to do with it. Okay, 125. Could you say what your intention is regarding balancing frequency of these plagues? Okay, do you intend the outbreaks to be frequent enough that the player will have to learn to live with it? Or will they be rare enough that they will cause, oh my god, every time they appear? You should see minor plagues several times each century. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. How does colonization work then? How do we colonize Brazil and Africa if every European will die and hospitals protect only from the plague? Brazilian colonies were not really in top malaria areas. And what part of Africa was colonized in large amounts before 19th century by Europeans? This is gonna be the way of being like, yeah, you want to do a world conquest? Good luck with that. You want to play as Spain and colonize the Congo before the 19th century? Good luck. How about you cure me by giving me early access? If only. Can I intentionally spread diseases to my enemies? Move your armies and do trade. Lovely. Is this how sake and other types of rice wine will be represented as well? Okay, this is a completely unrelated thing. Bit skeptical about letting you skip the Black Plague. Seems like the world state would be very difficult to balance if you had to account for scenarios in which Europe either does or does not lose 60% of its pops. We don't test for long-term balance on it. Oh, yeah, like you... Okay, so in the game setup, you can choose to not have the Black Plague. That is to your own your own consequences, okay? Like, you don't want to play with the Black Plague? Okay, maybe the game won't be balanced then. It's probably going to be balanced around the Black Plague existing and doing its thing. You don't want that? Okay. Just don't complain about game balance then. Uh, 168. Do you think location average literacy could add some disease resistance, as a lack of awareness could lead to diseases spreading while knowledge would let you know what to do and what not to do when it comes to preventing or containing an outbreak? All depends on what you read though. I mean, that's true. Wonder if it locks you out of achievements? I don't think they're going to lock achievements. I mean, they kind of unlocked achievements for CK3, right? Vic 3 as well. I don't know if they're even going to lock achievements at all. What do we have next? Oh boy, oh, that's too much reading. Okay, the Tsetse fly? Oh boy, okay, so they're talking about cavalry and maybe diseases that affect cattle and horses? Okay, you might have noticed that we only have one endemic disease so far compared to several epidemic diseases. This needs a bit more work to make it fully functional, but we'd like to add more endemic diseases if possible. Okay. More diseases based on locations, yippee. Very cool. What was that, 216? Okay, we move on to 291. Does the plague resistance from the hospital and medical school only affect the bubonic plague or other diseases? All diseases, sure. 292. What determines if an army becomes infected by disease, and what are the immediate consequences? Are the chances increased by certain actions? Yes, that would make sense. Can you weaponize a plague by taking your infected army and marching it through enemy territory? Yes and yes. The drawback is that your soldiers will die. I mean, hey, they're gonna die either way. If they're infected with the plague, I might as well walk up to the nearest city. It's all the same. Should be named to disease resistance. Oh, true. They just called it plague resistance. And when we talk about, you know, the plague, it's like kind of a specific thing. Yeah. Okay, chat, only 5 more to go. Can't be that bad. Aragon, yippee. Time to overthrow the king and establish a peasants' republic. Aragon stands proudly as a significant power in the Western Mediterranean region thanks to its maritime prowess, diplomatic weight, and flourishing trade networks. The stabilization of the Kingdom of Valencia and the ongoing conquest of the newly created Kingdom of Sardinia and Corsica may ensure it a dominant position in the seas. However, despite its relative stability, challenges loom on the horizon. To the east, the Kingdom of Mallorca changes... Sorry, is that Majorca, maybe? Kingdom of Majorca faces economic difficulties, and its ruler's animosity towards King Pere IV the Ceremonious might convince him to act foolishly. In the peninsula, the threat of the Crown of Castile is more and more real as the Reconquista comes to an end. To the north, the Kingdom of France has consolidated its domain over the Languedoc in the last century. How would the young King Pere IV face the challenges to come? Will he focus on the Mediterranean Sea and rule the waves from Barcelona to the Holy Land? Will he turn around and claim dominance over Iberia? Or will he try to get revenge from the Battle of Muret in 1213 and recover its ancient holdings north of the Pyrenees? This guy has excellent martial ability, or whatever that's called. The lands of Aragon. Nice. Andorra spotted. Let's go. Also, Majorca owns that. That's kind of weird. In the starting diplomatic situation, the Kingdom of Majorca being a vassal and the military order of Montesa being sponsored by Aragon. These are the lands of the Order of Montesa, which is a building-based country. The first screenshot is what you see when you hover over the country flag in any panel, while the second is the building-based country map mode. Both show in which locations the order is present through a building. Cool. And there are also some Florentine bankers present in Barcelona and Palma. Start with the Crown of Aragon. More plutocracy, more sailors, more trade capacity, higher expected navy size. Interesting. It's another unique one that portrays the traditional fueros used in most of the Pyrenean towns and cities for their government. It's unlocked by a functional culture group called Pyrenean, shared by Aragonese, Basque, and Gascon cultures. Right, because a culture may belong to multiple culture groups. Right. This gives you more satisfaction with the estates, more possible government reforms, and legitimacy. Besides those, the nobility of Aragon starts with this unique privilege, which is one of the most important cornerstones of the realm. General privilege increases power of, I suppose, the aristocracy, maybe? So more progress towards aristocracy and free trade, as well as legitimacy. Oh, thank you, Pelias. Okay. Maritime policy, Consulate of the Sea. Progress towards naval, trade efficiency, and trade advantage. Have some works of art. Cool. More stuff. Monument. A statue. Unique levy unit. The Almogavars. Light infantry, quick-moving warriors, frontier defenders, and foot soldiers. Also found employment as mercenaries in Italy, the Francocratia, and the Levant. I haven't thought of Francocratia in a long time. That's the, wasn't that the name for a particular region in the Byzantine Empire ruled by Normans? Or am I crazy? Francocratia. A period in Greek history after the Fourth Crusade when a number of primarily French and Italian states were established by the Partitio Terrarum. Oh, so it's just like a... Okay, I gotcha. And then we have related to the former... Esperta Ferro. Army morale increase. Okay. Unique land unit, Catalan crossbowmen. I would open up the previous dev diary to compare stats, but I really don't know if I can be particularly bothered. We're gonna play the game, and then we're gonna be like, oh, it's like an increased 0.25 movement speed or something. I don't know. It's why the tags in EU4 have French cultures. Oh yeah, when you play Athens, it has French culture. Or does it have Italian culture? Might have Italian culture, actually. Secure flanks initiative? What does this even mean, chat? Unique naval unit, the Catalan galley? Okay. Ah, yes, the Catalan galley with improved stats for... Yes. It's an improvement. So CK3 MP when? I'm still trying to figure out when I'm going to actually have the time to go through all of the things that I already committed to from the subathon. Because I'm looking at that list and it's kind of daunting. But I will get it done, even if it takes more than like this year. I will definitely get all of it done. Maritime presence from fleet ordinances. We have Urmensa. Maximum RGO size plus 10%. Oh, that's actually really useful. Damn. Valencian Golden Age. Prestige decay, maximum literacy. We can hire some people as artists. Cool. Narrative content for Aragon. An event chain that can trigger early on about the fate of the Kingdom of Majorca. Their ruler is rebellious and disrespectful. Very cool. We could use the fact that they mint their own coin despite it being illegal under Aragonese law to bring King... That would be kind of Spanish, kind of, right? So it would be like King Jaume the Third to trial. Okay. War of the Aragonese Union. That may trigger in case that Jaume, Peter's younger brother, is no longer the heir. Okay. So this guy could attempt to put himself on the throne, I guess. He was expelled from Valencia, barred entry into Catalonia and Zaragoza to prevent the spread of his poison to other nobles. Okay. War of the Union. States are upset, stability decays, monthly legitimacy loss, stability investment cost, monthly rebel growth increase, and to fix it, you need to either be in a civil war, or have the Union privilege, or get rid of all the rebels. Most important institution in the Kingdom of Aragon, the Justicia. Mediator between the crown and the estates, okay. So kind of like a parliament. Dude was poisoning nobles? No, I think it's like some kind of ideological poison. Is what they're talking about. I don't even know what this dude's actual deal is. Now I go to jury duty. Take care, guys. Have fun? Question mark? Maybe? Enjoy? Okay, we can decide to give in to the demands, or we say no to that. Alright. Who's legitimacy? We got the Justicia de Aragon. Increases progress towards decentralization. The nobility are happier. Cool. All these states are happier. Parliament-based support. And we lose crown power in the Aragon area. Not all are troublesome, as some more pleasant may trigger. La Lotia de la Seda. Or something like that. No, it's Spanish, so it wouldn't be Lotia. It would be like Lota? Maybe? Okay, so you can have the bourgeoisie start doing more bourgeois things or something. You increase your societal values towards capital economy away from traditional economy. The two L's are a Y sound, though. Oh, I just butchered it completely. So it's La Iota. Though it's Catalan, not Spanish. Okay, I'm cooked. Oops. Building type. Burgers get more power. That's a lot. Trade advantage increase. Silk output increase. Very cool. Alrighty. We have number 21 to start with. Okay, shouldn't Andorra be a vassal of Aragon and in a personal union with Foix? Maybe. Okay. Oh. Too many words. So should Aragon be made into a composite, unique personal union? I talked about it a lot, but they would lose the political granularity that the king exerted in the kingdom. Right, because when you have personal unions, they aren't actually controlled by you. Okay. Aragonese monarchy was much stronger on the administrative level than Castile or France. Maybe in the future they can develop more granular PU policies, maybe. PUs are completely moddable, so it will stay possible to have a mod with the crown divided into 3 different countries. Apparently it's pronounced Yocha. Interesting. Content for the Catalan Civil War. Oh my god. 5 hours have been taking a toll on me, chat. I currently have content about the Ramensa War. They want to expand it. Okay. I have no idea what that is, chat. No streamer energy drink? Actually, no. Now that I think about it, I only had like a cup of tea today. And I don't even have any energy drinks on hand. I would have to like go and make a whole coffee, and I'm not doing that. Only 5 hours more, true. Almogavars is a naval levy? What is a naval levy? Land levy, but the tooltip just marks it as like a land/naval levy? Okay. There can be naval levies. The transport capacity being 25, it means 25 units or manpower? Units? If I remember correctly? Okay, I don't know. Will there be a disaster for the Republic, later Principality of Catalonia, to revolt from Aragon as it historically did in the 1640s? We will have something about as segadores. Okay. What about making the general privilege true to its description by requiring Parliament to approve wars to declare them? It would be a big handicap for Aragon, and we already kind of portray that with the generic Parliament mechanics. Since you can ask it to get a CB, although no CB is best CB, true. Will the reforms as presented here be tied to the tag or primary culture? Some to the culture, other to the culture groups, others to the tag. And currently areas can't be renamed, literally unplayable. No worsening quality Tim Hortons iced coffee. See, that's the thing, I don't even buy the Tim Hortons iced coffee. Tea does have caffeine at least. I mean, that's true, but not very much. I can also feel my voice getting hoarse. How do people who stream like 12 hours every day do it? Well, I guess I did that during the subathon, didn't I? Now that I think about it. Practice? I guess so. But I was like dead after the subathon, so... Okay, Aragon's primary culture is Catalan. Aragonese is integrated at the same level as Catalonia. Or Catalan, I guess? Okay. If I'm playing Aragon and I conquer or vassalize parts of North Africa, is there a mechanic to allow me to recruit some of their unique naval units for my standing army? Depends on how each unit is scripted, but in general we favor unique special units over Pokemon hunting. Okay, but you know, the Empires did a whole lot of that, didn't they? Gotta hop off now, see ya, Core, but thanks for stopping by, Cole. I appreciate it. Okay, 77. Does it mean that Aragon will have content for unification of the Occitan territories? Not really, since it's not historical, but it's a hint for the player to immerse them and maybe set some off-road objectives for their gameplay. Alrighty. Mehmet famously wanted a red Gyarados. So true. King Louis XIV wanted a Soul Rock, because then that would make him the Sun King. Alright, where are we at? 80. Published in 1490, not 1440. It's dynamic. Okay. Nothing regarding Aragon's expansion in southern Italy. Naples was the capital of Aragon for a while? That's crazy. Dynastical ties with Sicily might be good to establish a good relationship with them, and it also has a high chance to be one of the main contenders for the Italian Wars. Okay. Am I correct to assume that Aragon can be split into Aragon and Valencia, depending on the outcome of the Civil War? Yes, might be possible. Okay. Is Zaragoza or Barcelona the Aragonese capital? Barcelona, main residence of the royal court since the reign of King James I. Iberian royal courts were mainly itinerant, which is something that we can't really portray with the current game mechanics. We haven't stolen that CK3 mechanic yet. No content about the Knights of St. John yet. They haven't shown all the content, so ignore the Castile stuff and Naples. This person is saying that they think Castile is going to win them over rather than Aragon, in terms of like playing them, I guess. Because Castile likely has a better chance of crushing and integrating Portugal in the early game than Aragon does. Castile's a monster, but it will have to deal with constant internal troubles since early in the game. That Reconquista wasn't without its consequences. Number 99. Are the book icons on the event options signaling what occurred historically? Yes, that's what they talked about, I think. 119. Is Catalonian part of the Pyrenean culture group, though? Aragonese is an accepted culture of the country, giving it access to the reform. Oh, is that how that works? Okay. Is a lot of the flavor locked behind a specific tag? Most of them should be locked behind culture/localization of the country, government reform, etc., but not the tag itself. Depends on the type of content, situations are widespread, advances are a mix of country, government, religion, sometimes culture, and events are usually tag related. In general terms, there's more content for the great powers of the period, so a way for a French miner to get more of the content is to end up reforming France. Classic. And finally for this one, 138. It should be represented as a personal union. They're probably talking about Mallorca, if I had to guess. Iberian crowns should be represented as a personal union. Oh, okay, yeah, they're talking about the same thing as earlier. Like with the, with Aragon and its centralization, and not having the 3 separate kingdoms. Went through 3 dev diaries in 1.5 hours. Who are you and what did you do to Yapper bit? I've been evolving, improving my speed over time. By the time the game releases, I will cover each dev diary in 15 minutes. Alrighty, next one. Formable countries. This might actually be the most interesting part of today's stream. His yapping efficiency went up. I unlocked some new reforms. Okay, formable countries typically represent historical unions and conquests. Some represent aspirations that never materialized. Generally speaking, the vision behind formables is to offer role-playing and historical immersion, and support player fantasies rather than modifier stacking. It will change your country name, national flag, and map color, so while you may unlock some content, such as advances or other minor unique content, the tag change is often the goal in itself. Spain gets some unique advances in the later ages, but not all do. Rather than your country changing automatically every age, you achieve it by completing certain objectives. Usually, you'll need to control a certain percentage of a predefined set of locations. For example, Scandinavia needs 75% of the locations in the Scandinavia region. There's typically additional requirements as well as your primary culture belonging to a certain culture group. Forming Spain also requires you and all the independent countries in Iberia to be Christian, as it is thematically closely tied to the completion of the Reconquista. Iberian Muslims have the reverse rules for forming Al-Andalus. Some are directly tied to actions in international organizations like the Holy Roman Empire or the Ilkhanate. Formables also have a tier that represents their natural order of precedence. You can only form countries that are the same or higher tier than you. This is a good change rather than having endgame tags, in my opinion. For example, England tier 2. It's tier 2? Yeah, okay, you can reform England, I guess. Play as Cornwall, form England, let's go. Can form Great Britain tier 3, but Great Britain cannot form England. AI will only form countries that are a higher tier. Welcome back, Fic 3 tiers. Just a button that says form new country, let's go. 3 settings to the relevant game rule. Only historical formable countries, so countries that actually existed during the game's time period. All plausible formable countries, which is the default. Which gives you access to, for example, Germany and Italy. I think this makes the most sense. Allow ahistorical formable countries. Aspirational or fantasy countries which can be formed. Examples include the North Sea Empire, based, and Europa, tier 5. That's insane. Not least because there are 5 tiers. Yeah, imagine being boring and having it on historical. Imagine being a killjoy with absolutely no whimsy in their life. This is it, guys. We found it. We found the Europa Universalis. And it's tier 5. EU5 confirmed, guys. Some countries have different flags depending on the exact manner in which they are formed. For example, this variant of the Union Jack with a dominant saltire when you start as Scotland based. I think that's cool. I like how they do that in Vic 3 as well. Flags are actually really cool, and no one can convince me otherwise. Okay, you get to form Russia as, I don't know who this is. Some part of me wants to say Yaroslavl. Maybe. Russia's a tier 4 formable country. Unify the Russian culture group. I don't know what that actually means. Perm? Oh, maybe Perm. Form Prussia. Ah, okay. So it's not just about like having the right amount of land. You need the clergy to have less power. The nobility needs to have auxilium et consilium. The clergy needs to not have powerful dioceses. And you need to not be a military order. Interesting. You become a monarchy, gain devotion, which I assume turns into legitimacy, and you become a kingdom. Form Celtica. Oh, we're going crazy with it. Oh, hell yeah. Some exist to fulfill common player fantasies, but only appear if the player chooses the in-game rules to have the less historical ones. Chat. You know I'm going for the ahistorical formable countries. Who in their right mind would not allow these to form? Yes, I would like to have less fun, please. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, hold on. Before we take a look at the list down there, okay? What do we have? Form Celtica. You need to belong to the Celtic group. Allow ahistorical formable countries. Why would this even, like, pop up? If I disable the rule, then just, like, don't even tell me. I don't want to know what I'm missing out on. You need to have Celtic traditions, Brythonic language, and you need to have 175 locations. Or provinces. Is that locations or provinces? Might be locations. That's a lot, though. Current list of formable countries. Oh my god. Chat, it's enormous. Okay. Okay. Let's start at the low tiers. We need to work up. Work up to this. Okay. Silesia. Nice. Saxony. Nice. Sardinia, Pomerania, Northumbria. All the stuff that you can expect. Nassau, Mossy, Mecklenburg, Mazovia, Beja. Bavaria, Ayer, Ulster, plausible. What do they mean by that? Connacht, 1, plausible. Was Ulster not a real thing? Was I gaslit by EU4? Wales, Tibet, Switzerland, Sweden, Serbia, Scotland, Prussia, Poland, the Netherlands, Nepal, Navarra. Wait, formable? Navarra? Okay. Ireland. Wouldn't Ireland technically count as plausible for this time? Like this, also, yeah, Albania. But for this part of history, wouldn't Ireland count as plausible the same way Germany would? Or Italy? Because it, like, didn't happen, but, like, was plausible? Ireland was a junior partner of England? I guess it was, like, the entire Kingdom of Ireland, I guess, maybe? I'll have to brush up on my Irish history. Holstein, the Golden Horde, Georgia, England, Bahamas. Bahamas? Do they mean like Bahmanis? I think they mean Bahmanis. I think they forgot to type a lot of them, maybe. Ayutthaya, Austria, Armenia, Albania, which is very funny. Maya, plausible, that's fair. Livonia, plausible, fair. Jerusalem, plausible, okay. Greece, plausible. Aotearoa, plausible. What on earth is it? Hen Ogledd? That seems very Welsh to me. The two D's at the end of this makes it seem very Welsh to me. Hold on. Are my Wales detectors working? Meaning the Old North is the historical region that was inhabited by the Brythonic people. Okay, so that makes sense. It's the Brythonics. In the early Middle Ages, now northern England and the southern Scottish lowlands, alongside the fellow Brythonic Celtic kingdom of Elmet in Yorkshire, spoke a variety of Brythonic languages, which is closely related to, if not a dialect, of Old Welsh. The people of Wales and the Hen Ogledd considered themselves to be one people and were both referred to as Cymru. So my Welsh detectors were working. Kind of. Carthage, very funny. Africa, I figure, probably refers to Roman Africa, like the province. Which would be basically the same place as Carthage, in terms of location. Yamato, which is interesting, to just, like, have it called Yamato. I mean, that's the name of the ruling dynasty in Japan. That's, like, ruled kind of like forever, actually. Like, the whole time. But to name the country Yamato was something. Leith will be very happy with Carthage, yeah. 2 Sicilies. What about 3 Sicilies? The Timurids. Spain, Sokoto, Siam. Siam separate from Ayutthaya? Rajput, Punjab, Poland, Lithuania. What about Lithuania, Poland? Checkmate. Wouldn't Yamato imply emperor rule? It would, yeah. So, like, if you just abolish the shogunate, I guess. Assuming that they have some kind of game rule that makes it so that Japan has a permanent dynasty. Which probably isn't that hard to do. Anyway, we have Mexico, Maratha, Manchu, Congo, Inca. I think that you should be allowed to call it Tawantinsuyu if you would like. I think there should be like an option to change that. Maybe they did say that already. I don't know. Hausa, Gujarat, Great Britain, Ethiopia, Delhi, Deccan, Bengal, Banten. I don't know what Banten is actually. Westernmost province on the island of Java, Indonesia. Okay. Shan. Of Germany's in the same tier as Manchu and Ruthenia? Yeah. Scandinavia, Ruthenia, Malaya, Italy, Germany, Egypt, Canada, shout out, Arabia, Al-Andalus, North Sea, Latin Empire. I mean, it wouldn't be that ahistorical. I mean, there kind of was a Latin Empire, kind of, right? You know, it kind of existed very briefly. It wouldn't be that ahistorical, I think. Also, it's weird to me that the US is a tier 4, but the other colonial formables that we've seen so far are only tier 3. Like, we've only seen Mexico and I think Canada, then tier 4 is the US? Well, I guess it's because for a Canada formable, they probably only have, like, Ontario. Like, basically the Laurentian corridor is probably what they're going to consider for a Canada formable. Like, you probably don't need all of BC to form Canada, is what they mean. Yeah, it's probably going to be like an upper and lower Canada situation. Which is maybe why it's a tier 3. But then you have, like, all of Germany's a tier 3. Germany's a tier 3, and so is Canada. Interesting. Hudson Bay Company, my favorite formable. Mexico can form the United States? True. Alright, what else do we have? Russia, Rum, the Mughals, Mongolia, question mark? I hope they mean, like, the Mongol Empire specifically. I think Mongolia existed a little bit after the Mongol Empire. Iran. Ilkhanate. Byzantium. Did they kill my Byzantium? Like, what happened? Don't we start with Byzantium? You can reform it as Athens, probably. Oh, you're right, to reform it. That makes sense, yeah. Holy Roman Empire. Plausible. Hindustan. Plausible. I want to know the story about why this is plausible. Well, I guess because the Mughals had so much control, and the Mughals are a... Wait a second, the Mughals are tier 4, though. If the Mughals are a tier 4 and Hindustan's a tier 4, then you only have, like, one choice. You can't form Hindustan as the Mughals. Okay, whatever. And then there's one tier 5. Well, okay, right, we have Rome as well, of course. And then one tier 5, Europa. Okay, now we need a tier 6, which is the world. Non-Muslims can't form Mughals, probably. But Hindustan would be the name of a Muslim-ruled country in India, wouldn't it? The other one would be Bharat? At least whatever EU4 has told me. Europa isn't actual Europa, it's the world. Always has been. Tier 6 Ulm. You can form nations of the same rank? No, only AI doesn't? Wait. You can only form countries that are... Oh, okay, same or higher tier. Okay, never mind. I lied, chat. Okay, what do we have for these? Can't imagine there's gonna be too much discourse other than people asking like, please, 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 please. Like, please add this country in, please, 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 please. Thank you, Pelias. Okay, we have the first page, number 41. That's convenient. In the text, you say that England is tier 3 and Britain is tier 4, but in the table, it's tier 2 and 3. Right, they fixed the table. Or the text, rather. The table was correct. Are there any advantages to being a higher tier, or does it only impact the tags you can form? Tier is purely to prevent you from forming lesser tags. Based. I can work with that. Why no UK? Because UK is additional flavor for the Great Britain tag. Yeah, tags and names and flags are all loosely related, but not set in stone. If you're playing as the Great Britain tag, you can call yourself the UK if you want to. Probably through some kind of, I don't know, parliament thing. I don't actually know why it's called the United Kingdom today. I don't even know why that changed. But I'm sure something happened. Probably Hindustan and Bharat are the same tag, different names. That's what I would guess at this point, yeah. Like, or maybe different cultures too. So like maybe if you form Canada as like a, French primary culture, then maybe you could just get like renamed to New France or something. Or Quebec. Maybe you just get called Quebec at that point. That could be it. What are we at? 59? Yeah. What is Africa supposed to represent? It represents the reformation of the medieval Sicilian Kingdom of Africa. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. For the tier that it was, yeah, pretty much the Roman province of Africa. Or, I guess, the medieval Sicilian Kingdom of Africa. 64. Shouldn't Germany be on tier 4 as well? Together with the HRE, it's this way so Germany can be a stepping stone towards the HRE. Interesting. They could make it the same tier though, right? Like you can still form the HRE if it's on the same tier as Germany. If you can form any country that's on the same tier or a higher one, why not make it a tier 4? But the AI won't? I think it's actually kind of fine if the AI forms Germany and not the Holy Roman Empire. Some part of me says maybe that should be mutually exclusive. They feel mutually exclusive to me. Brazil should be a formable if you break free as Veracruz. Oh yeah, we had like a distinct lack of formables. Hold on, let me scroll up a bit. A distinct lack of colonial formables. Like, okay, we got... I'm not gonna make that joke. We got the Canada, United States, Mexico zone. And then like that's kind of it. Like, there's nothing else? There's no Brazil? Or am I crazy? No Brazil? No Gran Colombia? No Central America? No Rio Grande? No Hispaniola? No Brazil? Not even a Cuba? No Australia, true. We got Aotearoa. Probably butchered that. Hold on. Like, we got Hen Oglev. But we didn't get, like, an Australia tag? Like, no Brazil? We got Aotearoa, but, like, no Australia tag? Aotearoa is probably Maori tribes, though, not European? Yeah, but, like, I'm talking about the colonial tags as well. Like, there's something in New Zealand, and there's nothing in Australia, is my main point. Also, nothing in South America outside of the Incas. Unless I missed something. I don't think I did. I don't think I mentioned Egypt. Or Malaya. Let us know which ones you'd like us to add. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's not a complete list. Alright, chat, if we all work together, this list can triple by release day. Okay, 99. Does this mean Irish tags can form Great Britain/United Kingdom? Anglo-Irish tags, yes, as they are part of the British culture group. The native Irish culture cannot form Great Britain, and that's where Celtica comes into play. Let's go. Okay, we have 120. Welsh belongs to the Celtic group, so can we change this? No, cultures do not dynamically change their groups. What it should say is your primary culture belongs to the Celtic group. Okay. Shouldn't Denmark be reformable? It would make sense as an achievement to get the old Estridsen dynasty back by starting as Schleswig and reforming Denmark. I might lose my citizenship, but I agree. Okay, 365. Oh, I love when people start with, is there still this nonsense? That's how I personally love to start questions. Spam them about Vinland, true. Unironically, I'm not even joking, they should add Vinland. Is there still this nonsense of Lowlander English culture and Highlander Celtic culture? I think I could accept it so long as one of the two is one of the hybrid cultures keeping them in the same group, either Lowlander English inside the Celtic group, or what I would prefer, Highlander Celtic in the English group. The Scottish cultures belong to the following groups and languages. Scots is part of the British and Scottish groups, English language. Highland is in the British, Scottish, and Celtic culture groups, Gaelic language. Norse Gael is in the British, Scottish, Celtic, and Scandinavian culture groups with the Gaelic language. I feel like Norse Gael might be like broken or something, I don't know. Norse Gael max formable run, exactly. Hold on, what can you speedrun with that? You get British, Scottish, Celtic, and Scandinavian? Okay, what can you do with that? Okay, I'm not going to scroll through the entire list to see when I get there, but, hold on. Which one was that? I've lost it already. That's 120. That's 365, that's the one. So basically Norse Gael, let's form... I assume you can form Scotland, I'm not going to check. But basically, we do Scotland, and then we do Great Britain, and then we do Celtica, and then we do Scandinavia, and then we do Europa. Let's go. Huge. Shouldn't the formables depend instead on percent of development in required regions instead of literal location count? We thought about that kind of thing, using development or population to give locations a score towards country formables. It became more difficult for players to understand what they need to do to achieve the goal though, and also it could lead to a weird situation where the player makes Denmark super developed and then can claim Scandinavia without even setting foot in Norway or Sweden. I feel like you could kinda do both. You could lower the amount of location requirements. Hear me out. Have certain locations be a requirement. You want to form Scandinavia, you're not doing it without Oslo. You want Scandinavia, you're gonna need Stockholm for that. Also, a certain percentage of locations. And also, a certain amount of the development / population. So that you can't just so you still need certain locations. You can't just snipe those locations because you still need to have a high enough population. And you can't just use the population and those locations. You'll still need to... Yeah, you still need to have a certain percent of locations. I think you could do all of them, really. So certain locations, a certain percentage of locations, and a certain amount of the population and development. Your nation can be weak and still proclaim a flag and identity. That's true. Well, here we go. Why are most Latin American republics missing despite achieving independence prior to 1837? There's only Mexico. We're missing Brazil, Peru, Colombia, Central America, Rio de la Plata, just to name a few. Would also be nice to have Quebec, Louisiana, California, and Texas as well. A lot of colonial nations will naturally be called that way and don't need to use the formable system. Oh, that's actually a much cooler way to do that. That actually makes a lot more sense. Like, the reason why America is a formable is because it's like significant number of colonies. Like, there are more... Yeah. No, that actually kind of makes sense. Because if you gain independence as an American state, or like, let's say you're playing as... How would you even do that, actually? How would you play as America? Because I don't know how colonies work. Or at least I don't remember how colonial nations work. 13 colonies as a colony name, US if it goes independent and forms it? I was thinking like, what if only some of the colonies rebel? Again, I don't actually know how this is going to play out, but what if you're playing as like, I don't know, name me one of the 13 colonies, because chat, I do not remember any of them. What's one of the big ones? Virginia? Is that one of them? New York? Okay, let's go with New York. Let's say you're playing like New York. And you're like, let's do a revolution. Wouldn't that be fun, guys? Let's do a little bit of let's make the ocean a really big cup of tea. Okay, let's do that. How about we do that? And then only some of the colonies rebel. Fun fact, this happened in real life too, because there were more than 13 colonies. It was just like those ones that rebelled. But yeah. What if you don't get all of them on board? So then you get to call yourself like, I don't know, New England or something. And I think I'm losing the plot and I don't exactly remember what I'm doing. The main point is that to form one of the larger ones, it's because it's like multiple regions, multiple colonies. Which is why it also makes sense for Canada. Mexico's an interesting one. I'm not quite sure what would differentiate Mexico from Brazil in that case. Dynamically named international organization that can form the United States, that would be fun. I think it would be pretty cool if instead of like, yeah, you know, forming the US during independence, what you do is, yeah, exactly, you become a new international organization, or even a form of personal union, actually. A form of personal union, the way that they've described the mechanics, would make a lot of sense. You all elect the same leader as you know, the president in the personal union, and then you elect the senior leader, and then, you know, you kind of all integrate together into the United States, or a federation as they talked about. I think that's what they meant with the personal unions. That was like the point, right? Where it basically creates a federation system. Bolivar moment? Exactly. Anyway, it's a nice little inclusion here. Also, here's a hot take. I think you should almost never see California colonized in the time span of the game. Okay, maybe someone will get to own it. But like, unless by Asia, yeah. If I'm playing EU5, and the California Gold Rush happens in 1580, I'm gonna be a little pissed. What do you mean the island of California is perfectly accessible? The island of California? The huh? California Island in Missouri. Okay. Unless that's an accidentally different joke. Oh, they thought California was an island because of the Gulf? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, chat, you know what? I think we can speedrun 3 dev diaries in the span of like an hour and a half. It should be easy. Bohemia. I wonder if somebody has made a game about Bohemia recently. Wouldn't that be cool? Oh yeah, a charming place that's worth setting video games in. The lands of Bohemia are a territory inhabited by the Slavs in the heart of the Germanic Holy Roman Empire. After a long period under the... I'm not even gonna try. This dynasty, the the Luxembourg rulers, may tighten the ties the country has with the empire, although King Jehan the Blind de Luxembourg is more Francien than German, having been educated in the royal court of Paris. Keeping both the nobility and the common folk satisfied under a foreign king and navigating the political intricacies of the Holy Roman Empire will prove a hurdle for anybody. Fortunately, Bohemia is a strong kingdom, but will it succeed in its ambitions? The lands of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. I love my Balkanized Silesia. Starts in a very interesting diplomatic situation. War with Bavaria, cool. Oh, never mind. Rivals, enemies, which are rivals chosen by the player. Oh, sorry. Rivals are the countries chosen by the player. Enemies are the countries that chose our country as a rival, I see. Embargoes, wars, embargoes, subjects, and alliances. Okay, diplomatic map mode. I think that's winnable. Pretty winnable looking war, to be honest. Bohemia starts with a unique government reform, the Bohemian Commonwealth. And accepted culture cost reduction, culture capacity, cabinet seats. That's a lot, actually. Couple of unique estate privileges, inaugural diplomas. Makes them happier, but reduces maximum tax for the nobilities and the nobles' levy size. So more privileges for the nobles. EU's Teutonicum is a privilege for the commoners. Represents the German settlements across the country. Non-cultural levy size, okay. Maximum tax for peasants reduction. Noble estate status. Okay, so the nobles are not as happy. The commoners are happy. Okay, cool. Privilege can be coupled with the invite German settlers that we mentioned in Tinto Flavor 1, right. As a side note, the Parliament of Bohemia has a flavor name. Cool. Unique advances of Bohemia, the Wagenburg. During the Hussite Wars, our armies relied on wagon forts. Cool. Auxiliary. What does it really do, though? I guess it just like gives you more coverage or something? I don't know. Early tanks. Thank you, Pelias. There's just a sturdy cart with gun ports. That's pretty cool, actually. Bohemian Crystal, nice. Bohemian Thaler. Prestige, glass output. Income from minting. We love inflation. Hussite Wars, the thing you've all been waiting for. Jan Shelivsky. Yes. Okay. Petitioning for expanded rights and the absolution of several Hussite prisoners by the city's council. The Z with the little thing of it is the French J. I thought I tried. Wait, didn't I? I thought I pronounced that correctly, didn't I? Like, Zhelivsky? And is it John or is it Jan? Jan, maybe. Too soft? Zhelivsky. Final offer. Okay, two options. We convert to Hussitism. 50 influence over the Curia in defense of Hussitism for 3 years. Papal states don't like that. Or we can prevent the Hussite wars. And everything gets really, really bad, actually. Cool. If the player selects the first, Bohemia will convert to Hussitism. Like all at once? just like that? Instantly? Okay. Reduced auxiliary maintenance cost. Monthly religious influence. Pop promotion speed. Pop conversion speed. Hussite world conquest when? Okay, the Pope will be able to declare a crusade to restore Catholicism in Bohemia. That is a bra moment. Hussites were nearly the entire population. Okay, so my question is more like, why would everyone just convert to Hussitism all at once? Wouldn't you start with Hussitism everywhere? Maybe you do, actually. Maybe it pops up, and this is what it looks like, and then you accept, and it doesn't really change that much. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. This represents most of the Catholic population. The country is Hussite now. It's been a long stream, chat, okay? Just cut me some slack. Okay, the Hussite Wars. Pope Benedictus the 12th, 115 years old. Absolute mad lad. Forced conversions, demand nobility donations, pastors, burghers, prepare their defenses, align with the moderates, align with the radicals. Defenders of Bohemia. I think those are all Silesian tags. And then the Teutons, maybe, and Luxembourg, I think. Yeah, we have some Moravia in there, too. And what is that, Wallachia? No, that's not Wallachia. I don't know who that is. Oh, it's a template of how the situation will look when triggered organically, okay. Apart from the side of the situation, Defender of Rome and Defenders of Bohemia and their respective leaders, there are a few actions that can be performed by Bohemia through the situation. Forced conversions. Okay. Prepare the defenses. Every location will gain prepared defenses, and if possible, a casa will be constructed in the province capital for minus 90% of the base cost. Sheesh. We change societal values towards defensive, that makes sense. Align with the moderates. Improve the opinion of everyone around you, pretty much. Neighboring countries will be less likely to join the war against us. That seems like a good idea. What happens if you align with the radicals? Everyone loses opinion of you, you promote the radicals, and everyone wants to kill you. I don't know why you would take the radical option. I feel like if you mess up, you should be forced into the radical option, maybe, but I don't know why you would want to take that. Well, maybe if you swap to Hussite and you want to lose? Because when you refuse to swap to Hussite, then bad things happen. But what if you swap to Hussite and you say, okay, I'm gonna let them win so that we convert back to Catholicism with fewer issues. But then you're kind of banking on the AI being nice to you and only converting you. And they might do a little bit worse than that. Anyway, conditions that end the situation if Bohemia is Catholic. Hussite victory if it's been 360 months, so 3 years, and you're at peace and you're still Hussite. Dynamic historical events. Maestas Carolina is an event that unlocks a unique policy of the same name for the legal code law, if selected, which increases centralization, decreases noble satisfaction, decreases noble's power, decreases the distance cost to the capital. You have the University of Prague. More towards innovative, okay. Gain research progress. Crown of Bohemia. Oh, you just like change your name? Yeah, okay. And you get a crown. Oh, and then just like beer. Okay, nice. Brewery in... I'm not even gonna try that. Cool. Crown of Bohemia is correct, actually. That's the official legal name at this time. Oh, look, Pilsen, famous for that beer. Oh, that's where it... Okay. So is that where the term, like, a Pilsner comes from? That's a type of beer, isn't it? Yeah. Originated in the Czech Republic in the 1840s. Nice. All modern beer is a Pilsner? Are lagers Pilsners? A Pilsner is a lager, but not all lagers are Pilsners. Okay, I don't think I'm not into beer enough to get into that conversation, maybe. Pilsner came with the purity. Okay. Where are we going to? Number 20? Will Bohemia have some formables inspired by alt history? Not currently. They gave us Great Moravia in EU4. Can't you just, like, copy-paste that? Or, no, there's a different name. You know what we should be allowed to have? Zapadoslavia. I don't know. Great Moravia seems more reasonable. Because we literally just have that in EU4. 31. Okay, we have the ability to restore a dynasty as some countries start being ruled by other members of it. Okay. 38. Great Moravia wouldn't ever happen as Bohemia is originally a Great Moravian vassal. Okay, but EU4, checkmate. Are there any plans to model the semi-hereditary, semi-elective nature of the Bohemian crown? Currently normal hereditary, some historical nuances are unfortunately difficult to portray in games sometimes. EU4 has the Commonwealth renamed because people hated Moravia. Wait, what? Did they rename it? One mission grants a rename? You know, I actually have not played, I've not played Bohemia in EU4 in a really long time. Let me check that real quick. Bohemia got an update in Winds of Change? I didn't even play the Bohemia tree when they released Emperor, so... yeah. The mission is literally Bohemian Commonwealth. Oh, what do you know? Wait, so you can reforge Great Moravia and then also form the Bohemian Commonwealth. Like you just change your name to Bohemian Commonwealth? You can do both? Okay. Anyway, where are we at? We have 2 more after this, so we might as well keep on going, right? 46. Is this the best way to represent the Polish-Teuton War? This is currently how we have it, as the war was technically still ongoing, however, open to iterations and reviews. Did I miss 44? I did. Will there be a quick and convenient way of comparing units? Not as far as I know, but definitely something to talk about with the UI guys. Please do. That would be a really, really nice thing, actually. 62. Will Protestantism still spawn like it did historically if Hussitism is successful, or will populations dissatisfied with the Catholic Church as well as opportunistic rulers convert to Hussitism instead? Reformation happens regardless. Okay. I would change the death to Catholicism in the Hussite Wars event to something else. Did the Hussites consider themselves, or rather, oh my god, I can't read after like 6 hours. The Hussites considered themselves Catholics, so they would not say that. I have heard this about the Hussites, that they actually did not consider themselves to be heretics in any shape or form. In fact, that's actually pretty common among a lot of, well, you know, the Catholic Church would be like, hey, that's heresy. And then they would be like, what do you mean? We're just like Catholics. Like, we're chill like that. I mean, the church would disagree, but many such cases. Until when does Bohemia get flavor content? They formed a personal union with Hungary and Austria since the early 16th century, and at some points even earlier, but since personal unions are now much more nuanced, I think they should be considered worth of flavor at least until the Battle of the White Mountain in 1620. It has flavor for the entire duration of the game, okay. The crown of St. Wenceslas was only used for coronations as far as I'm aware, and then it was placed on the skull of St. Wenceslas for the rest of the reign. So it's not very realistic to show the king wearing it. It's so niche, how do people just know that? We can't have the king wearing only for coronation, unfortunately. So for it to be visible, we have to make it always worn. Okay. It will spawn during the Western Schism, which will certainly almost always happen. Okay. Hasidism, that is. 78. Reading. Ah, what a charming man. Embargo on Austria. Nice to see such a reference to the 1335 Congress of Visegrad. I assume Poland and Hungary will start with the embargo too. There are specific things of the Congress of Visegrad for Hungary and Poland. Hope Hungary will have something similar to these two. Hungary has other things. Will other countries have access to Wagenburgs under certain conditions? Wagenburg is exclusive for Bohemia. Hussite arms, factions, and rebels will appear outside of Bohemia too, right? Once Hussitism has spawned, it is free to spread. Love that background art. Not entirely sure why Jan Hus has the Rosenberg coat of arms, though. That's actually not Jan Hus. I don't know what the winky face is about, but okay. Number 80. Will the Luxembourg dynasty receive some help obtaining the emperor title? At the start of the game, Bohemia is the most powerful inside the HRE, so they're almost guaranteed to get the emperorship at some point. Sure. What determines one's primary title? Something currently being worked on. Okay. There are some... Yeah, left in Silesia, how plausible is it to get one of them on your throne? As long as you play well your political marriages, it is possible, okay. Bohemian succession, currently hereditary, we talked about that. Luxembourg held onto the Bohemian crown and managed to integrate it as the senior partner. Tough, but possible. Would they keep the electorate? Some would still be present. Others, it is tied to the Bohemia tag. Wait. Oh, would they get at least some Bohemian flavor? Some of the flavor would be present. Some of the other stuff is tied to the Bohemian tag. $95. Oh. Alright. Will it appear if Bohemia no longer exists? It will appear to the owner of Prague. Okay. They were asking for the country. It is a fiefdom, special time of vassal. Okay, hold on. This is like a prior conversation. What is this? Wroclaw. Flag of Upper Bavaria. Okay. Flags. 105. Why King Jehan? His name is either Johann in German, Jan in Czech, or Jean in French. That's a new one. So why use the old spelling of Jean? I have never ever heard or seen anyone call him that. It's because of his culture and the fact that we're using the old spelling of Jehan for French. How are those so different though, the old spelling of Jehan? Did it... Wait. Is it not Jehan then? Is it like Jean? Old French was still pretty Germanic? So it was Yehan. French is a German language after all? I feel like it isn't. It is? Franks? I don't know if people would put that in the Germanic language. Not modern French, at least. I think everyone considers it a Romance language. Early French? That's a stronger argument. Anyway, so it would be Yehan then. German Frankish language is called Franconian nowadays. Yeehaw. Exactly. Okay, we went over 105, 112. Flag variants. Sure, we have quite a few in the game. There are some nice flags along the Hussite path, based. 113. I hope there will be Skalitz and Kuttenberg. Kuttenberg is in the game. Skalitz, unfortunately, is too small. Tragic. Okay, that brings us to the second last. The second last dev diary. So little content, yeah. Tragic. Don't forget about the Germany feedback. I think I'm gonna forget about the Germany feedback. It might accidentally slip my mind over the course of these next two dev diaries. Maybe. Because I am running out of Steam, chat. I'm mentally cooked a little bit. We'll remind you, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Okay, what do we have left here? Tinto Talks number 51. Subjects and overlords. Yeah, only 6.5 hours in. Light stream, to be honest. My last one was 9 hours. Okay, in Project Caesar, as it starts at the end of the medieval era and reaches into the post-Napoleonic world, we have to have a system that works for feudal states and also for grand empires spanning the world. This is simulated by our subject system. Subject is any country that is subordinate to an overlord. It typically has limitations on its diplomacy in return for protection in a war. Subjects may also suffer subject taxation and have a certain percentage of their great power score exacted by their overlord. Additionally, a subject may not become a great power. The exact rules are dependent on the subject type. Subjects have subject loyalty towards their overlord and a liberty desire, both of which indicate their current stance on their subordination. Any subject may in turn be the overlord of other countries, allowing long chains of subject-overlord relationships. An overlord is a country that has any number of subjects as its subordinates. In return for protecting each subject in wars, it typically receives all the stuff that we just talked about. Okay. Subject loyalty. Every subject has a subject loyalty from 0 to 100, so it's kind of different than EU4. You have one number, which is liberty desire. In this case, I guess we have loyalty and liberty desire. When a subject has less than 50 loyalty, it becomes disloyal, and it will no longer join the wars of its overlord and cannot be annexed. There's also the concept of liberty desire, which is its current drive towards independence from its overlord, which also affects its loyalty. Its value is from negative 100 to positive 100, but has a monthly decay towards 0. That's interesting. The value is also used as a currency in some subject interactions. Okay. We have diplomatic capacity. As we mentioned in earlier Tinto Talks, the cost of having a subject is not a fixed number. It depends on many factors, including the type of subject. I like that a lot. Was able to get a shift at work done, come home, and I'm still yapping. Let's go! You missed Bohemia though, you did. Unfortunately. You missed the coolest dev diary, which was actually the Formable one. You get to form Europa now. It truly is the Europa of Universalis. And the twist is that you actually build a spaceship and go to the moon of... Which one is that? Jupiter, maybe? I don't remember. Wherever Europa is, that's the joke I was trying to make. Unfortunately, I wasn't knowledgeable enough to land it, but you can fill in the blanks. Okay, diplomatic capacity. Good. If the subject is small, it should not cost much. I think that's a good idea. Jupiter indeed? That was a good guess. We can create new subjects. If you have locations in more than 2 different provinces, you'll always have the possibility to create a subject of one of your provinces. You can also select from the valid types of subjects that your country can have in that province. After you have selected the type of subject you want, you may, if the subject type allows it, also pick the character to be the ruler of the new subject. There are also ways to convince your subject to change from one type of subject to another type where it would be valid. That's interesting. Because then you don't have to worry about, like, cores. EU4 trying to rectify this problem by giving us client states, and these are essentially client states, but you can make them whenever you want, and I think that's cool and better than the client states that we have in EU4, where you have to wait until Tech 23 for them. I think that's neat. Vassals oversee territories on behalf of their overlords. They pay vassal fees and join the military campaigns of their overlords. Almost all countries can make vassals. Oh, can only be annexed if they have a plus 150 opinion. Improvements. France can build RGOs, roads, and buildings in Flanders locations. Limited regarding diplomacy. Gives France food access. Always joins offensive and defensive wars. Overlord gets prestige. Flanders spreads its institutions. Okay. That's pretty useful. Pays money each month. And the subject gets free efficiency. And, okay, so it's mutual spread of institutions. Not the worst thing in the world to be a subject then, I guess. Fiefdoms are a junior title that is the property of its overlord's ruler. Can only be created and maintained by a monarchy. I mean, if you think about it, vassals kind of serve a pretty similar function with feudalism, depending on the system. Like, a republic having a vassal is like a... interesting in terms of naming. That's it, really. Anyway, a march. Actually, no, fiefdoms, you don't get prestige. Okay. Marches defend our domain, acting as a barrier, so they're like buffer states, kind of. pay half the gold that a vassal does, can't be annexed, but does gain a discipline boost. Gets better lasting forts that are also cheaper. Colonial nation is a subject centered around the administration of overseas colonies on behalf of its overlord. This is the stuff I'm most interested in. Also, okay, we'll get there. We'll get there in a second. Okay, 2 ways to create a colonial nation. First of all, you can make one from a conquered overseas territory. You know what this means, chat. Japanese colonial nation in Siberia. I mean, technically it's overseas, right? Okay, secondly, and most commonly, you have the option to create one directly from when one of your colonial charters finishes. Colonial nations give up 33% of their trade capacity and trade advantage to their overlord, while also giving up 10% of their manpower and sailors, and pays 20% of their tax to their overlord. I hope you can change this tax rate. Reverse it, Siberian colonial nation in Japan. No, I think the best way to play Japan is actually just play like Ainu. Oh, but you can't do that anymore, I forgot. The SOPs aren't playable. At least not yet. Okay, conquistadors. This is the one that I'm so confused. Like, what? A conquistador? The only conquistadors I know of are the ones that, tried to escape being put in prison. That's the Cortez story, at least. The other ones I don't really know about. There were actually, like, I don't know if people know this, but there were, like, a ton of conquistadors. Like, a lot of them. I'm not talking about, like, the number of people that went on 1 or 2 trips. I'm talking, like, there were a lot of aspiring conquistadors that wanted to take, like, Florida and, like, Louisiana and, like, a bunch of different other places, but they just got, like, failed. Just completely failed. People only really talk about, like, the 2 successful ones, which is, you know, you have Cortez, and then you have the guy whose name I always forget. The guy who went to the Incas, whose name escapes me every time. That wasn't Cortez. The Argentina guy, though? Well, yeah, I don't know about that guy, and that's because no one cares. Or was that the Inca guy? Well, shoot, I don't know. What was his name? Pizarro, that was his name. Francisco Pizarro. Okay, conquistadors are the leaders of a private army who have signed contracts with their rulers to explore and conquer certain territories in exchange for the title of governor and a share of the new lands and spoils. Chat, this means you can play as conquistadors. You are allowed to do that now. This is a unique type of subject that is only available to Catholic countries with a capital in Iberia, and this advance is available from the Age of Discovery. A conquistador can be commissioned by selecting an area in America, and then a character to lead them. It will also require about 2,000 manpower and some gold to start. It will start with preparing in a nearby good port. Maybe you can't play as them, maybe I lied. But you could reasonably play as them because they are a subject, meaning they are a country, and specifically a military-based country, and those are playable. So presumably you can play as them. Why is it Iberia only? It's actually a really good question. I kind of brushed past that without really thinking about it. A unique type of subject only available to Catholic countries with their capital in Iberia. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Afterwards, the conquistadors have gathered enough resources for their expedition. They will set sail. Oh, okay, after they've done it, they will set sail. And you will hear from them the next time, in a few months' time, informing you that they have started their activities. Okay, so he arrives in Sotuta, ready to spread our influence. This spawns an army-based country in a location in the area, starting with about 2 regiments of conquistadors. So, like, you're gonna have to fight for your life when you're playing. Like, the Inca playthrough is going to be grueling, chat. Be me, playing Tawantinsuyu. Unify Inca, or I guess play as Cusco. Unify Inca. Start trying to, like, do research. 100 years pass by. Everyone starts dying. 90% of your population dies. Some dudes show up trying to, like, finagle some money out of you or something. I don't know. And you gotta fight for your life after your country has, like, pretty much collapsed. Very cool. They will automatically conquer any location they get control over. God damn. They also have the capacity to raise levies from the local people, even if it's from a non-accepted culture. If they manage to get to peace or get enough locations, they will convert into a colonial nation of yours. Okay, so it's a lot more historically accurate for sure. The other thing, like it says, okay, they can raise levies from the local people. I'm glad they included this. Not only for, like, for doing a good service for the average person's understanding of how the conquistadors actually succeeded in their mission, but also because from a gameplay perspective, if you didn't, you'd be kind of cooked. What else do we have here? Some other unique subject types we will go into detail on when we talk about specific countries that can use them in a Tinto flavor includes appanages, state banks, Hanseatic members, and more. Anbanar adventure companies salivating. True. Playing as an overlord, several types of subjects allow the overlord to annex a subject. Annexation is when an overlord completely takes over one of its subjects. The overlord will gain all of the subject's owned locations and any character not fleeing to other countries. A disloyal subject cannot be annexed though, and the cost of annexation depends on the amount of cities and towns that a subject has, with the rural locations having less of an impact. There are also plenty of different subject interactions, like giving locations or provinces to your subjects, taking land, manpower, gold, or sailors from them, and much more. Change court language. Divert trade. Install a new ruler. I would really like if these were accompanied with icons. Maybe it's just me. Like a little something to make it easier to see at a glance. Like, I have personally pretty much memorized the position of every Diplo interaction in EU4. But what I really liked about the subject interactions, which aren't the Diplo interactions, is that they have their own little icons too. Playing as a subject, if you play a country that is a subject, you have a few tools at your disposal. First of all, there are 2 different cabinet actions you can use. Wait for the artists, I guess? I suppose. Frustrate annexation. It uses your admin ability of the ruler and the cabinet member assigned to the task to slow down annexation. By hindering their delegates with an archaic constitutional legislature and obstructing them at every turn, we can increase the amount of time it will take for our overlord to annex us. So disloyalty, okay. You can reduce the loyalty to your overlord. By spreading cruel rumors about our overlord and espousing the benefits of ruling ourselves, we can decrease our own subject loyalty, potentially becoming a disloyal subject. That's neat. If you want to become independent, there are two ways to do it. There's the classic option of just declaring war on your overlord, based. But maybe it's not always a good idea. Especially not if you have a tax base at about 1% of your powerful overlord. Maybe. You can also start an independence movement, somewhat similar to a coalition in that it is an international organization with a target country. You can invite other countries to it, including other subjects of the same overlord, and when you have gathered enough strength in your movement, often securing the backing of another powerful country, you can start the war and have a chance at liberty. I like this. I like this also because it gives me vibes about what you can do with the American Revolution, where they can start an independence movement among all of the colonies. So it's the CK3 factions? No. Because the CK3 factions can't get help from the outside, right? If I remember correctly. Like, I guess they can call on allies once the war is declared. But... EU4 subjects allying each other? It's a little bit closer to that, yeah. Anyway, what do we have for this one? This is for Tinto Talks number 51. Thank you, Pelias. Okay. We start with number 14. Can non-colonial subjects be able to colonize if there is nearby land available? Yes, based. Yeah, I think what they started with is that everyone is allowed to actually colonize. In fact, yeah, they mentioned how you can start colonizing other countries nearby if you are simply cooler than they are, or like whatever metric it was. It's like you as I don't even know what would be an example. As Denmark, you can start colonizing Sweden if you have enough, I think it's prestige or something. Like, you can just start taking their tiles. You can just yoink them. Power projection? Yeah, that I think that is it. Uh, 18. Does it seem a bit unfair that conquistadors are only available to Iberians? It's a purely Iberian one. Okay, so because Johan likes to speak in riddles, I'm sure what he means by this is that the other cultures will have a similar version of conquistadors that might not work identically, but are some form of expeditionaries, maybe, that can do something similar. I don't know. 20. Will vassal swarms still be a thing if... I think that is viable if done in Project Caesar. Depends. There's no magical plus X gold plus X manpower for any country like EU4 has. Yeah, so what he's talking about is that in EU4 you have a base amount of 10,000 manpower. Even if your country is really small, it doesn't matter. The manpower minimum cap is 10,000, which gives everybody a certain amount of manpower each month. Which means if you have a bunch of vassal subjects, then they can all make a lot more manpower because they are all like tiny little independent countries. Same thing with tax, I think. I think every country in the game starts with, what is it, like one ducat income per month or something? I think. But anyway, yeah, it's like, that doesn't exist in Project Caesar. It is more of a true simulator. If you don't have a lot of people and you don't have a lot of money, it is what it is. Question about the... I'm gonna read this one. Okay, it was part of the list, so that's good. I have a question about the dev diary on epidemics. Is the game currently playable as an American nation? The answer is mostly no, except for the Mesoamericans and the Incans. Where the fact that epidemics decimate our populations and the European armies, much more developed than us, makes these countries in theory unplayable from a certain point. How did you go about balancing? Almost all of them are SOPs, so they're not technically playable. Yet. Please, Johan. And for those that are, the pestilence in European invasions makes their gameplay sometimes as challenging as playing Elden Ring blindfolded. Well, see, I managed to play Elden Ring not blindfolded, but I think I'm up to the challenge. I think I'm up to the task. Hey, I managed to beat the Elden Ring DLC before they nerfed the final boss, okay? So, I mean... You have no idea how many hours I put into learning how to perfect parry every single move in that boss fight. I did not attack a single time outside of parrying. I put blood, sweat, and tears into beating that boss fight. Which one will come first? Vic 3 uncentralized or EU5 SOP playable? I don't think at this point anybody even wants to play decentralized countries in Vic 3. They just seem a little bit miserable, don't they? You have like no population, no government, no one actually even respects your borders. Like they just kind of walk in there and take your stuff. But at least with SOPs, you have like 400 years. And the tech difference isn't as big. Anyway, 29. How much control will we have over our subjects' armies? Entirely autonomous? Good. If subjects were competent, it wouldn't be Europa Universalis anymore. Do non-Iberians have something, have some of their own thing? Okay. I think they're talking about, yeah, they have their own kind of conquistadors. Do non-Iberians have something that is their own, like Iberians having conquistadors? Plenty of countries have unique mechanics or flavor. I think they meant to ask, do non-Iberians have a version of conquistadors? And some part of me wants to say that Johan full well knows that, but didn't want to answer it. But I don't know. I can never understand this guy. Okay, 42. Getting the cores of an integrated subject sounds very strong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't cores require you to either assimilate or accept the population of a location? So will integrating Brittany as France grant you cores on all the Breton land, even if you don't accept the culture? It only becomes integrated for France. Any core/integrated equals a core... Wait. Any core/integrated becomes integrated for the overlord. Integrated but not cored? Right, because there are different ways that you can have states. There's like unintegrated, then integrated, then cored, I think, maybe. What is preventing the AI from just annexing all of their subjects immediately? Every annexation you have ongoing reduces the opinion from all of your subjects, so it's usually not possible to have maybe more than one or two going at the same time. Okay. Why restricted to Catholic countries? Why exclude Protestant? Oh, true. Why restricted from Protestant? Why even restricted from culture? I think what they're going to get at eventually is that there's a more generic version of conquistadors. I feel like conquistadors are going to be a very specific version that the Iberians get. At least I hope so, because otherwise it's just kind of weird. If you build up Mali well enough, could you not send your own conquistadors? If you're like a competent enough Mali player? I don't know. Britain's mechanic is probably going to be setting up 1 million companies. That's also true. Especially because of the way that British colonialism did its thing, is that a lot of it was just like granting monopolies, granting companies, granting charters to do things to independent, I don't know what you would call those. Entrepreneurs, let's say. Where they'd be like, hey, can I please go set up a company in East India in your name, and then you can like grant me a monopoly on this really specific thing that I want? And the king would be like, alright, I mean, good luck out there. "52. When making/releasing vassals, can you modify the subject's religion, court language, etc.? In most cases, they get your religion. Okay. Oh yeah, it was also like, oh, you're gonna like... It's like, hey, can I set up a company and in exchange for you saying yes, I'll give you a bunch of money? Yeah. That was also part of it. If I make a more technologically advanced country than my subject, does my tech advancement benefit in any way? Not at the moment. Oh, no, other way around. If I vassalize or subjugate a more technologically advanced country, do you benefit? Not at the moment. I think that should change. But only if they're loyal. Wow, I need to drink more water. Only if they're loyal. If they're disloyal, I'd say maybe not. You get institution spread, I think that's enough. That's true, you do get a mutual institution spread. Okay, we have 69, nice. Rather than independence, is there a way for a subject to willfully become the subject of another state? You can always ask to become a vassal of a more powerful country. one of the only ways to survive for more than a decade is Granada. That's going to be an interesting one, yeah. Becoming a subject might be more viable. 71. Did someone say Sunset Invasion? Let's go. Can any country make colonial nations on other continents? Can I make my own Sunset Invasion or create a Congolese Belgium? You need some advances, but yes, so based. 74. Regarding creating new subjects, is this also how you release countries that have cores on your locations? It's always possible. There is a menu for that. Okay. Just means that you don't really have to have cores, I guess. Alright, 78. Relative difference is based on the ratio? Okay. 82. Can vassals wage war against other vassals of their overlord? Depends on the type of subject. Well, I mean, you have to get to the Sengoku Jidai at some point, so... '86. Is there any benefit to having your territory split among many vassals? Or is the best choice always to slowly annex them into your own state? Geography, proximity propagation, culture of pops, etc. Yeah, I think subjects are going to be... I would say more useful than in EU4, but they are actually really useful in EU4. Especially early game. But that's because in EU4, mana points are independently generated by each tag, which means the more subjects you have, the more they can invest in their own development. And so they develop for you, and then you can annex them later. Same thing with coring. They have additional admin points that they can spend on coring for you. But anyway. That is actually it for this dev diary, leaving us with one more chat. The last dev diary for today. Oh boy. That one guy got his own dev diary. Someone call OPB. I would recommend you look at post number 99, not dev response, in Tinto Talk 51. Any chance it could be sorted a bit more according to category, seed location, and seed province are separated from return land and seized territory? Yes. We share a brain cell. Perfect. I like the little icons. Okay, now we have the last one, and I don't think I'm going to do the Saturday buildings this time, because like I feel like I'd have just barely enough energy in me to just like get this one done. And then we're chilling. And I'm gonna, I don't know, make dinner or something, because it's like 7 o'clock. No buildings in Germany? I don't think I've been looking at any of the feedbacks, any of the map feedbacks. There were other ones, and I don't remember if I looked at them. And if I did, the fact that I don't remember them kind of speaks to it. Anyway, yeah, let's get through this one, shall we? Bavaria, fractured in many pieces. Tragic. Can't believe I watched till 1 AM to get betrayed. Okay, alright. Did you say Bohemia? It's been 7 hours, okay? Sometimes I can't read. Okay, they never told me what my literacy score was on that test in the 10th grade. They told me I passed. I didn't actually check the score I got. I'm gonna donate just to get the Germany feedback. I can't guarantee anything. Bavaria. In many pieces. Tragic. We have the duchies of Upper Bavaria and Lower Bavaria, with the Wittelsbachs in charge. I'm gonna donate more if you don't look at Germany feedback. Deal. In addition to these two, the Treaty of Pavia also established the lands of the Electorate of the Palatinate of the Rhine, also known as the Palatinate, to be ruled by a third Wittelsbach branch. I've always been confused about why the Palatinate even existed. Like, why was that a thing? It's a region? It sounds stupid. The Rhenish Palatinate. Anyway, okay, the heartland of the Holy Roman Empire endured the long period of the Great Interregnum and looks to the next decades with worry. In the face of the advancing age of Holy Roman Emperor Ludwig IV von Wittelsbach, the families of von Wittelsbach, Luxembourg, and von Habsburg once more prepare for a competition for the imperial crown. While imperial authorities south of the Alps is deteriorating, German merchants scramble to secure their trade routes into Italy, while the Hanseatic League is enjoying their dominance over the region of North Germany. Under the leadership of Holy Roman Emperor... Okay, for a second I thought I was reading the Bohemia one. I'm like, what? Under the leadership of Holy Roman Emperor Ludwig IV von Wittelsbach, the Duchy of Upper Bavaria is at the height of its power, as he commands respect and authority among the imperial princes, while the Duchy of Lower Bavaria is ruled by Duke Heinrich the 14th von Wittelsbach. His health is steadily declining due to his leprosy, and his expected early death could lead to a reunification of Bavaria. With strong relations among the von Wittelsbach rulers of Europe, Bavaria is ready to claim its right to the imperial crown and dominance over Central Europe against their rivals in Bohemia and Austria. Well, for a second I thought in the Bohemia one, I thought they were talking about the Holy Roman Emperor. I thought that was Bohemia. I thought they were the Holy Roman Emperor. And then over here it's like, oh yeah, the Holy Roman Emperor, this guy. Like, wait, is this... Was Bohemia not the Holy Roman Emperor? I think I might be crazy. I don't know. I feel like somewhere in here it was like, oh, Holy Roman Emperor. I don't know. Never mind. Never mind. Jehan's son was. Oh, I see. Okay. This is the throne of Charlemagne, part of the Palatine Chapel in Aachen, used in the coronation of Holy Roman Emperors. Thus is the one used by these rulers. We'd like to eventually keep adding some more unique art, such as the Imperial Crown, but as usual, please take the UI, 2D, and 3D art as a work in progress. Core lands of Bavaria, divided among Upper Bavaria, Lower Bavaria, and the Palatinate, as well as a few extras. The position of the Wittelsbach is quite strong, as Emperor Ludwig's son, also named Ludwig, rules over the electorate of Brandenburg, thus making the dynasty control 2 of the 7 imperial electorates effectively. Oh, I didn't know that. So this is before the Hohenzollerns? Oh, here's some Hohenzollerns over here. So they still exist, they just don't control Brandenburg. Does Bohemia get to veto the election, or is that not a mechanic? I have no idea, to be honest. One of the main objectives for any of the branches of the Wittelsbach dynasty will be to unite these lands, or to get a personal union on Denmark, let's go. And create/recreate the Kingdom of Bavaria, one of the formable countries that we presented in last week's Tinto Talks. Nice. You might have noticed that we fixed the starting country of Bavaria, and it is now tier 3, which is the kingdom rank. Reasonable. Let's start today with the narrative content, namely events linked to the aforementioned dynastic issues. Early in the game, if the Duke of Lower Bavaria dies of his leprosy, leaving an underage ruler, you might receive this event. Okay, he's died. What do we get? Holy Roman Emperor Ludwig IV von Wittelsbach has been asked to act as a leading figure for the young heir. We could use this to work towards a reunification of Bavaria. Okay. First option makes him a vassal, second directly annexes it, and the third leaves the duchy on their own. Something tells me that this didn't work out, considering the EU4 starting situation. I feel like this kind of did not work out. It's the historical option, but 100 years later, it's not exactly more united. Treaty of Pavia. Foundation of the separation of the House of Wittelsbach into the Bavarian and Palatine lines. Palatine? I don't know. Okay, you can honor it. Okay, you could enforce your superiority, which would make us seem bad. Or we could respect it and try to peacefully unify the branches. Okay. If you select the second option, you get the Rhine falls in our hands. Wittelsbach dynasty of the Rhine has died out and the throne stays unoccupied. Wait, the second option. To enforce your superiority? Oh, okay. Throne stays unoccupied with the agreements made in the old Treaty of Pavia. We have a strong claim to their lands and could press them into a unification of the ancient von Wittelsbach lands into a single country. Let me reread that again. If you select the second option, enforcing your superiority, then you get to have it for free? Which gives you some of the stuff over here, which if I remember correctly, is that not the historical option? I don't even know. Also get another event. New law for a new country. Revoke the right to inherit from the nobility. Change the succession law. Gain prestige. Lose a lot of stability. Holy. Cognatic primogeniture sounds like a more stable law indeed. Jeez, that is a lot of lost stability. Played a whole run of EU4 until 1821. Glad to see I can still catch the stream. Okay, the nobility also become upset. Besides the Wittelsbach dynastical troubles, other Bavarian dynamic historical events that may be of interest, we have the 8 questions on the power of the Pope. Famous Franciscan friar William Ockham, excommunicated by the Pope and under the protection of the Holy Roman Emperor, has written another treatise on political philosophy casting doubt on the authority of the Pope. The Codex Bavarica, Unified Code of Laws, okay. More centralization, estates are happier, nobles are happier, court is more expensive. Sounds like a good idea. Munich residence. Medieval Munich residence is a special type of building, okay. Gain prestige, increases aristocracy, decreases the cost of the court, gives cultural tradition, okay. Renaissance Munich residence increases literacy and cultural tradition. Baroque Munich residence increases research, cultural tradition, and literacy. We have the right to inherit, aristocracy, stability, investment cost reduction. Cool. Itinerant courts, more decentralization, move capital cost. Oh, interesting. Rural parliaments. A work of art, regalia, and more. The orb. Let's go. More artwork. And more artwork, I think. Well, the Grand Cathedral. Neat, gain prestige. Clergy are happier. Bavarian dukedom gives you legitimacy. Age of traditions, that must be the first one. So you get monthly legitimacy, then discover you get war score cost reduction. In the Reformation, you get pop conversion speed. In revolutions, you get cultural influence. Oh, let's go. Skilled brewers. You get the Bavarian breweries production method. I don't know how that compares to the normal ones. Maybe it gives you more beer? Oh, here we go. You can compare the other ones. Oops. So the Bavarian one is... It's this one. So it's literally the default one, but provides more beer. Huge. Okay, dev responses. What do we have? At least one dev response, allegedly. Okay, thankfully that doesn't look like it's too much. Okay. First page, 23. Idea for stream, Bavaria playthrough, but if X happens you drink beer. New first run idea for EU5. Bavaria is so liked that they named the city and the treaty after him. Incredible. When you click some events and the unification happens for free, there's some variables that need to happen. Henry XIV of Lower Bavaria needs to die soon enough because of his leprosy, so his heir is underage. Then the Wittelsbach Palatinate branch needs to become extinct, etc. But it is possible. Okay. Surprised Bavaria doesn't form around the same timeline as in EU4. We have more content for Bavaria in the Age of Absolutism and the Age of Revolutions, and also some more dynamic stuff like it getting the electorate, but we're not showing all of it at the same time. Okay, fair. Do other countries like Castile and Aragon have the itinerant court policy? Yes. Shouldn't the first option with the treaty being preserved be the one? That's what I was thinking as well. So like previously, it was if you took the top option, it would make everyone angry, and if you took the bottom option... No, other way around. The top option was fine, second option made everyone angry. And for some reason, if you took the option that made everyone angry, then you just get the stuff for free. And that was the confusing part, because you weren't respecting the treaty. But anyway, the second one is actually a potentially much later follow-up of the first option, and the second option grants a CB. It happens if the Palatinate line does die out, like stated in the first event, but I forced it through console command to show it here. Okay. So the second event can actually happen to the first event. The second one grants a CB. So I guess they just mixed it up in the actual dev diary? I don't know. It seems to be it. Okay, we have 63. It's a timeline thing. Second event was forcefully fired. Okay, Treaty of Pavia. If we select the second option, then we might get this. Look at the monarch. I don't think I'm quite... yeah, I don't think I'm getting it. Ludwig IV is dead? He is. But is on the event. Well, yes. I know that the event is fired early by command. The only thing... Wait. Wait, so the Emperor could enforce his authority over the Rhine. If you take the second option, then the Rhine might fall into your hands. What kind of stunlock is this? I just have no idea what they're trying to, like, say here. Like, it feels like they're swapping things backwards. Hold on, which one was this? The second event, the one where the Rhine falls into your hands, is actually a potentially much later follow-up of the first option. The second option grants a CB. So it can be a much later follow-up of the second and first option, so no matter which one you pick, it can happen either way. The second one just gives you a CB. They just mistyped the dev diary. The event fires when the conditions are met if you chose the first option. That's what I was saying the whole time, yeah. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like, actually, the second event is supposed to be the follow-up for the first option. And the second one means you don't get the second event, but you do get a CB, so you can force it now. Like, the first option gives you a chance that you might get it for free. The second option gives you a guaranteed chance at a CB that would give it to you. It's the option between, like, maybe we'll get it at some point if we're lucky, or let's guarantee that we get it now by force. But the way that they typed it in the actual dev diary did not seem like that. The console command is related to it though? Yeah, because they did console commands for it. Thank you, Paradox, for adding 10 minutes to the stream. And the fact that the second event is wrong due to the commands? Yeah, okay. I didn't need to spend that much time on that. We'll just go to 63. The way it works right now is dynamic. Hold on, I didn't even read the question. Since it seems you renamed it, what is the full name of the Palatinate? The official name was the Electorate of the Palatinate only after the Golden Bull of 1356. Before that, it was the County Palatinate of the Rhine, so is there a dynamic change of the name? The way it works right now is dynamic. The country name itself is Rhine. There's a dynamic prefix, which is Palatinate, and then you get the electoral prefix on top of that. This doesn't work exactly fine in all cases, but it's a good example of the dynamic system. Okay. 71. What in-game benefits are there for constantly moving your capital? It might be a viable strategy in a highly decentralized country, but in others it might be an outdated policy to change, as it happened historically. Yeah, I was gonna say the biggest asset would definitely be your ability to move around your capital for newly conquered regions. Like if you're playing as the Mongols, maybe you want to move your capital away from Mongolia. Because then you can much easier establish control. I don't even know if they did that in Mongolia. I don't know. $75, text in English, incorporating type of language flavor, okay. Game rule to have everything in standard English, but then another for this type of flavor, okay. The Mongols didn't move? Well, now I look stupid. 77. Does Bavaria have any disasters it needs to face? Yeah, being next to Austria. Not unique ones, not every country has a unique disaster to face. Depending on how it works, moving your capital, developing the area with roads, and then moving again might work for a large nation. Maybe? The Mongols have 3 capitals, 2 in the steppes and 1 in Beijing. Either way, based mail service. Okay, that's the last dev diary for today, chat. Just a light 7.5 hours. Yep. That was one of the streams of all time. I need to do shorter ones. I need to do these more frequently, and I need to do them shorter. I spend way too much time at once on these things. I could probably do these like every 2 or 3 weeks, and it would save me so much hassle of sitting here for 7.5 hours on a Saturday going over all of them. But hey, I am now slightly better equipped to play this game when it releases. Maybe not by much, but like slightly, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, chat. That was a long stream. My brain is fried. Probably because I was just sitting here literally reading for hours. And speaking for hours. Real, actually. Hey, thank you very much, I Sell Salt, for the 20 Czech doubloons. Starting bets, Germany feedback. We don't have to do that. That's okay. That's okay. We don't have to do that. That's all right. It's a single euro. That's okay. We might get around to that at some point. Maybe. Maybe at some point. Possibly. Maybe. Maybe. But like not today. But maybe. Anyway, if you wanna... Oh, by the way, if you're a YouTube channel member, so in a month? Maybe. If you're a YouTube channel member, by the way, you can actually watch the next video that is out already. Like, it's not out, it's out for patrons. And also channel members. That's a thing. So, yeah, you can go and make sure you sync your YouTube account to your Discord account, and then you can join the Discord, and then you can, like, watch the video right now. Isn't that cool? Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna see you guys at some point this week, maybe. I'm working on that Amion video, and that's gonna take me at least, like, half the week. Maybe longer, it depends. But I'll probably stream sometime this upcoming week. The video, right, I forgot. I guess we really needed the timer at the start of the stream. Don't worry, I already released the video. It was like later than I wanted it to be, but I did remember, so. Not even 8 hours? Okay. No Saturday Buildings or Germany review? Maybe we get around to those next time. Maybe, possibly. We'll see. For now, though, I'm gonna go find something to eat, because it has been almost, well, it's been like 7.5 hours since I last ate anything, and I think that's not good, so I should probably fix that. Alright, have a good Saturday. Actually, have a good rest of the weekend, chat, because I'm probably not going to, do anything tomorrow. Yeah. There isn't gonna be a stream tomorrow. So, have a good one. It's Sunday here. It's gonna be Sunday here in like 4 hours, so I'm gonna go get something to eat. Okay, bye, Bit.